Web novels and web novel audiobooks are not the same. If you simply copy and paste a web novel into an audiobook format, the final result will provide a poor listening experience. That's why I carefully revise every single chapter in this novel to ensure an enjoyable and immersive experience for you. I go through multiple rounds of rewriting and listening to make sure the narration flows naturally, almost as if you were reading it out loud yourself. This is not just a direct copy of the original novel. However, I do acknowledge that I adapted this novel for commercial purposes, so most chapters are paid content. I hope you understand that this does not violate copyright policies. The reason I do all of this is simple: I'm just a big fan. As many of you know, I love listening to web novel audiobooks, and this is one of my personal favorites. The audio speed is set to 3, but if that feels too fast, let me know. If there's a novel you'd like me to turn into an audiobook, feel free to suggest it, and I'll do my best to make it happen. Thank you for your support. Chapter 1: Soul Society, Sairi Itai, 1st Division Barracks. Amidst the sounds of enthusiastic training from the soldiers, Uchiha Shiroa stretched lazily and slowly got up. After casually donning his Shinigami uniform, he habitually opened the task panel to check his daily assignments. As expected, today's task had been refreshed. Visiting old friends, daily task. Today's wind is particularly strong. A perfect day for drinking. You decide to invite a friend for a drink and a chat. Reward, random attribute +2, a simple panel, simple tasks, and good rewards. It was exactly what he expected from his system. Laid back, stress-free, and perfect for a salted fish like him. In his previous life, Uchiha Shiroa had been an ordinary office worker. More than 20 years ago, he inexplicably found himself reincarnated into the world of Bleach, becoming just another Rukongai orphan. Having read the manga, he was well aware of how Soul Society operated. This place was home to countless spirits. Those without spiritual pressure were merely wandering souls, constantly at risk of being erased from existence. Those with spiritual pressure could become Shinigami, and those with exceptionally strong spiritual pressure could live for thousands of years, securing their place in Soul Society's ruling class. However, even achieving Bunkai did not guarantee safety. After all, history proved that Sairi AI was far from secure. Following Aizen's rebellion, the Quincy Kinghuak arrived, causing even greater devastation. One by one, powerful Shinigami fell. Even the strongest of them all, Captain Commander Yamamoto, was slain. If not for Ichigo Kurosaki's miraculous intervention, Soul Society would have been annihilated. In a world filled with such catastrophic threats, having the power to protect oneself was essential. Fortunately, Uchiha Shiroa possessed an innate talent for spiritual pressure, allowing him to become a Shinigami. His talent, while not monstrous, was still quite decent. More importantly, as a transmigrator, he had a golden finger. Upon his arrival in this world, he awakened a task system. A simple panel devoid of intelligence. The system provided only 2 types of tasks. The first was a daily task, like visiting old friends. Completing these tasks granted random attribute increases, such as enhanced spiritual pressure or skill proficiency. The second type was special tasks, which were triggered randomly. These tasks provided even greater rewards, sometimes granting abilities or equipment from other anime and movies. For example, when he had first arrived in Rukongai, he had triggered the special task, exploring Rukongai. Completing it had granted him the Shadow Clone Jutsu from Naruto, a skill so overpowered it was practically a cheat code. With the system's assistance, Uchiha Shiroa confidently joined the Shino Academy and became a reserve Shinigami. From then on, he leisurely completed daily tasks and occasionally sent out shadow clones to train in his stead. Before he knew it, more than 20 years had passed, and both his strength and status had undergone a complete transformation. On the surface, his talent seemed slightly inferior to prodigies like Ikamaru Jin, Shibakayan, and Byakuya Kuichiki. But in truth, what people saw was only the tip of the iceberg. With a thought, Uchiha Shiroa pulled up his character panel. Name, Uchiha Shiroa. Position, 1st Division, 7th Seat. Spiritual pressure, 3rd class, Captain level, Zanpakuto, Shunkyo Fleeting Void, 2nd stage Shikei, greater than change Zanpakuto name from Danku to Shunkyo, because Danku already existed. Sword Art, Vice Captain level hand-to-hand combats, Senior Officer level Kido, Captain level Flash Steps, Vice Captain level abilities, Shadow Clone Jutsu, B rank, Mastered, Stand, White Album, S rank, Mastered, Breathing Jutsu, Sun Breathing, B rank, Proficient, Items, Disguise Glasses, B rank, Kryptonian Creation, 5 Thunder Curse, C rank, Talisman for Cultivation, Death Gloves, D rank, Extraordinary Artifact. After joining the Academy, he had completed a special task and received the S rank ability, Stand, White Album. This stand, originally belonging to Gyakusho from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Part 5, allowed him to generate ultra-low temperatures, freeze the air to create armor, and even lower temperatures to absolute zero. 3 years after receiving his Isaki, he successfully awakened his Zanpakuto. Shunkyo. Shunkyo's ability was reminiscent of Obito's Kami, a complete fusion of the left and right eye techniques. However, due to the presence of countless old monsters in Soul's society, Uehara Shiroa disguised its true nature. He publicly claimed that his Zanpakuto was named White Season, with an ice-based ability that could freeze everything around him. His exceptional performance at the academy earned him the title of genius, and he graduated as the top student, securing a position in the First Division. As the Captain Commander's direct unit, the First Division had the highest status, the best resources, and the fiercest competition. To prove their strength, several officers had challenged him to duels upon his arrival. Uehara Shiroa, who preferred a relaxed life, had merely fought half-heartedly. Yet, before he even used his full strength, his opponents had already collapsed. Thus, he inexplicably became the 7th seat of the 1st Division, a small but respectable leadership position within the 13th Division of Imperial Guards. After all, each division housed hundreds of Shinigami, and to become an officer, especially in the 1st Division, was a significant achievement. Still, Uehara Shiroa had no interest in climbing further up the ranks. In his previous life, he had suffered enough under the work culture. In this life, he just wanted to take things easy, complete his daily tasks, and live a peaceful existence. Over time. Not in this lifetime. Why bother when he could be drinking with Shun Sekiraku and casually finishing his daily missions? With that thought, Uehara Shiroa staggered out of the barracks. His leisurely demeanor stood in stark contrast to the officers training diligently around him. Seeing him, several officers could only shake their heads helplessly. Uehara Shiroa had long proven himself a genius. And geniuses always had privileges. Ordinary soldiers looked at him with a mix of admiration, awe, and envy. Becoming an officer of the 1st Division before turning 40? Befriending captains like Shun Sekiraku? Rising from Rukongai to surpass noble-born Shinigami? It was the kind of success story they could only dream of. But while they saw a carefree young man, they remained unaware of what was happening behind the scenes. Within the personal space exclusive to Shunkyo, 4 shadow clones were relentlessly training in sword art, hand-to-hand combats, and Kido. As a transmigrator, Uehara Shiroa understood just how overpowered the shadow clone jutsu was. Despite being labeled a mere B-rank ability, its training potential was on par with S-rank skills. It was Naruto Uzumaki's personal cheat code. One of the greatest hacks in existence when it came to skill development. Once a shadow clone was dispelled, its knowledge and experience were instantly transferred to the original body. By creating 4 clones at once, Uehara Shiroa essentially had 4 extra bodies constantly training in his place. This alone was enough to master the fundamental 4 techniques of a Shinigami. While others took centuries or even millennia to hone their skills, he had achieved in 20 years what most Shinigami couldn't accomplish in a lifetime. The secret behind his strength? Shadow clones. Grinding. And an unshakable determination to slack off. Chapter 2. Inside his personal training space, Uehara Shiroa could sense his shadow clones diligently honing their skills. A faint smile tugged at the corners of his lips as he felt more at ease. Stepping outside, he took a few casual flash steps strides and arrived at the 8th Division's barracks in no time. The 1st Division bore the responsibility of leading the 13 court guard squads, conveying the resolutions of the Central 46, and overseeing official meetings. Meanwhile, the 8th Division specialized in intelligence gathering, monitoring the Rukongai districts, compiling reports on Siriite AI's various squads, and essentially serving as the eyes and ears of the 1st Division. Due to their closely linked roles, a dedicated liaison officer was required to facilitate communication between the 2 divisions. That person happened to be Uehara Shiroa. Through this position, he had naturally become well acquainted with Shun Sekiraku, the 8th Division's captain. Over time, they discovered that their personalities, temperaments, and interests aligned perfectly. One enjoyed slacking off and drinking sake. The other also enjoyed slacking off and drinking sake. Thus, their friendship was inevitable. Frequent visits led to familiarity, and before long, Uehara Shiroa and Shun Sekiraku became drinking buddies. Of course, unlike the perverted old man, Uehara Shiroa had no ulterior motives. He was merely studying the cultural customs of Soul's society while efficiently completing his daily tasks. On the way to the 8th Division, Uehara Shiroa encountered no obstacles. With practiced ease, he reached the captain's office and entered. Upon seeing him, Shun Sekiraku pretended to be hard at work but quickly abandoned the act as he greeted him enthusiastically. Shiroa, you're here? What's that? A drink? No, no. Lisa will kill me. Wait, why did you already open the safe? That's top-grade liquor. I got this bottle after serious effort from an old hermit in the mountains. Alright, just one glass. No more than that. Half a day later. Lisa Yadomaru, who had just returned from her duties, noticed something odd. The division members' gazes felt off. Her heart sank. Could it be that guy again? Without hesitation, Lisa flashed into the captain's office, her mind already prepared for the worst. Then, she saw it. Unserious was swaying drunkenly, singing an indecent tune. And there, sitting comfortably, was Uchiha, completely relaxed and smirking. They had done it again. Lisa clenched her fists hard. Her patience snapped. A large part of the reason she had been drowning in work was because of these two. Her voice boomed through the office. Captain, take your job seriously. And stop drinking during working hours. Uchiha, with practiced ease, immediately shifted the blame. This has nothing to do with me. I just opened the bottle. Unserious gave a sheepish smile and tried to pacify her. Ahaha. Lisa-chan, don't be so harsh. It was just a moment of happiness. I'll punish myself with 3 drinks, and I promise this won't happen again. Ha! Lisa's glasses wearing, seemingly quiet demeanor shattered in an instant. A terrifying aura of doom radiated from her petite frame as she slowly drew her Zanpakuto, Haguro Tanbo. You too. Enough. Realizing that violence was about to commence, Uchiha made a swift exit, disappearing with a shunpo. As for Unserious, he was on his own. The sounds of pleas for mercy echoed behind him, but Uchiha remained steadfast in his decision. Better his survival than both of them suffering. The wine was finished, the salted fish lifestyle preserved, and the mission successfully completed. Perfect? System notification, congratulations. You have completed today's daily task. Reward, +1 spiritual pressure, +1 sun breathing proficiency. Uchiha felt a subtle shift in his spiritual pressure. A slight boost, but in Soul Society, spiritual pressure is everything. Battles between Shinigami were battles of spiritual pressure. The strong overwhelmed the weak. Sometimes, a mere glance was enough to erase someone from existence. Aizen's sheer presence alone had rendered Ranji, Hitsugaya, and Kamimura completely powerless back then. In this world, absolute spiritual pressure meant absolute authority. Moreover, the stronger one's spiritual pressure, the longer their lifespan. More time meant more missions meant greater spiritual pressure, and greater spiritual pressure meant even more time. A perfect cycle of power. Even if his innate spiritual pressure wasn't as monstrous as Aizen's, Uchiha knew he could still grow infinitely stronger through daily tasks. This was the exact realm that Aizen had once dreamed of reaching. Additionally, his sun-breathing proficiency had increased. With a single daily task, he had gained deeper insight into its 12 forms. His strength had improved yet again. This was the true power of his system. As long as he stayed alive long enough, and continued his daily grinding, he would eventually reach the peak of Soul Society. In Bleach, spiritual pressure classifications were as follows: 20th class, ordinary squad members 10th class and above, eligible for seated officer positions 8th class and above, minimum requirement for Shikai 5th and 4th class, vice captain level 3 RD class, captain level. Most importantly, a Shinigami with 3 RD class spiritual pressure could live for 1,000 years. With only daily tasks, Uchiha could max out every ability effortlessly. 1 million daily quests. Who could possibly compete with that? Meanwhile, back at the 8th Division, Unserious had sobbed himself sober. Lisa, his ferocious vice-captain, had refined her physical sobering technique to perfection. Watching Uchiha's hasty retreat, Lisa muttered, her tone filled with irritation, "TCH. He ran fast. He got off easy." Kiraku sighed dramatically. "You two sure get along well." Lisa shot him a glare. "We are just ordinary book friends. Don't misunderstand." It was true. Lisa often visited bookstores to buy and read literature. She was a serious and proper bookworm. At least, for now, she hadn't fallen into the world of more peculiar literature. Since Shiroa frequented the same bookstores, they had simply grown familiar with each other. Kiraku smirked knowingly. "Oh? Just book friends, huh?" Lisa adjusted her glasses, looking unbothered. Then, without another word, she flicked her pigtail and left. Chapter 3. Standing in front of the 8th Division barracks, Uchiha let out a leisurely yawn. Although it was still early, he had already begun contemplating where to start his exciting nightlife. However, before he could make a decision, he noticed a familiar sight. A Shinigami from the 8th Division hurriedly reporting something to a female Shinigami he knew quite well. The slender girl with glasses, a book tucked under her arm, was none other than Aizen Nanao, the 10th seat of the 8th Division. She was Shun Sakuraku's niece and, over time, had become a good friend of Uehara Shiroa. Like Lisa Yadomaru, they had met through their shared love of reading. The soldier quickly finished his report and left, leaving Nana alone. Curious about her serious expression, Uehara Shiroa stepped forward to greet her. "Yo, Nanao-chan. What's with that look? Something happen?" Hearing his voice, eyes Nanao turned to him, her brows slightly furrowed. "Uehara Shiroa, something serious happened in Rukongai." Her voice was calm but carried a weight of concern. "The 12th Division has just detected an abnormality. A large number of civilians in Rukongai have gone missing over the past month. The 12th Division has already reported this information to the Captain Commander. Just now, an advance investigation team of 10 Shinigami was dispatched to look into it. Now, all divisions have been notified." Her tone was professional, but the situation was anything but ordinary. Even though the civilians of Rukongai were often seen as disposable in the grand scheme of things, mass disappearances still raised alarms. This was because the balance of the spiritual world had to be maintained. The number and strength of souls in Soul Society, the human world, Fukomundo, and even Hell had to remain in equilibrium. If one realm became overpopulated or depleted, it could cause a catastrophic collapse of the entire spiritual cycle. This was why the Captain Commander had immediately sent an investigation squad. Upon hearing Eyes Nanao's report, Uehara Shiroa's mind clicked. It's happening. Coincidentally, at that very moment, his system sent a new prompt: System Notification, Special Mission 7, Witness the Birth of the Visored. On a full moon night, something sinister is unfolding in the depths of Rukongai. A secret experiment is taking place. You decide to investigate and witness the birth of the masked army with your own eyes. Reward, random ability or item. Special missions were what truly accelerated his growth. Daily missions were steady, long-term investments. Special missions, on the other hand, were the jackpot. The kind of rewards that could make him absurdly powerful overnight. If luck was on his side, he could even obtain X-ranked abilities and become unstoppable. However, special missions weren't guaranteed. They had to be triggered. Based on Uehara Shiroa's own observations, the highest chance of triggering a special mission was when he was involved in key events of the plot. That's why, until he became truly invincible, he had no plans to drastically alter the original storyline. Smiling lightly, he patted Eyes Nanao's shoulder in a reassuring manner. "Don't worry, Nanao-chan. With the wise leadership of the Captain Commander and the Central 46, Soul Society will continue to be prosperous, peaceful, and harmonious." Eyes Nanao narrowed her eyes at him. There was something off about the way he said that. The words themselves were perfectly fine. Official, even. But coming from Uehara Shiroa's mouth, they somehow sounded sarcastic. But why? She couldn't quite put her finger on it. Before she could question him further, Uehara Shiroa simply waved and walked away. After a leisurely stroll, humming a tune, Uehara Shiroa returned to his residence. As a seated officer of the 1st Division, his living conditions were exceptional. His house even had a private courtyard. Not as extravagant as those belonging to captains, but spacious enough for training. Not that he trained outside. No. All of his training took place indoors. And for good reason. His entire house was layered with powerful Kido barriers. Not just one, but multiple layers. Though these barriers weren't as powerful as the Soul King's soul-blocking membrane, they were still more than enough to block all forms of surveillance. After all, the Technology Development Bureau was still in its infancy. And Aizen's grand scientific project had only just reached a critical turning point. At this stage, there weren't as many black tech surveillance tools in use. Still, Uehara Shiroa preferred to be cautious. He wasn't just guarding against Aizen's ambition. He was also wary of the Invisible Empire. Huak's method of stealing Benkai was something worth preparing for. During the 1,000-year Blood War, Yamamoto Genryuzai had unleashed the strongest Benkai in history. Zanken no Tiki. Yet, in the very next moment, Huak stole it. In the blink of an eye, the strongest Captain Commander in history was reduced to ashes. A tragic and absurd end. Uehara Shiroa wasn't going to let that happen to himself. Upon reaching his bedroom, Uehara Shiroa channeled his spiritual pressure. Immediately, his Zanpakuto, Shunkyo, emitted a faint white glow. In an instant, his entire room became shrouded in an invisible force, sealing it from outside interference. Now, it was completely secure. Seating himself cross-legged, he placed Shunkyo across his lap and began his daily blade meditation practice. In Soul Society, a Shinigami's Zanpakuto was their core. Comparable to an immortal cultivator's life-bound treasure. A powerful Zanpakuto could define a Shinigami's entire combat style. Take Aizen, for example. Without Kyokusu Agetsu, he would have never been able to toy with Soul Society the way he did. Of course, his absurd spiritual pressure and intellect played a role, 2. After all, even when Tsunayashiro Tokunada recreated Kyoka Suigetsu using the Inrakuten, it wasn't nearly as powerful. The true strength of a Zanpakuto wasn't just in its abilities. It was also tied to the user's mastery, will, and soul resonance. That's why mastering blade meditation was essential. It had been a respected technique in Soul Society for thousands of years. Reaching a high level of blade meditation allowed a Shinigami to directly communicate with their Zanpakuto, greatly enhancing their control over Shikai and Benkai. And thanks to his shadow clones, Uehara Shiroa was making absurd progress. As he closed his eyes and synchronized with Shunkyo, the Zanpakuto's cold white glow intensified. Their connection deepened. Satisfied, Uehara Shiroa studied his blade. Shunkyo resembled an ancient longsword, exuding a majestic, restrained aura. Compared to other Zanpakuto with exotic transformations, Shunkyo's form was simple yet powerful. But its ability was absolutely broken. Chapter 4 Shunkyo, Uehara Shiroa's Zanpakuto, was a system reward. An ability perfectly suited for him with limitless potential. Its Shikai had 2 stages, with the first stage being permanent, meaning his Zanpakuto was always in its released state. This granted him a truly broken ability. He could enter an intangible state at any time, making him immune to all physical and spiritual attacks. However, like Kami, he was unable to attack while intangible. Even so, the energy consumption for maintaining this state was minimal. With a spiritual pressure, Uehara Shiroa could theoretically remain intangible for days without issue. Obito Uchiha had dominated the ninja world with a 5-minute intangibility limit. Uehara Shiroa had no cooldown. The horror of Shunkyo could be easily imagined. And that was just the first stage of Shikai. The second stage, which required manual activation, was even more terrifying. By overlapping Shunkyo's space with a portion of reality, he could slice through space itself, allowing him to attack in ways that were completely unavoidable. This made his second stage Shikai a fusion of Operation Fruit Model, Modification Human's Room, One Piece, an absolute domain where he dictated the rules. Kakashi's Kamui, Naruto, instant, precise spatial destruction. In this state, even Hiro, Rankar's steel skin, spiritual pressure-based defense high-level Kido barriers were utterly useless. Against his second stage Shikai, there was no protection. For offense, it was absolute destruction. For defense, it was absolute invulnerability. That was Shunkyo. And this was only Shikai. Benkai? It would be on an entirely different level. However, Uehara Shiroa's Benkai training had just begun. Even with his third-class captain-level spiritual pressure, he still lacked the necessary strength to fully master Benkai. But he wasn't worried. With his task system, achieving Benkai was just a matter of time. As the night deepened, Uehara Shiroa prepared to receive the results from his Shadow Clones training. In his mind, he could clearly perceive Shunkyo's exclusive dimension. A vast personal space. It was as large as an entire city. For comparison, Obito's Kamui dimension was tiny in comparison. With such a massive training ground, his 4 Shadow Clones could train freely, even performing high-level techniques without spatial limitations. With a thought, one of his Shadow Clones dispersed. The one that had been training in sword art. Immediately, a flood of experience and memories surged into Uehara Shiroa's mind. He carefully processed and absorbed them. He could feel his swordsmanship improving. It was a sensation similar to receiving the system reward, Sword Art +1. Satisfied, he proceeded to dispel the remaining clones. Those training in Kido, flash steps, and hand-to-hand combats. With each clone's dispelling, his combat proficiency silently increased. Stronger without even lifting a finger. If other Shinigami knew about this, even captains would die of envy. When the next morning arrived, Uehara Shiroa checked his daily task panel. System notification, daily task, take a walk, take a peaceful evening stroll. When you reach 99 years old, you will embrace the lifestyle of a wandering vagabond. Reward, random attribute +2. Reading the task description, Uehara Shiroa couldn't help but internally complain. In Soul Society, living to 99 isn't called longevity. It's called premature death. As always, daily tasks were easy. There were no penalties for failure, and they constantly provided steady growth. It was free power-ups every day. With a light stretch, he left his courtyard, ready to complete his daily mission. But before heading out, he made a quick stop. He went to visit the 1st Division's vice-captain, Sasaki Chojiro. This white-haired, golden-eyed old man was not to be underestimated. 1,000 years ago, during Hwake's invasion of Soul Society, Sasaki Chojiro had been the one to stab Hwake in the back, allowing Captain Commander Yamamoto to land the finishing blow. Together, they saved Soul Society from total annihilation. Despite his strength and experience, Chojiro chose to remain as vice captain, dedicating himself to serving under Yamamoto. Even though he had the qualifications to be a captain, his loyalty never wavered. Uehara Shiroa casually reported some of the recent intelligence he had gathered. Much of it was outdated or minor details, but effort mattered more than accuracy. After all, slacking off still required proper tactics. One could be lazy with subordinates, but in front of superiors, the best strategy was to appear hardworking. A good employee wasn't the one who worked the hardest, but the one who was always visible to the boss. As expected, Chojiro nodded approvingly, looking at Uehara Shiroa with relief. This young man is diligent after all, the vice captain thought. Some people in Sairi Itai gossiped about Uehara Shiroa, calling him a lazy troublemaker. But wasn't he right here, working hard? As for his frequent visits to the red light district for drinks, at least he wasn't as hopeless as Shun Sakuraku. Meanwhile, at the 8th Division, far away, Shun Sakuraku suddenly shivered. He frowned, rubbing his arms. Did the drinking incident get exposed? No, that's impossible. The old man has known about it for years. Maybe some girls are thinking about me? He sighed dramatically. Being too charming is such a curse. The Sairi Itai, located at the center of Seoul's society, was massive. It spanned 130,000 Seoul miles, with a radius of 365 Seoul miles. For comparison, Karakura town, home to 100,000 people, had a radius of only 1 Seoul mile. It would take an ordinary soul about 40 days just to walk around the outskirts of Sairi Itai. Arranged in a circular design, the city's outer walls were composed of Sekaiski, which repelled spiritual energy. This barrier shielded Sairi Itai from outside intrusions, ensuring that only authorized individuals could enter. At each of the 4 main gates, north, south, east, and west, a powerful guardian stood watch, allowing only permitted personnel to pass. At that moment, Uehara Shiroa was wandering near the White Road Gate, enjoying the scenic view. The architecture was traditional. Gray and white buildings, tiled rooftops, exuding a classic Japanese aesthetic. The air was fresh, and the closer he got to the center, the denser the spiritual particles became. Before he realized it, his daily task was already completed. System notification, task complete, reward, sword dart +1, spiritual pressure +1, another effortless power-up. Life was good. Now, only one special mission remained on his panel, witness the birth of the Visored. And the reason he had come to White Road Gate was to complete it. Chapter 5. As Uehara Shiroa stepped outside the White Road Gate, he immediately noticed a group of Shinigami moving in the same direction. Toward Rukongai. Each of them had imposing physiques, some sporting cocky, streetwise hairstyles, giving them the look of either seasoned fighters or biker gang members. On the back of their Shiakusho, 4 bold characters stood out. 9th Division Combat Unit. At the front of the group stood none other than Muguruma Kensai, the captain of the 9th Division. Aside from Kensai, Uehara Shiroa also recognized 2 other familiar faces. One was Kuna Mashiro, the green-haired, carefree vice captain, known for her overwhelming hand-to-hand combat skills and seemingly boundless energy. The other figure lurked in the shadows, as if he had faded from existence itself. Tosen Kane, the 5th seat of the 9th Division. At this time, Tosen looked very different from his later years. Instead of his signature sunglasses and dreadlocks, he sported an afro, similar to the 7th Division captain, Love Kawa. Most of his face was obscured by a white mask, revealing only his closed eyes. Of course, this wasn't a hollow mask. Just an ordinary one. Uehara Shiroa glanced at them briefly before continuing on his way, acting as if he hadn't noticed anything. He knew exactly why Muguruma Kensai was headed to Rukongai. The disappearances of Rukongai civilians had finally drawn the attention of the higher-ups. And this was the beginning of the hollowification incident. Silently, Aizen had already set his plans into motion, spinning a web of deception over Seoul's society. The captains of the 13th Division of Imperial Guards had no idea what was coming. But this time, Uehara Shiroa intended to give Aizen a little surprise, while reaping the benefits for himself. As Uehara Shiroa leisurely strolled through the streets near the White Road Gate, he suddenly felt a presence. His gaze shifted toward the shadows. As if in response, a silver-haired figure stepped forward. The boy wore a Shinigami uniform, with a 5th Division armband on his right arm. With a sly smile, he greeted him, "Uehara-kun, long time no see." Though his tone was light-hearted, there was something about him. Something unnervingly cold, like the venomous stare of a snake. Uehara Shiroa let out a sigh, smirking. "Jin Ikamaru. After all these years, you still haven't changed. Still walking around with your eyes closed all the time. That must be a genius thing, huh?" The smirk on Ikamaru Jin's fox-like face grew wider. "Uehara-kun, You're still as amusing as ever." Though their time as classmates had been brief. Only about a year. Jin had always been somewhat intrigued by Uehara Shiroa. The reason? Unlike the other Shinigami in training, who worked tirelessly to improve their skills, Uehara Shiroa had always done things differently. One day, he'd skip training to go fishing. The next day, he'd wander off to the market. On other days, he'd sneak out for drinks. To outsiders, he seemed lazy, unmotivated, and wasting his potential. But Jin wasn't convinced. There was something strange about Uehara Shiroa. A kind of undeniable confidence, as if he already knew everything would work out for him. It was vague, but it was enough for Jin to pay attention. Testing the waters, Jin continued, "I heard that Vice Captain Aizen thinks very highly of you. Promoted you to a seated officer, didn't he?" Uehara Shiroa let out a soft chuckle, shaking his head. "Well, Jin-san. Vice Captain Aizen is one of the few honest men in Seoul society. You should work hard and never disappoint an honest man's expectations." There was something off about how he said that. Something subtly mocking, yet perfectly polite. Jin's expression didn't change, but his mind sharpened. Uehara Shiroa wasn't supposed to know anything. So why did it feel like he did? After a moment of silence, Jin simply nodded and smiled, showing gratitude toward Aizen. As expected. But inside, his thoughts were turning. Was Uehara Shiroa really as simple as he seemed? Not wanting to overextend his probing, Jin simply waved and took his leave. For now. Meanwhile, in Rukongai, Muguruma Kensai and his squad 9 Shinigami stood in stunned silence. They had just saved a young boy, Hisagi Shuai, from a hollow attack. But something wasn't right. There had been no signs of a Kuman, black cavity, opening nearby. Where had this hollow come from? Then they found it. 10 fallen Shinigami. All completely intact, yet completely empty. Their bodies were fully preserved, but they were nothing more than shells. Their uniforms were still fastened, as if they had simply disappeared inside them. Their straw sandals still contained traces of their feet, as if their limbs had suddenly vanished. It was exactly the same as the disappearing civilians before. When souls perished in Seoul society, their bodies typically disintegrated into spiritual pressure. Yet these corpses remained intact. It wasn't death. It was erasure. And the disappearances had spread to the advance team itself. A cold chill crept down Kensai's spine. Without hesitation, he barked out urgent orders. "Tosen. Report to the Central 46 immediately. Tell them all 10 advance team Shinigami are missing under the same circumstances as the civilians. Todo. Get in touch with Squad 12. Have them send in their technicians immediately to seal off the scene and investigate. Mashiro. Get everyone ready. We're staying here tonight." As Kensai finished giving orders, his eyes hardened. Whoever was behind this, they wouldn't get past the 9th Division. The Squad 9 members nodded in determination. Even Mashiro Kuna, despite her usual carefree nature, was fully prepared for battle. Shortly after, Todo returned with news. The vice captain of the 12th Division, Sarugaki Hori, was already on her way. As for Captain Urara Kisuke, he was currently occupied with his own secret research and unable to respond. Hearing this, Kensai finally felt a little relief. As night fell, Kensai patrolled the perimeter once more. Returning to his tent, he noticed Mashiro Kuna already fast asleep. Shaking his head, he sighed. Only someone as carefree as her could sleep so soundly right now. And then, a piercing scream shattered the silence outside. Chapter 6 In Rukongai, Kensai Muguruma heard the blood-curdling screams and rushed out of the tent, gripping his zanpakuto tightly. The sight that greeted him was a massacre. 2 members of the 9th Division who had been on night watch lay motionless on the ground, their lifeblood seeping into the dirt, staining it crimson. Their lifeless eyes reflected the pale glow of the full moon above, a stark contrast to the burning rage in Kensai's heart. A short distance away, squad member Todo stood frozen, his zanpakuto still in his hand, yet there was no sign of movement. Todo. Kensai's eyes turned bloodshot, and he instinctively activated his shikai. Tikakes. Blow them away. The blade in his hand transformed, and Kensai took a step forward, ready to strike down the traitor before him. But then, he hesitated. Todo, who had been standing still just a moment ago, suddenly had blood gushing from his throat. He collapsed to the ground in an eerie silence. Something was wrong. Kensai's instincts screamed at him. Todo's zanpakuto was clean. There was no trace of blood on the blade. If he had been the attacker, the weapon would have been stained. And the scream. Kensai suddenly realized. It hadn't come from the squad members on the ground. It had come from Todo. His unease deepened. The shadows around him felt heavier. This was no simple ambush. This was a carefully orchestrated trap. A trap set not just for his squad, but for him, the captain of the 9th Division. Mashiro. Wake up. Kensai's thoughts turned to Mashiro Kuna, who was still sleeping inside the tent. Panic surged through him. He needed to wake Mashiro and get him out of here. He stepped back, turning toward the tent. Darkness. For a brief moment, his vision blurred. His body wavered. By the time his senses returned, a sharp, searing pain exploded in his chest. Kensai looked down. A narrow, deadly blade had pierced through his body from behind, its tip glistening with his blood. His grip on his zanpakuto trembled. He slowly turned his head, and his pupils shrank in sheer disbelief. You. Why? His voice was weak, filled with shock and betrayal. The full moon continued to bathe the land in its cold light, silently witnessing the tragedy unfold. Meanwhile, in the barracks of the 1st Division, Uehara Shiroa sat leisurely, absent-mindedly spinning a pair of thin-framed glasses between his fingers. His lips curled into a faint smile as he checked their details once more. Disguise glasses, grade, B-class type, technological product ability, completely disguises the user's appearance, spiritual pressure, temperament, voice, scent, and even the essence of their soul. Introduction, a Kryptonian creation, acquired after completing Special Mission 5, join the 13th Division of Imperial Guards. When I put on these glasses, I am a harmless reporter. When I take them off, I am a god on Earth. This little tool was going to be invaluable tonight. Despite being only a B-class item, its effect was powerful. Comparable, in some ways, to Aizen's Kyokusugetsu. Just as he finished reviewing the item's details, a sharp voice interrupted his thoughts. Emergency call. Emergency call. An urgent situation has occurred. The spiritual pressures of Captain Kensai Mugaruma and Vice Captain Mashiro Kuna have suddenly vanished. All captains are to gather at the 1st Division headquarters immediately. Uehara's smirk widened. It's finally begun. With Kensai and the others out of the picture, the stage was set. Without hesitation, Uehara split off a shadow clone. Unlike before, when he had dispelled all his clones, this was his first one of the night. It would remain in Soul Society, ensuring he had a solid alibi. That should be enough to fool even you, Aizen. The real Uehara, meanwhile, put on his disguise glasses. In an instant, his entire appearance changed. His once youthful face transformed into that of a composed, bespectacled middle-aged man. His spiritual pressure altered, becoming completely unrecognizable. Satisfied, he activated his Shunkyo space manipulation and slipped into the void. With this ability, he could freely enter and exit the alternate space, allowing him to traverse Soul Society undetected. Of course, such movement required spiritual energy. But with his immense reserves, the cost was negligible. The space around him was barren, save for a small corner filled with various items. Several high-end fishing rods, multiple sets of clothing, shoes, and other necessities. Uehara casually picked up a white windbreaker that he had prepared in advance and swapped it with his Shinigami uniform. Then, he retrieved a mirror. The reflection that stared back at him was completely different from before. A handsome, bespectacled man with sharp black hair and a refined aura. As expected of me. Even when disguised, I'm still stunning. If only I were a little taller. He had even planned for that. The clothes and shoes he wore were stolen. Borrowed. From a noble's mansion. No records, no proof. If someone tried to track him, they'd find nothing. A battle of deception against Aizen. It's all in the details. With everything in place, Uehara swiftly moved toward Rukongai. While the other captains were scrambling to gather at headquarters, he was already making his move. Thanks to Shunkyo's space manipulation, he bypassed every security barrier without effort. To the guards and patrols, he was nothing more than an invisible ghost. Within moments, he had breached the soul sealing membrane, the supposedly impenetrable boundary between the Siriite AI and Rukongai. As expected, it was utterly useless against him. Under the moon's watchful gaze, Uehara sharpened his spiritual senses. A moment later, he locked onto two distinct spiritual pressures. With a small smirk, he moved toward them without hesitation. Back at the 1st Division headquarters, tension filled the room. The captains of the 13th Division of Imperial Guard stood assembled, their expressions grim. Even the usually laid-back Shun Sekiraku was no longer smiling. His usual playfulness had been replaced with razor-sharp focus. In a single night, an entire team had vanished without a trace. Not just any team. But the 9th Division, along with its captain and vice-captain. This was no ordinary attack. The only one who remained completely unfazed was Yamamoto Genryu's Ishigakuni. The ancient leader stood firm, his wooden cane pressed into the floor as he issued orders with unshakable authority. 3rd Division Captain, Rojiro Aturbashi rose. 5th Division Captain, Hiroko Shinji. 7th Division Captain, Love Kawa. You three will lead the search and rescue operation. 2nd Division Captain, Shion Yoruichi. Remain on standby. 6th Division Captain, Kuichiki Jinrai. 8th Division Captain, Shun Sekiraku. 13th Division Captain, Yukitake Joshiro. You will assist me in defending the Siriite AI? 4th Division Captain, Hirahara Retsu. Prepare for the wounded. With the orders given, the captains moved. Chapter 7. After the 1st Division mobilized its forces, the emergency rescue team was swiftly assembled. The team consisted of 5 members: Rosa Trabashi, Hiroko Shinji, Akawa Love, Yadomaru Lisa, and the deputy chief of the Kido Corps, Hikage Nishida. Standing at the entrance of the 1st Division, Uehara Shiroa watched as the 5 figures hurried away, his thoughts swirling. So, it's unfolding exactly as I remember. 3 captains, 1 vice captain, and a deputy chief from the Kido Corps. Each incredibly skilled and formidable. A lineup like this would normally be more than enough to handle an expedition to Hukomundo. But unfortunately, you've all run into Aizen, the master of deception and hairspray. Still, Uehara Shiroa wasn't too concerned about the outcome. After all, in the original timeline, none of them had died. They were merely forced to undergo holification and later became members of the Visored. 100 years of exile in the human world? For a Shinigami, that was hardly different from a decade for ordinary humans. It was more of an extended vacation than a true punishment. Just as Uehara was lost in thought, Shun Sekiraku emerged, his usual carefree expression replaced by a rare look of solemnity. Brother Shunsi, what's wrong? This isn't like you at all, Uehara Shiroa's shadow clone asked, feigning ignorance. The thought of being seen through never even crossed his mind. The shadow clone jutsu, originally developed by the 2nd Hokage, might have only been classified as a B-rank technique in the Naruto world, but it was undeniably overpowered. Shun Sekiraku's gaze lingered on Uehara Shiroa before he finally voiced the doubt that had been gnawing at him for a while. What do you think of Aizen? The question slipped out before he could stop himself. Realizing his mistake, he shook his head. Forget it. Maybe I'm just overthinking things. Shinji had once expressed suspicions about Aizen. Not long after, a horrific incident occurred in Rukongai. Shun Sekiraku couldn't help but connect the dots. Could Vice Captain Aizen really be involved in something? Impossible. How could someone so perfect have any issues? Uehara Shiroa's shadow clone scratched his head with a puzzled expression. Is something wrong with Vice Captain Aizen? That doesn't seem likely. His words only made Shun Sekiraku think even harder. After a brief silence, he suddenly spoke. Follow me. With that, he disappeared in a flash steps, leaving the shadow clone to follow closely behind. A short while later, the two arrived at the 5th Division barracks. Right on cue, Aizen just so happened to be passing by. Wearing rimless glasses and sporting an unassuming hairstyle, the ever-polite vice captain stopped to salute Shun Sekiraku. To Shun Sekiraku, the Aizen before him was flawless. Appearance, voice, height, Zunpacto, even his spiritual pressure. Everything checked out. But to Uehara Shiroa's shadow clone, this Aizen was nothing more than a convincing imitation. This was Kyoka Suigetsu's absolute dominance over the 5 senses, affecting even spiritual perception itself. At every Shino Academy opening and graduation ceremony, Aizen would activate his Shikai in front of everyone, claiming that Kyoka Suigetsu was just a simple water-type Zanpakuto. Of course, Uehara Shiroa, who knew the truth of the story, had never fallen for that lie. Instead, he had always used shadow clones for classes and ceremonies, ensuring that he himself never directly witnessed Kyoka Suigetsu's release. Now, he played along, smiling and greeting the counterfeit Aizen with casual respect. Vice Captain Aizen, still working this late? You really are a model of diligence. It was all about the details. The more natural his reactions, the less suspicion he would arouse. After a brief exchange, Shun Sekiraku and Uehara Shiroa left the barracks. Kiraku let out a breath, his expression softening. Looks like Aizen's fine. I was just overthinking it. Anyone would be suspicious after everything that's happened, Uehara Shiroa replied. Deep down, though, he found it baffling how no one else was seeing through Aizen's schemes. These captains had lived for centuries, even millennia, and yet Aizen was manipulating them right under their noses. Were they simply too complacent after so many years of peace? Or was Aizen just that damn good? Meanwhile, in the Technical Development Bureau, Urahara Gisuke put on his latest invention. An invisibility cloak. And vanished into the night, heading toward the scene of the incident. West Rukongai, District 57. Tori Sarugaki was already engaged in a fierce battle. Her childlike frame was riddled with cuts and bruises, and her blonde pigtails, usually bouncing with energy, now drooped from exhaustion. Still, the badge on her left shoulder, the insignia of the 12th Division's vice captain, gleamed under the moonlight. Gritting her teeth, she refused to back down. A massive black shadow loomed over her, emanating a terrifying presence. A suffocating spiritual pressure surged outward like a violent storm, filling the air with the stench of blood and carnage. Hori's pupils shrank. She knew this spiritual pressure. It was the ominous, violent presence of a hollow. But what truly unsettled her was how eerily familiar this humanoid hollow seemed. No time to think. Her instincts took over. Bakudo number 37, 6 hanging ropes. A light blue net of Kido materialized, expanding outward to trap the hollow. But before she could breathe a sigh of relief, the hollow effortlessly ripped through the barrier with a single swipe of its claw. With immense speed, it leaped high into the air, its bone-armored fists plummeting toward her with terrifying force. The gust from its descent blasted against her face, while its sheer size blotted out the moonlight, making her small figure look even more fragile in comparison. The weight of its oppressive spiritual pressure locked her in place, leaving no room for escape. For the first time in a long while, Hori felt completely trapped. Just as she braced for impact, a calm, lazy voice rang out. "You're only using Bakudo? Hori, when did you get so soft?" In a flash, a blade intercepted the hollow's attack, stopping it midair. A single strike, and the monstrous force of the hollow was pushed back. The captain-level spiritual pressure of Shinji erupted, forcing the hollow to retreat. Hot on his heels, Akawa Love, Rosa Terbashi, and Yodomaru Lisa arrived as well. Trailing behind them, Hokage Nishida, not as adept in flash steps, was still catching up. Not far away, Uehara Shiroa watched from the shadows, his gaze locked onto the scene. Finally, the show begins. He had actually arrived much earlier, long before Shinji and the others. With time to spare, he had even styled his hair Joukikian style, leading the fashion trend of the era. Now, he simply wondered. What kind of reward would he get this time? A Super Saiyan bloodline would be great. Maybe the Rinnegan with 9 Tomoe? No. A 6 Infinity Stone gauntlet at least? I'm not picky. Meanwhile, Hori, still shaken, didn't retort as usual. Instead, she muttered, I can't do anything else." Her words startled Shinji and the others. What did she mean, "I can't do anything else"? Chapter 8. Shinji and the others barely had time to process their shock before an enormous humanoid hollow lunged toward them. It wasn't until now that they finally got a clear look at the creature. And what they saw stunned them all over again. Despite his now massive frame, despite the white bone armor covering his arms, despite the square bone mask completely concealing his face, they recognized him immediately. Kensai? Rosa Terbashi, Akawa Love, and Yodomaru Lisa exchanged disbelieving glances. The sheer spiritual pressure emanating from the hollowified figure was overwhelming. The mask covering his face was proof that something wasn't right. No way. Is this really Kensai? They didn't want to believe it, but there was no mistaking it. The white captain's hair draped over his shoulders, the black 69 tattoo on his chest and abdomen. This was Kensai Muguruma. Regardless of whether this is Kensai or not, we have to fight. Shinji gritted his teeth and tightened his grip on his Zanpakuto. Almost immediately, the hollowified Kensai erupted with a devastating surge of spiritual pressure, signaling the start of the battle. Be careful, Shinji. Kensai isn't acting like himself. Hori tried to warn them, but before she could finish, the fight had already begun. From the very first exchange, Shinji understood what Hori meant. Kensai, now devoid of reason, could no longer wield his Zanpakuto, yet his raw power was devastating. The bone armor covering his body granted him immense durability, making him nearly impervious to attacks. His punches carried destructive force, shaking the very ground beneath them. Faced with his former comrade, Shinji hesitated. No matter how dangerous Kensai had become, he couldn't bring himself to go all out against him. And that hesitation cost him. Realizing the dire situation, Akawa and Rose rushed forward to assist. Even with the combined strength of 3 captains, they were barely able to hold Kensai back. Then, suddenly, Mashiro appeared. Her sudden arrival caught everyone off guard. But what shocked them even more was her appearance. Like Kensai, her legs were now covered in white bone armor, and her face was concealed beneath a black and white mantis-like mask. The spiritual pressure radiating from her body was wild and chaotic, a level far beyond what a vice captain should possess. The Shinigami froze in shock. What the hell? Mashiro too? Recovering from their disbelief, Lisa swiftly joined the battle, drawing her Zanpakuto. Meanwhile, Hori, still weakened from her injuries, collapsed onto the ground. Now, it was 4 Shinigami against 2 monstrous former allies. Yet, despite outnumbering their opponents, the Shinigami were being pushed back. Just when it seemed like they would be completely overwhelmed, salvation arrived. Hokage Nishida, the deputy chief of the Kido Corps, finally made it to the battlefield. With his expertise in binding Kido, The battle took a turn. After a grueling struggle, the Shinigami combined their efforts to assist Bakujin in casting Bakudo number 99, Prohibition and Full Prohibition. A powerful sealing technique that finally managed to restrain Kensai and Mashiro. But the damage had been done. Shinji and the others stood there, battered and bleeding. Their bodies were covered in deep wounds, their exhaustion weighing heavily on them. Yet, amidst their relief, they failed to notice something important. Tori Sarugaki's condition was rapidly deteriorating. Her breathing became erratic. Her vision blurred. Her consciousness was slipping. Then, a sudden, violent surge of spiritual pressure erupted from her body. A terrifying black and white hollow mask materialized over her face. Her eyes glowed with raw malice. And in that moment, Tori was no longer herself. Tori? Shinji's eyes widened in horror. Rose, Aikawa, and Lisa all took a step back, stunned as they watched Tori transform before their very eyes. Then, darkness fell. A suffocating black veil descended upon them, shrouding the entire battlefield. Their hearing, sight, smell, even their spiritual senses. All of it vanished in an instant. What's going on? Aikawa gripped his Zanpakuto tightly, desperately trying to call out to his comrades. But no matter how much he shouted, his voice made no sound. There was nothing. No light, no sound, no presence. Just an endless void of darkness. Then, a sudden, searing pain pierced his chest. By the time he registered what had happened, he was already falling. When the darkness finally receded, he found himself lying on the ground, blood pooling beneath him. And he wasn't alone. Shinji, Rose, and Lisa had all collapsed around him, their bodies wounded and broken. Shock and despair filled their eyes. They had lost. From a distance, hidden in the shadows, Uchiha leisurely opened another bag of homemade potato chips. The real show's about to begin. Only Shinji remained conscious, though barely. Summoning every ounce of his remaining strength, he forced himself to look up. And when he saw who their attacker was, his pupil shrank in horror. Standing over them was a man wearing a white mask, his blade dripping with fresh blood. But what truly sent a chill down Hirako Shinji's spine was the uniform the man was wearing. It was the 9th Division's captain's uniform. A single name escaped Hirako's lips in a whisper of shock and fury. Tosen Kaname. You were the one who attacked Kensai, weren't you? Why? Why did you betray us? A heavy silence hung in the air. Then, a gentle yet chillingly familiar voice echoed from behind him. He didn't betray me. Hirako froze. His breath hitched as recognition dawned upon him. Slowly, he turned his head. And there, standing right behind him, was the man he had suspected all along. Aizen Sosuke. A sinister smile curled on Aizen's lips as he stepped forward. Behind him, Ikamaru-jin smirked in amusement. Tosen Kaname knelt before Aizen and bowed his head respectfully. Lord Aizen. In his hiding spot, Uchiha's eyes lit up with excitement. Finally, the real mastermind enters the stage. It was his time to act. Shinji clenched his fists, rage twisting his face. I knew something was wrong with you, Aizen. He spat through gritted teeth. Aizen, still eerily composed, gazed down at his injured captain. With an unsettling calmness, he spoke, So, when did you first suspect me? Shinji sneered. Since you were in your mother's womb. Aizen chuckled at the response, not the least bit fazed. You have always been perceptive, Captain Shinji, he admitted. But, unfortunately. Didn't you notice? His voice dropped into a chilling whisper. For the past month. It wasn't even me you were watching. Shinji's eyes widened in realization. He had been played. And now, he and his comrades were nothing more than Aizen's test subjects. Aizen's blade slowly lifted. You've served your purpose. But now, I have no more use for you. Chapter 9. Just as Aizen's blade was about to strike the hollowified Shinji, a sudden slash intercepted his attack. Urahara Gisuke emerged from under an invisibility cloak, his Zanpakuto aimed at Aizen's chest. Reacting swiftly, Aizen dodged with effortless precision, avoiding any real damage. However, the 5th Division emblem fastened to his right arm was severed by the tip of Urahara's blade, clattering to the ground. As the metallic insignia rolled away, another figure stepped forward. Tessite Tsukabishi, the formidable Kido chief. The towering demon priest stood beside Urahara, his spiritual pressure looming over the battlefield like an impenetrable fortress. Both had arrived unnoticed, their presence masked by Urahara's self-developed invisibility cloaks, which not only concealed their forms but also erased their spiritual pressure entirely. Aizen, unfazed, turned to them with an amused smile. Ah, 2 more interesting guests have arrived, he mused. His eyes flickered across the battlefield, assessing the situation in an instant. Urahara Gisuke's usual lightheartedness was gone. His gaze was cold and sharp, his voice like a dagger. Aizen. You're really conducting holofication experiments on fellow captains? Aizen merely pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose, feigning innocence. Holofication? I'm afraid I don't quite understand what you're accusing me of, Captain Urara, he said smoothly. Could it be that you used some strange technological devices from the Development Bureau to transform Shinji and the others? That would be quite an overreach for someone in your position. His expression was that of a wronged scholar, as if he were the victim here. Urara Kisuke's fists tightened around his sword hilt. Aizen. It was rare for him to lose composure, but the sight of his former colleagues writhing in agony, on the verge of complete holo transformation, ignited a fury deep within him. Behind Aizen, Jin observed the scene with his usual mischievous smile, his eyes barely slits as he watched the spectacle unfold. Meanwhile, Tosen had already drawn his Zanpakuto, standing ready to strike at Aizen's command. As if on cue, the agonized screams of the holofied Shinigami filled the air. The violent surge of spiritual energy indicated that they were now moments away from losing themselves completely. Aizen watched with an almost academic curiosity, then spoke softly, "Let it happen." He adjusted his glasses again, his gaze glinting in the moonlight. The so-called captains of the 13th Division of Imperial Guards are merely this fragile. I am not giving them a curse, but a gift. Urara Kisuke, surely you understand that, don't you? Urara's expression darkened. He wanted nothing more than to cut Aizen down where he stood. But he couldn't abandon Shinji and the others. Clenching his jaw, he focused all his energy on stabilizing the 8 holofied Shinigami with every Kido technique he had mastered. Tessai joined him, skillfully weaving high-level spells to suppress their rampaging holo transformations. Aizen, watching this struggle, made no effort to interfere. Jin tilted his head, smirking. Impressive. The great chief of Kido casting a forbidden technique beyond the 90s level without even chanting. Terrifying stuff, really. As he spoke, he casually edged away from Urara and Tessai. The moment the two Shinigami completed their spells, Urara turned his glare toward Aizen once more. Aizen. It's your turn now. Tessai, having just unleashed one of the highest-level Kido techniques, shifted his focus onto Aizen as well. But Aizen merely smiled. I'm afraid there's no need for me to fight you, he said calmly. You've already served your purpose. Meanwhile, in the dimensional rift, Uchiha Shiroa observed the entire ordeal with keen interest. Seeing Shinji and the others fully holofied, he let out a relieved sigh. Mission complete. The system would soon issue his reward, bringing him one step closer to invincibility. Satisfied, he turned his attention to the battlefield below. A fight was about to break out. And he was about to make his entrance. Without hesitation, Uchiha activated his teleportation ability, stepping out of the void silently. Then, instead of lurking in the shadows, he walked right into the open, gazing up at the enormous golden moon overhead. The moonlight tonight is truly breathtaking, he sighed, as if he were merely out for a nighttime stroll. On such a gentle and elegant night, people should be drinking and chatting, not drawing their swords. He shook his head in mock regret. It seems I've come at the wrong time. The entire battlefield fell silent. Even Aizen, for the first time, showed a hint of genuine surprise. Not a single person. Not Urara Kisuke, not Tessai, not even Tosen or Jin. Had sensed this man's approach. It was as if he had materialized out of thin air. Who was he? Wouldn't the esteemed guest care to introduce himself? Aizen asked smoothly, regaining his composure. Uchiha Shiroa turned to him with an amused expression. My name? Well, I am Otsutsuki Naruto. The Otsutsuki clan has long been experts in planting trees. We've been environmentalists for generations. As the last heir of my noble lineage, you may simply refer to me as the prince. Aizen narrowed his eyes slightly. Otsutsuki. That isn't a name I've heard within the Siriite AI or Rukongai, he mused, turning toward Tosen. Can name? Tosen immediately responded, vanishing in an instant. With lightning speed, he reappeared behind Uchiha, his blade already piercing straight through his lower abdomen. Uchiha stared at the sword protruding from his stomach, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief. This. How is this possible? He murmured weakly. His spiritual pressure weakened dramatically as he collapsed to his knees. Yet. Something felt off. There was no blood. No wound. Tosen frowned under his mask. He had felt his blade connect. But it was as if it had merely passed through thin air. Urara Kisuke and Tessai exchanged puzzled glances. There was no spiritual pressure fluctuation. This isn't a Kido spell. Could it be Zanpakuto related? Tessai murmured. Not just any illusion, Urara added, his mind racing. Realizing he had been tricked, Tosen's grip tightened on his blade, his pride wounded. Gritting his teeth, he unleashed his Bankai. Bankai. In Mikoragi. Instantly, total darkness consumed the battlefield. Sight, hearing, smell, spiritual perception. All vanished. Only the sense of touch remained. A second later, Uchiha was gone. From the void, he smirked, watching as Tosen stood in his own darkness, utterly confused. Tosen had activated his Bankai. And yet, he was now the one unable to sense his enemy. For the first time in his life, Tosen Kaname truly felt blind. Chapter 10. In the blink of an eye, Uchiha vanished, reappearing effortlessly outside the range of Tosen Kaname's Bankai. The darkness that had engulfed the battlefield now seemed meaningless. Tosen had unleashed his ultimate technique, yet his target had simply escaped. Watching from a distance, Aizen's lips curled into an intrigued smile. "You have quite the impressive ability," he remarked. The moment he finished speaking, he disappeared. A second later, Aizen materialized right in front of Uchiha, his hand raised in a swift, decisive motion. Hado number 90, Black Coffin. A colossal surge of spiritual pressure erupted, distorting the very atmosphere. The overwhelming force of Aizen's incantation less Kurahitsugi twisted space itself, forming a sealed black coffin around Uchiha. Within that coffin, high-density spiritual particles swirled violently, tearing through the enclosed space with raw, destructive power. Watching this unfold, Uragisu clenched his jaw, a flicker of alarm flashing beneath the brim of his hat. Aizen. This man hid too deeply. On the surface, he seemed ordinary. No particular talent that stood out. But in reality, he was a master of everything. A prodigy among prodigies. Tessite Tsukabushi also frowned, his expression grim. A vice captain, casting Hado number 90, Black Coffin. Without an incantation, with this much power. Tessai's voice was laced with disbelief. He, as the great Kido chief, could achieve the same feat. But Aizen wasn't a Kido specialist. Yet his power in Kido was beyond exceptional. And this might not even be his full strength. Just how much power is Aizen hiding? As the black coffin began to compress, Aizen let out a small sigh. What an admirable ability. But I have no more time to waste here. His tone was casual, almost indifferent. Tosen. Jin. We're leaving. Without even bothering to glance back at the battlefield, Aizen turned on his heel and walked away. Tosen followed wordlessly. However, Jin hesitated, glancing at the engulfed Uchiha. Lord Aizen. Don't you want to make sure? Jin's smile was sharp, almost predatory. If the opponent is still breathing, I could finish him off for you. Aizen continued walking, his voice drifting back without a second glance. Jin. If the Soul Society were filled with only mediocre, this world would be far too dull. His words carried an undeniable finality. When I ascend the throne above the heavens, there will naturally be those who crawl beneath my feet. Jin let out a low chuckle. Then, without another word, he followed. Their silhouettes melted into the night, vanishing from sight. Yet, Uchiha did not reappear. He had remained hidden, silent and unseen. The truth was simple. Tonight wasn't about fighting Aizen. It was about understanding the level of power he would one day face. And Uchiha now knew. Aizen had seen through his abilities, choosing to withdraw rather than engage in an unnecessary battle. With the crisis over, Tessai wasted no time. To save the 8 hollow-fied Shinigami, he began to cast the forbidden Kido of time manipulation. And Uchiha quickly left the scene, eager for his mission reward. Meanwhile, in the first division barracks Shun Sakuraku sat in silence, his expression unusually serious. Beside him, Uchiha's shadow clone mirrored his worry, pretending to be deeply concerned. Shunsei, noticing the tension on Uchiha's face, offered a rare moment of comfort. Don't worry, Shiroa, he said gently. Lisa will come back. The shadow clone nodded in silence, feigning relief. At that moment, the real Uchiha, who had just left the battlefield, received a system notification. Ding. Special Mission 7 completed. Reward, a rank item, Horse Talisman, a silver-white hexagonal disc materialized in the system space, hovering gently. In its center, a blue horse-head-shaped talisman radiated a faint glow. Uchiha's eyes lit up in excitement. He immediately extracted the horse talisman from the system. Horse Talisman, level, a rank item, type, magical artifact, ability, expels all abnormal conditions and restores things to their original state. Description, originates from the anime Jackie-chan adventures, part of the 12 talismans wielded by the demon sorcerer Shindu. Acquired upon witnessing the birth of the Vizards. Has the power to reverse any damage, even if the target was reduced to nothing. Uchiha's grin widened as he stored the talisman in his personal space. This thing is just like Crazy Diamond from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. But better. The horse talisman's ability was almost identical to Josuke Higashikata's stand. A healing fist that could revert injuries. It also bore similarities to Inoue Orihime's Soten Kishun, except without any spiritual energy limitations. From this moment forward, Uehara Shiroa had gained true invulnerability. No poisons, no curses, no hollowification, and no abnormal statuses could affect him. All of Mayuri Kurotsushi's grotesque science? Useless. Even the terrifying shrifts of the Stern Ritter. As not sphere toxin Huck's almighty Pernida's nerve control Giselle's zombie ability, none of it would work on him. Even Kinpachi's Araki, who had once suffered at the hands of the terrifying Stern Ritter guards, would have fallen to their unnatural abilities. Even Ichigo Kurosaki, the so-called Soul Society's savior, had nearly died due to poison attacks. But Uehara Shiroa would never have to worry about such weaknesses. With one mission, he had obtained a god-tier safeguard. Now, his steps felt lighter, his mood brighter. As dawn approached, he returned to the 1st Division's barracks, his face calm and unbothered. Silently, he stepped inside. In the very instant that he entered his quarters, Uehara Shiroa reabsorbed his shadow clone, seamlessly swapping places with it. All the memories of the clone poured into his mind. After reviewing them carefully, he nodded in satisfaction. Flawless, as expected of me. Meanwhile, at Central 46, as expected, the elitist fools in the Central 46 made their final ruling. The 8 hollowified Shinigami were sentenced to execution. Additionally, the 2 individuals responsible for their transformation, Uraraka Isuke and Tessite Tsukubishi, were sentenced as well. At the last moment, Shioi Noruichi intervened, rescuing all 11 of them. Together, they escaped to the human world. The Soul Society's most powerful Shinigamis. 6 captains, 3 vice-captains, the head of the Kido Corps and his deputy, all gone overnight. Half of the 13th Division of Imperial Guards' leadership wiped out. A tense unease spread across Iritai, but the noble families pretended not to notice. As long as Yamamoto Genryu's eye remained, they would continue their frivolous lives, playing music and sipping tea. Blissfully unaware that their world was already crumbling beneath their feet. Chapter 11. A few days after the hollowification incident, Captain Commander Yamamoto Genryu's Ishigakuni swiftly issued a series of personnel orders to fill the many vacant positions within the 13th Division of Imperial Guards. Su Ifeng, a 9th-generation descendant of the Feng family and former direct guard of the Onmitsu Kido commander, replaced Yoruichi Shioin as the new captain of the 2nd Division. Aizen Sosuke, previously the vice-captain of the 5th Division, was promoted to replace Shinji Hirako as its new captain. Under Aizen's recommendation, Ekamaru Jin, the former 5th Division 5th seat, was elevated to vice-captain. Yamamoto also promoted his trusted subordinate, Kame Morishijin, appointing him as the new captain of the 7th Division, succeeding Love Kawa. Tosen Kane, the sole survivor of the hollowification incident, secured his position with Aizen's support, taking over the 9th Division from Kinsai Muguruma. As for the 3rd and 12th Divisions, suitable candidates were lacking, leaving the positions to be temporarily filled by their respective vice-captains, Izuru Kira and Mayuri Kurotsuchi. However, their situations were far from ideal. Izuru lacked the necessary experience, while Mayuri, though highly capable, was viewed with deep mistrust. The aftermath of the incident left Siriite AI on edge. Elite Shinigami teams patrolled day and night, handpicked from various squads, their sharp spiritual pressure setting them apart from ordinary soldiers. Training intensity surged across the divisions, with captains leading by example to demonstrate their power and authority. In this tense atmosphere, Uehara Shiroa, rather than participating in direct combat patrols, made an unexpected request. He volunteered to guard Hanamiki, the famed flower street of Siriite AI. The flower street was the heart of Siriite AI's nightlife. Scents of blossoms mingled with the faint haze of incense, casting a dreamlike charm beneath a canopy of bright lanterns. Laughter and music floated through the air, blending with the clink of sake cups. It was a place of revelry, pleasure, and indulgence. Within the most luxurious tea house on Flower Street, Uehara Shiroa sat with Captain Shun Sakuraku, both enjoying a night of fine wine and companionship. 2 exquisite courtesans, the finest in appearance, manner, and charm, tended to Uehara. Their every gesture was graceful, their attention wholly devoted to him. Kiraku, seated across from him with his own companions, watched the scene with a tinge of envy. He swirled his sake cup and muttered, "TCH. So this is what it's like to be handsome, huh?" The girls by Kiraku's side were certainly lovely, but compared to Uehara's Oiran, masters of their art, reserved for only the most distinguished patrons, there was simply no comparison. Oiran, after all, could choose their clients, and few ever earned their undivided attention. Yet, Uehara Shiroa enjoyed their services without spending a single coin. Kiraku couldn't help but grumble, "Damn it. How do you manage this, Shiro?" Rising from his seat, he adjusted his hat with a sigh. Without his former vice-captain, Lisa Yadomaru, The burden of paperwork fell solely on his shoulders, leaving little room for leisure. He was still searching for a new vice captain, though he already knew who would be the perfect fit. He glanced meaningfully at Uchiha Shiroa, but the thought passed without mention. Their bond was strong, built on years of camaraderie, and both understood the unspoken agreement between them. If two slackers shared an office, who would do the work? Uchiha Shiroa, reclining with a courtesan feeding him grapes, flashed a smirk. Leaving so soon, Kiraku? The night's still young. Kiraku chuckled, unlike you, I have responsibilities. Shouldn't you be busy with First Division duties instead of slacking off here? With a confident grin, Uchiha tightened his arms around the beauties beside him. I am working. Protecting Flower Street is my duty. You wouldn't want such delicate flowers to come to harm, would you, Brother Kiraku? The courtesans giggled, their voices light and sweet as they leaned into him. Lord Shiroa, you're amazing. It's such an honor to be protected by you. Kiraku, witnessing this farcical scene, could only shake his head. You win, Shiroa. Enjoy your duty. He turned, making his way toward the exit. But as he reached the doorway, Uchiha's voice rang out behind him, loud and mischievous. Keep the music going. Keep dancing. Captain Kiraku's covering all expenses tonight. Kiraku stumbled mid-step, nearly crashing to the floor. He shot a horrified glance over his shoulder, only to find Uchiha laughing heartily. With a helpless sigh, Kiraku pulled his hat lower and vanished from the tea house in a blur of shunpo. Later that night, Uchiha Shiroa, thoroughly satisfied, returned to his private quarters. Despite his antics, he didn't truly charge Kiraku. He had billed the expenses to the First Division's account. Guarding Flower Street day and night is exhausting, he mused playfully, stretching his limbs. The least they can do is cover the tab. Just then, a familiar sound chimed in his mind. Ding. Daily task relaxation complete. Reward White Album Stand Proficiency +1, Shunpo +1, Uchiha's eyes glinted with satisfaction. Good, good. Getting stronger without lifting a finger. What could be better? He withdrew a small, jade-like artifact from his sleeve. The horse talisman, a treasure from his ever-reliable system. Over the past few days, he had experimented extensively with its abilities. Sober restoration, the talisman only worked when he was near total drunkenness, instantly clearing his mind. Mild recovery, it could ease fatigue but couldn't restore spiritual pressure or stamina. Object repair, it could perfectly restore damaged items, though at a cost proportional to the object's size and complexity, draining his spiritual pressure. However, a few questions remained unanswered. Could it repair a shattered Zanpakuto? Could it cure hollowification side effects? If so, the talisman's value would skyrocket beyond measure. For now, Uchiha Shiroa was content with his progress. Between completing daily tasks and researching the horse talisman, his power steadily grew under the radar. Oddly, even with his recent frivolous requests. Like his self-appointed role as Flower Street's protector. Neither Vice Captain Chojiro nor Yamamoto himself objected. In fact, they seemed almost accommodating. Uchiha smirked knowingly. So they're keeping me on a long leash, eh? Doesn't matter. I get my salary, I get stronger, and I get to relax. Everyone wins. His plan was simple. Stay under the radar, survive the chaos, and emerge invincible by the time the grand plot unfolded. Meanwhile, at the 5th Division barracks, Aizen Sosuke stood with his signature serene expression, his captain's haori resting lightly on his shoulders. Before him, Ekamaru Jin offered his usual fox-like grin. Jin, Aizen spoke, his voice soft but commanding, any progress on locating Captain Hirako and the others? Ekamaru's smile never faltered. They're hiding in the world of the living, but the Kido Corps can't pin down their exact location. Aizen nodded, unfazed by the lack of progress. They'll reveal themselves eventually. What of the investigation into the Otsutsuki family? Ekamaru's eyes glinted briefly. Nothing. No records in Siriite AI or the human world. Likely a fabrication. Then, with a curious tilt of his head, he asked, shall I mobilize forces to search for that Otsutsuki Naruto? Aizen paused, then shook his head. No. We still don't know his motives. Let him make the first move. Our priority remains the Hogyoku. Once we achieve complete hollowification, no one, Otsutsuki or otherwise, will matter. Jin bowed deeply, his smirk unchanged. Understood, Aizen Teicho. But behind that ever-present smile, something flickered in Ekamaru Jin's eyes. An emotion hidden beneath layers of loyalty and deceit. Chapter 12 The 1st Division Headquarters, Captain's Office. Behind an aged wooden desk sat Yamamoto Genryu's Ishigakuni, the venerable captain commander of the 13th Division of Imperial Guards. His stern eyes, deep as ancient wells, scanned a report from the Technology Development Bureau. The air felt heavy, tension crackling like an unseen storm. In front of him stood Kurotsuchi Mayuri, his pale face painted with that ever-present grotesque smile. His golden eyes shimmered with unsettling amusement, yet his voice carried an edge of gravity. Yamamoto's voice, low and commanding, broke the silence. Is the situation truly this severe, Kurotsuchi? Mayuri inclined his head, his grin stretching wider. Indeed. Due to insufficient manpower, hollow incursions are surging. If the concentration of spiritual pressure in Hugo surpasses that of Soul Society, the barriers between the worlds could distort. His voice lowered, a note of relish creeping in. Or worse, collapse entirely. A cold stillness followed his words, like the hush before a typhoon. Yamamoto's fingers tightened slightly over the report. I understand. There is no need to inform the other divisions of this matter for the time being, he declared, his tone brooking no argument. Mayuri's smirk curled higher. As you command, Captain Commander. In the adjacent office of the 1st Division. Uehara Shiroa leaned back lazily, his feet propped against his desk. His eyes, however, flicked toward the corridor where Mayuri passed, noting the scientist's unsettling departure with mild curiosity. Then, turning toward a gruff figure standing before his desk, he grinned. Genshiro, my dear third seat. So, about that little bill. He flashed his most innocent smile. I didn't get caught using public funds for essential social engagements, did I? Genshiro Okikiba, the venerable third seat of the 1st Division, stood like an ancient oak. Sturdy, stoic, and unimpressed. His beard and hair, long faded to silver, clung stubbornly to a patch of black on the right side, as if even his hair refused to surrender completely to time. The old Shinigami's voice rumbled, thick with disapproval. Uehara. 30 million rings. In 1 month. His eyes narrowed, glinting like flint. Care to explain how you spent an entire vice captain's annual salary? To clarify. Rings, the currency of Soul Society, held purchasing power equivalent to modern Japanese yen. The average vice captain's salary, a few million rings annually, was more than comfortable. But 30 million? That was a fortune. And Uehara Shiroa had blown it. All on food, drink, and Hanamaki indulgences. And then had the gall to charge it to the 1st Division's expense account. Had anyone else pulled such a stunt, Genshiro's Zunpacto would have resolved the matter. Decisively. Uehara raised his hands in mock surrender, his expression one of theatrical innocence. Trust me, Genshiro-san, I'm as shocked as you are. Are those women spun from gold and silk? It's daylight robbery. He sighed dramatically, shaking his head. I didn't even place half those orders, but somehow they still ended up under my name. Then, with a sly sideways glance, he added with faux innocence, besides, I've only been a 7th seat for a few years. A man of modest means, really. No savings, no wealthy wife. Now, someone like you, Genshiro-san. Long years of service, 3rd seat salary. Surely you've saved a fortune by now, right? Genshiro's eyes flared wide, and he practically felt his blood pressure spike. His fingers twitched, itching to reach for his Zunpacto. Not to strike, but perhaps to intimidate some sense into the cheeky rogue before him. But he stopped short. Continuing this conversation any longer felt like inviting a heart attack. With an exasperated sigh, he pinched the bridge of his nose and muttered, Fine. We'll let it slide this time. But mark my words, Shiroa. No more stunts. Shape up and remember your duty. Uehara's expression melted into something suspiciously sincere. Duty. Of course. Captain Kinsai, Captain Hirago. He placed a hand over his chest with mock reverence. Now they were the pinnacle of diligence and hard work. Tirelessly serving the Soul Society. Real role models, don't you think? A pause. Then, with a perfectly timed smirk. And just look at where that got them, right? The room dropped into a dead, cold silence. Genshiro's face darkened like a thundercloud. His lips pressed into a thin line, his knuckles whitening as his hands curled. As 3rd seat of the 1st Division, he knew all too well. Those diligent captains, discarded like worn-out tools after the hollowification incident. Their loyalty repaid with ruin. But could he say that aloud? No. Uehara, reading the storm in Genshiro's eyes, knew he had hit a nerve. And with that, he cheerfully strolled out of the office, whistling a light-hearted tune. Reaching the practice field, he raised his voice with a grin. Oi, brothers. Afternoon teas on me. Paid for by your generous 7th seat. A jubilant roar rose from the field. Long live Uehara-san. Lord Shiroa, you're the best. Somewhere back inside the office, Genshiro felt his heart skip a beat. His face paled, and for a brief moment, he wondered. Was this it? Was this the myocardial infarction the fortune teller warned him about? Unbothered by the chaos he left behind, Uchiha hummed, "Today's a wonderful day." Suddenly. Ding. New daily quest, make a new friend, the weather is fair, and the wind is gentle. Such a fine day for some pea trading. Befriend someone new, reward, random attribute points ×2, Uchiha's eyes brightened. A new friend, huh? Easy. His gaze sharpened mischievously. For that. The 4th division is perfect? The 4th division. The healing core. Full of gentle, soft-spoken Shinigami. Mostly girls. With hearts of gold. But Uchiha knew better than to walk into the lion's den without caution. He carefully scouted the area to ensure that the terrifying old hen, Captain Uraharetsu, wasn't on site. As he stepped into the 4th Division's barracks, a loud, unpleasant voice grated the air. "Why aren't my injuries healed yet? You 4th Division cowards." Looking down on the mighty 11th Division, Uchiha's eyes narrowed. He turned toward the commotion. In the treatment room, a scruffy, mustachioed man, Aramaki Makizo, 20th seat of the 11th Division, was shouting at 3 flustered nurses. The 3 girls, clearly intimidated, stood with downcast eyes, cheeks flushed in frustration and fear. Uchiha recognized the man immediately. Aramaki. A comic relief character from the anime. But this wasn't the screen. This was reality. And here, bullies weren't funny. Without hesitation, Uchiha stepped into the room, placing himself between the girls and the wounded brute. His lips curled in a sharp, cool smile. "Oi, 11th Division Shinigami." He spoke lightly, but his voice carried a crisp edge. "Do you know who I am?" Aramaki, still sprawled on the treatment bed, barely spared him a glance. "Huh? Who the hell?" His eyes flicked to Uchiha's arm. And froze. There. Gleaming on Uchiha's sleeve. The chrysanthemum-etched 7th seat badge of the 1st Division. The recognition hit like a sledgehammer. Aramaki's mouth dropped open. Lord Uchiha. His voice cracked, and he shot upright, his pride dissolving into sheer panic. A bead of sweat trickled down his temple. The 1st Division's 7th seat. Under Captain Commander Yamamoto himself. On par with a vice-captain. Aramaki's back went rigid, his voice trembling. "My injuries, sir? They're all healed. I'm perfectly fine. No need to trouble the good ladies." But Uchiha pressed a firm hand to Aramaki's shoulder, and the man froze. His body locking under a sudden, crushing pressure. Uchiha's voice softened. But carried the weight of steel. No, he said, with a slow, tight smile. "I think you're still quite injured. You need." He pressed down harder. "Proper treatment." Crack. A dreadful creak sounded from Aramaki's joints. His limbs trembled, and he gasped. You're right, my lord. I'm gravely wounded." Aramaki sputtered, eyes wide and wild. "Treatment." "Yes. Immediate treatment." Uchiha turned toward the stunned nurses, his voice light and warm. "Well? Don't just stand there. Treat him well." The 3 young nurses, their eyes shimmering with sudden admiration, broke into wide smiles. "Lord Uchiha. Thank you so much. You're amazing, sir. So cool. Lord Uchiha, ignore those nasty women. Marry me instead." As the nurses eagerly began their intensive care on the trembling Aramaki, they simultaneously crowded around Uchiha. Chatting, giggling, and absolutely smitten. Chapter 13. Amidst the company of beautiful women, Shiro Uchiha completed his daily tasks. Ding. Congratulations on completing the daily task, make a new friend. Reward, spiritual pressure +1, keto +1, a radiant smile spread across his face, growing even sunnier, making the 3 nurses beside him even more infatuated. Meanwhile, Aramaki Makizo, lying next to them, writhed in pain. Yet, he gritted his teeth and dared not make a sound, afraid to disturb Uchiha Shiroa's graceful moment. At that moment, the captain of the 4th Division, Uraharetsu, returned to the barracks carrying a basket of medical supplies. As she approached the medical room, she paused, her sharp senses catching the soft murmurs of her 3rd seat officer, Katetsu Izane. The usually calm and collected woman was nervously rehearsing in the corridor. "Hello, Uchiha-kun. Uchiha Shiroa, I am Katetsu Izane, the 3rd seat of the 4th Division. Please guide me in the future. I enjoy flower arranging and sewing. If you don't mind, I can sew something for you." Her voice trailed off, growing quieter and more incoherent until it was barely a whisper. Uraharetsu, her face gentle but her gaze sharp, raised an eyebrow. In a calm yet firm voice, she called out, "Izane, what are you doing? Has the patient recovered?" "See, Captain." Izane jumped in surprise, her composure shattering as she shrank back like a startled deer. Flustered, she stammered, I don't know. I haven't checked. I wanted to. But I couldn't bring myself to enter. Her gaze flickered nervously toward the medical room, her fingers fidgeting anxiously. Urahara's curiosity deepened. She rarely saw her third seat act this way. With a soft yet knowing smile, she asked, "This is our 4th Division's barracks. What exactly are you afraid of? Is there a tiger inside?" Without waiting for a reply, Urahara, her steps measured and graceful, proceeded towards the medical room. Inside, Uchiha was having an animated conversation with the 3 nurses. The room buzzed with laughter and light-hearted chatter. A seasoned veteran in matters of the heart, Uchiha handled the conversation with ease. To him, flirting with 3 inexperienced rookies was hardly a challenge. After all, after indulging in life's grand feasts, sometimes a simple bowl of porridge was refreshing. Suddenly, a chill crept up his spine. A cold, piercing sensation, like a blade's edge tracing his skin. A voice, calm but laced with unmistakable authority, sliced through the cheerful air. "My, what a lively conversation. Mind if I join you?" The voice belonged to Urahara. Her soft, melodic tone carried an undercurrent of steel as she pronounced his name with deliberate clarity. 1st Division, 7th seat. Uchiha-kun. The room froze. The 3 nurses, their faces draining of color, instantly huddled together like frightened quails. The playful atmosphere evaporated, replaced by a thick, stifling tension. But Uchiha reacted swiftly, his expression shifting to one of earnest sincerity. With a polite bow and a charming smile, he responded, "Captain Urahara. You misunderstand. I was merely consulting your subordinates about their experiences in curing ailments and saving lives. I deeply admire the healing expertise of the 4th Division." Urahara's eyes, serene yet penetrating, glinted with subtle amusement as she replied with her signature elegance, "If you are so interested in the art of healing, you should come directly to me next time. I would be happy to instruct you. Personally." Though her words were warm, the challenge behind them was clear. "If you dare, come and learn from me." Uchiha, not missing the subtext, quickly clasped his hands together and said with a disarming grin, "Of course. Next time, I'll come straight to you. For today, however, I shall take my leave. Farewell, Captain Urahara." Without waiting for a response, he executed a perfect retreat, vanishing from the room in an instant. Urahara watched him go, her lips curving into the faintest of smiles. "Clever and quick to escape," she murmured. "He has some nerve." Then, regaining her usual poise, she turned and left the room. The 3 nurses, now freed from the oppressive tension, exchanged wide-eyed glances and, without a second thought, scattered like startled birds. Behind them, Armaki Makizo groaned in despair from his sickbed. "Wait. Don't go. I actually need treatment this time." Meanwhile, in the hallway, Kotetsu Izane stood frozen, watching Uchiha-Shiroa's figure disappear down the corridor. Her face flushed, her lips pursed in regret. Meanwhile, in the human world within a concealed barrier, Shioi Nyoruichi stood before Urahara Kisuke and Tessite Tsukubishi. Her golden eyes, sharp as ever, carried a rare gravity as she spoke. "The Soul Society is too preoccupied right now to hunt us down. But we can't let our guard down. Aizen is still a threat." She paused, then added with a frown, "And there's someone else we need to watch. An outsider. A man claiming to be from the Otsutsuki clan. His Zanpakuto ability is strange." Urahara Kisuke's eyes narrowed beneath his ever-present hat. "Otsutsuki. That's not a Soul Society name," he mused. "You're certain it's a Zanpakuto ability?" Yoruichi nodded. "The abilities are unlike anything I've seen." Urahara's expression darkened as he shared the information he had gathered. "The one calling himself Otsutsuki Naruto has abilities that defy the usual laws of spiritual combat. But I'm not convinced it's Zanpakuto-based." Yoruichi's lips curled into a sly smile. "Sounds troublesome. And intriguing. But it reminds me. What about Soya as a hero? That one from the 9th Kenpachi line. His Benkai was something else." Urahara's face turned serious. "Soya is a hero. Now, that is a monster in his own right. His Benkai lets him merge with the very fabric of the Soul Society itself. He becomes one with the land. Every structure, every tree, every spirit becomes his eyes and ears. His clones are like ghosts, untouchable, unstoppable. He sees everything. Knows everything." A chill ran through the room as Urahara continued, "But, thankfully, his Zanpakuto was sealed when he was imprisoned in Muken. Without his blade, he can't manifest those abilities. Besides, his power only works within Soul Society's domain. Even if he could spy on us, it wouldn't be from here." Yoruichi folded her arms, her gaze thoughtful. "Still, we should tread carefully. Abilities like his are too dangerous to ignore." Urahara tugged his hat lower, his voice grave. Agreed. But for now, we have more pressing matters. I need certain equipment from my old lab to stabilize the situation. And there's another project I must complete in private. Yoruichi's grin returned, sharp and confident. Leave it to me. I'll bring you your toys. You know me. I come and go from the Soul Society whenever I please. Back in the Soul Society within his room, Uehara Shiroa moved with precise care, sweeping every surface with the power of the horse talisman, a charm that left nothing untouched. No dust, no spiritual residue, nothing. The room, furnished with simple items brought from Rukongai, felt like home. But the real reason for his vigilance wasn't comfort. It was protection. Against a certain peeping Tom confined in Mugen. As he swept the final corner with the talisman's power, a faint, almost imperceptible spiritual fluctuation flickered. Then vanished without a trace. Uehara Shiroa's lips curled into a smirk. He muttered softly, his voice barely above a whisper, I know you're watching. I know you're listening. But I don't care. You're sealed in, Mugen, and your sword is useless. So, what can you do to me? His tone carried neither hostility nor fear. Just amusement. He paused, his expression softening. Soya's a hero. I get it. You're not a villain. Just another casualty of this twisted world. Chapter 14 The 8th floor of the Central Underground Prison. Mugen. This desolate abyss housed the most dangerous criminals in Soul Society. Individuals whose power was so monstrous that even the strongest could not destroy them. Here, they were condemned to endure eternal imprisonment and unending torment. In the endless void of darkness, a pair of small, sharp eyes slowly opened. Their gaze, cold and calculating, belonged to none other than Soya's a hero. The man who had once defied the Zero Division and shaken the Soul King Palace itself. Confusion and intrigue flickered across his face as he muttered into the void. It wasn't domination, absorption, or destruction. The spiritual pressure was directly expelled. Cleanly and completely. No residual trail, no trace of its source. How is that possible? His voice, hoarse from disuse, echoed through the emptiness. Yorozakuro. What do you make of this? The air before him shimmered. From the nothingness emerged a stunning woman in ancient attire, her wide sleeves and flowing skirt exuding timeless elegance. Her eyes were hidden beneath a black silk band, yet her unseen gaze felt penetrating. This was Yorozakuro, Soya's a hero's Bankai spirit. Despite being his manifestation, Yorozakuro's demeanor was far from loyal. Her voice, rich with sarcasm, carried a mocking edge. Isn't it obvious? He's smart. Far smarter than you. Her lips curled into a taunting smirk. Just look at that mysterious guy. Then look at Aizen. And then, look at you. She folded her arms, her tone dripping with condescension. You're all Shinigami, yet the gap between you and them is laughable. Soya's a hero's eyes darkened, but he said nothing. Yorozakuro pressed on, her words sharp and scornful. Remember how you discovered my ability to transform the souls of Rukongai? You thought you were clever, didn't you? Soya's a hero's voice, deep and measured, answered, I reported it to Central 46. Proposed a plan to modify soldiers. Enhancing their strength through soul reconstruction. They approved it. Yorozakuro's mockery sharpened, and then? His gaze grew cold, his voice laced with bitter memory. They accused me of unauthorized soul modification. They feared that the enhanced soldiers would be under my absolute control. So, they charged me with crimes against Soul Society's laws. And the Zero Squad came. I surrendered without a fight. A soft, derisive laugh escaped Yorozakuro's lips. Exactly. That's Soul Society for you. That's the nobility for you. Her voice turned bitter. This is why Aizen hides in plain sight, and why your mysterious friend stays in the shadows. You? You charged ahead like a fool. Too proud, too righteous. But Soya's a hero, bound by countless seals, only shook his head, his gaze resolute. I am a Shinigami. My duty is to eradicate hollows and protect this world. That is all that matters. His voice dropped, but his conviction burned. That man. He's in Division 1. I will find him. I will expose his power. His narrowed eyes glinted with determination. As for Aizen, he's the type who needs watching closely. People who hide their strength are the most dangerous. Meanwhile, back in Uehara Shiroa's room, Uehara Shiroa lay sprawled on his bed, finally feeling a rare sense of ease. It wasn't that he was paranoid. He simply had far too many secrets. The Soul Society, peaceful on the surface, was a seething battleground beneath. Within it lurked Aizen, a mastermind with ambitions beyond imagination. And beyond it, the Invisible Empire. Waiting, watching, ready to strike. One wrong move could mean disaster. And these Shinigami? Uehara mused with a wry smile. Are gods at internal strife but cowards against outside threats. Take Soya as a hero, for example. His Bunkai was monstrous. An ability that made him the embodiment of Soul Society itself. As long as the Soul Society existed, Soya couldn't die. Even Yamamoto Genryu's Izuru was powerless against him. Burning the entire Soul Society just to kill one man was unthinkable. But against the Quincy's, who controlled spiritual pressure directly, Soya's power was useless. He couldn't fight what he couldn't control. And then there were other freaks. Like that guy, whose Bunkai turned every Zanpakuto against its wielder. A bootlicking Zanpakuto, Uehara joked to himself. The poor bastard didn't even need to fight. The word target might as well be carved on his back. But what truly disgusted Uehara was Soul Society's politics. The noble clan's power plays, the betrayals, the endless backstabbing among Shinigami. Even the revered Zero Division wasn't innocent. Rather than cooperating with the 13th Division of Imperial Guards, they hoarded all core technologies. Especially Zanpakuto forging techniques. Every Zanpakuto ever made was known to Etsun Imeya, the creator himself. Not a single blade had escaped his knowledge. And then there was Akaibai Osub, the bald monk who literally controlled the concept of names. Hishikai. An absurd power. Manipulated the darkness of the world. And what did every Shinigami wear? Black uniforms. Chew on that one for a while, Uehara thought darkly. Late at night. Outside the 1st Division squad barracks, Uehara Shiroa, cloaked in camouflage glasses and phased into a hollow-like spiritual state, moved like a ghost through the night. His target was the infamous Sokioka Hill. The execution platform that could supposedly rival a million Zanpakuto in destructive power. He needed something hidden beneath it. As he passed the 1st Division squad's perimeter, he noticed a familiar figure. Yet, all the patrol Shunkyoji Kusagami walked by, oblivious. The figure? None other than Aizen Sosuke, the newly appointed 5th Division captain. His Kyokusugetsu had already ensnared their senses. Uehara Shiroa's eyes narrowed. He knew exactly where Aizen was headed. The Central 46. But the Central 46, the lawmakers of Soul Society, were currently resting in Jokirinto, pure pagoda forest. So Aizen's real target could only be the Great Archive. A mystical archive beneath the council hall. The book gallery recorded every event, every secret, and every forbidden technique since the dawn of Soul Society. It was, in essence, the certain magical index of this world. Not even captains could enter it freely. Yet, Aizen would succeed. Because only he ever managed to steal from it. That's where he'll learn about the Hogyoku. From those records, Aizen would discover that Urara Kisuke had already created a Hogyoku. He would conclude that combining both their Hogyoku would yield a complete one. From there, Aizen would set forth on his path. Stealing, manipulating, and eventually using Urara's creations. Hidden spiritual pressure cloak. Hogyoku extraction techniques. Barrier inversion technology. All of them. Urara's genius innovations. Would become Aizen's tools. Watching from the shadows, Uehara Shiroa smirked and muttered under his breath, Aizen, my man, ever thought about building something yourself? Always freeloading off Urara. You've practically made him bald with stress. With a flash of flash steps, Uehara abandoned his surveillance and continued on his mission. The Sokioka Hill, the Sokioka platform, forged from dense Sekaizuki, was a place of final judgment. Where condemned Shinigami faced death by Sokioku, a blade said to hold the destructive force of 1 million Zanpakuto. Ichigo Kurosaki would eventually crush it with one swing. But tonight, Uehara Shiroa's interest lay beneath it. Passing through layers of Sekaizuki, which nullified spiritual pressure and blocked spiritual particles, should have been impossible. But with his ability, Uehara slipped through effortlessly. Like a shadow through cracks. The oppressive walls gave way to a vast, brightly lit space. A secret base. Abandoned and forgotten. Lay before him. A place surrounded by Sekaizuki, sealed from detection by barriers that blocked sound, scent, and spiritual signatures. No matter how loud things got down here, no one above would ever hear. Uehara's eyes gleamed. Hey. Thanks, Urara. Free real estate. From the layout, he could tell. Urara had definitely exploited the Technology Development Bureau to create this place. But now, it belongs to me, Uehara Shiroa. As he wandered through the corridors, he came upon a separate chamber. One sealed behind a high-level Kido barrier. Beyond the shimmering wall, steam rose from a large spring, its misty warmth curling into the air. This wasn't just any spring. It was a healing spring modeled after the blood pond hell from the Zero Division's sanctum. Its waters could rapidly restore one's vitality and spiritual pressure. Uehara Shiroa, however, cared little for its healing properties. His horse talisman could out-heal any hot spring. But the feeling of a hot soak after intense training? That was priceless. As he stepped closer, Splash. The sound of water stirred his senses. Through the steamy veil, a figure emerged. A stunning woman, her skin a rich, sun-kissed bronze, and her body lithe and powerful. Short, sleek purple hair clung to her neck, droplets tracing down her curves as she stretched with a sigh of satisfaction. Chapter 15. At the edge of the hot spring, Uchiha-Shiroa's eyes flew wide open as he chanted aloud with exaggerated piety, "Don't look at what isn't decent. Don't look at what isn't decent." The sudden outburst broke the tranquility of the misty spring. In the water, Yaruichi Shioin, having sensed something amiss, looked up. And there he was, Shiro Ohara, reciting his mantra with his eyes wide open like an owl. Her brow twitched as a vein pulsed in irritation. Chanting so loudly, "But why are your eyes so wide open, you idiot?" With a splash, Yaruichi submerged deeper into the steaming waters, letting the thick mist cover her figure. The glimpse of her graceful curves vanished. Unlike the carefree woman she would become 100 years later, this version of Yaruichi was still reserved, less playful and teasing than her future self. Meanwhile, Uchiha Shiroa, face straight and voice solemn, declared, "Relax. Actually, I'm blind. Totally can't see a thing. No need to cover up." He even mimicked Kaname Tosen's stoic demeanor, raising his chin with a dignified air. But then he recalled the irony of Tosen. How the supposedly blind man could monitor surveillance screens and even use binoculars. If that counted as blindness, then his current act was perfectly justified. Yaruichi, peeking from the mist, felt her eyelids twitch. "Blind, my ass." Her golden eyes narrowed as she chose to skip past his nonsense and get straight to the point. "Otsutsuki Naruto. I assume you know who I am. What exactly are you doing here?" Uchiha Shiroa shrugged with a casual grin and swore with mock sincerity, "Rest assured. Our Otsutsuki clan is a peace-loving family. We'd never side with someone like Aizen." Yoruichi's tense shoulders loosened ever so slightly. "Until," Shiroa added with a smirk. "Unless they pay more." The air thickened instantly. Yoruichi's fist clenched. Then unclenched. She fixed him with a cold, testing gaze. "The Otsutsuki clan, huh? Never heard of it. Why is that?" Uchiha Shiroa, adopting a nostalgic expression, sighed dramatically, "Because we're like the werewolves of legend. A hidden clan that resides beyond Rukongai, far from prying eyes." With a wistful smile, he continued, "When I was born, my father composed a poem for me. When you were born, the entire Soul Society whispered your name. Arthas. And you shall be crowned king." Yoruichi's brow furrowed, her expression twisting with confusion. "Wait. Aren't you called Otsutsuki Naruto? Where the hell did Arthas come from? And the entire Soul Society? Please. There's only one king in this world. The Soul King. So, what kind of king do you think you're supposed to be?" Uchiha Shiroa shrugged casually, "Arthas is just my nickname. My old man was pretty westernized. Thought it sounded cool, so he gave me a fancy foreign title. And besides," he continued, his grin widening mischievously, "who says there's only one kind of king? I could be the old king. Or how about Pirate King?" He paused, smirking at her deepening frown, and added playfully, "After all, pirates are the freest people in the world. No rules, no masters. Just treasure, adventure, and the open seas. Plus, they get to enjoy all-you-can-eat seafood. Though, to be fair, their deaths can be just as random. Kinda like living in a certain land of the free, if you catch my drift." Yoruichi's scowl deepened so hard it could crush a fly. "Old king? Pirate king? What kind of lunatic nonsense is this?" She resisted the overwhelming urge to plant her fist through his face. The only thing stopping her was sheer curiosity about his bizarre abilities. But, gods above, his mouth wouldn't quit. Uchiha Shiroa, eyes glinting with mischief, suddenly brightened. "Actually. Speaking of kings. How about you become my queen?" Yoruichi's lips pressed thin. A short, sharp laugh escaped. Dry and disbelieving, "Excuse me? Queen? You've lost your damn mind." Uchiha Shiroa, ever undeterred, answered with mock wisdom, "As a man, it's only wise to leave a path of retreat. One tree shouldn't make you abandon the whole forest, right? However." He paused, his gaze suddenly playful and sharp, "You'll have to change some habits. From now on, only I get to see your body." His eyes sparkled wickedly. "Do that. And you might just stand a chance at becoming my queen." For a long second, silence hung heavy. Inside her head, Yaruichi's thoughts were an inferno of curses. "You broke into my bath. And now you're making demands? When the hell did I sign up to be your queen?" Her golden eyes flashed. Hard. Her fists clenched. Harder than ever before. Her patience gone. With a sharp crack of the ground beneath her heel, Yaruichi launched herself into the air. Her figure vanished. swallowed by pure speed. In an instant, she reappeared, fully clothed in her standard Onmitsukido combat attire. A form-fitting, sleeveless bodysuit with a high collar, her right arm wrapped tightly with bandages for combat reinforcement. The outfit hugged her lithe, muscular frame perfectly. A stark contrast to the regal robes of nobility, a declaration of her Shinigami's pride. Her sharp, golden gaze locked onto Uehara Shiroa, narrowed with both warning and deadly intent. But Uehara Shiroa, rather than flinching, smiled wider. All dressed up already? His tone teased. Well then. Fancy a dance? Yoruichi vanished. A sudden blur of motion. No, not motion. Disappearance. Flash steps. Faster than thought. Faster than the eye. Yet. Uehara Shiroa's head turned exactly to the right. Shunshin Yoruichi. He murmured with a grin. You live up to the title. Despite her blinding speed, he had tracked her perfectly. The reason? Since obtaining Shunkyo and unlocking its spatial properties, Uehara's perception of space had sharpened to the extreme. Now, he felt space, sensed distortions, ripples. Like a spider detecting tremors on its web. Yoruichi's form re-emerged. A flicker of shadow and flame. Her gaze turned sharp with appraisal. He's tracking me? Through spatial awareness? Even without seeing me directly? The former 2nd Division captain felt a rare ripple of tension. She'd heard Uehara's reports about Uehara Shiroa's abilities. But feeling them was something else entirely. Moments ago, she had struck at him at her highest speed, one that bypassed even spiritual sense. Yet her fist had passed through his body like air. No defense. No counter. Just intangible. Her lips pressed thinly. This is troublesome. But she wasn't one to back down. Without warning, she vanished again. This time, she attacked from multiple angles. Shunko style. Her form blurred, splitting into afterimages. Each image struck out simultaneously. Fingertips aimed precisely at Uehara Shiroa's vital points. Her moves were swift, elegant. Each a capo strike that could paralyze or kill with pinpoint accuracy. But Midamuda. With a sudden, exaggerated pose. Hands on hips, back arched. Uehara struck a JoJo-esque stance. His expression became theatrically smug, his eyes blazing with playful defiance. All the while, in the background, shadowy clones. Emerging from the spatial folds of his ability. Applied horse talismans to his body. Because Uehara Shiroa remembered. Recklessness kills. Aizen. Despite merging with the Hogyoku and reaching a state of godhood. Was ultimately sealed because he underestimated Uehara's tactics. Uehara would never make the same mistake. Yoruichi's attacks landed. But they passed through his hollow state body as if striking air. Her final strike hit where his heart should be. But there was nothing. No flesh. No bone. Just space. Her figure twisted midair. Agile as a cat. Before landing, her toned legs bending to absorb the impact. Chapter 16. The moment Shioi Yoruichi landed, Uehara Shiroa turned around abruptly, his eyes filled with surprise. Did you do something just now? Yoruichi's expression grew serious as she murmured, an illusion? But she quickly shook her head, dismissing the thought. If it were merely an illusion, it wouldn't allow the opponent to lock onto her position so precisely. Every single time. A simple trick couldn't achieve that level of accuracy. Despite the strange situation, Yoruichi didn't show any frustration. Instead, her eyebrows arched, and a playful, aggressive smile appeared on her face. It's been a long time since I've come across someone like you. Interesting. As soon as she spoke, her spiritual pressure surged, condensing and compressing around her. Uehara Shiroa, however, remained unfazed. He simply shook his head and replied, that's a rather crude attempt at provocation. But fine. Let me show you the Otsutsuki clan's god-given magic weapon. With that, he took out what appeared to be a simple pair of gloves and calmly slipped them onto his hands. Death gloves, level, D rank growth item type, extraordinary equipment abilities, absorbs spiritual pressure and converts it into flexible flames. Can fuse with spiritual energy particles to evolve and unlock advanced modes. Currently in normal mode. Introduction, also known as the X-Gloves, these gloves originate from the world of Ktio Hitman Reborn. And were the signature weapon of the 10th Mongolo boss, Sawada Tsunoshi. They were created by Reborn's pet, Leon. Obtained as a reward for completing Special Mission 2, enroll in Mao Spiritual Academy. These are just ordinary wool gloves. The despairing cry of the 10th Mongola boss. At a glance, the gloves seemed unremarkable. Merely a pair of woolen gloves without any apparent power. That was why they were only classified as D-rank items. However, when infused with spiritual pressure, their true potential was unleashed, granting formidable combat capabilities and a unique growth potential. Seeing Uehara Shiroa put on those seemingly ordinary gloves, Yoruichi couldn't help but laugh. "Ha! These are just wool gloves. You're calling this a god-given magic weapon? Do you think I, the head of the God-given weapons fan, would take this seriously?" The Shioin clan, one of the 5 noble families of Soul Society, possessed numerous legendary weapons, earning them the title God-given weapons fan. To bring out a so-called God-given weapon in front of her was akin to showing off a cheap trick to a master. But Uehara Shiroa only smirked. Spiritual pressure condensed in his hands, and suddenly, the gloves emitted a dazzling glow. In an instant, the once woolen gloves transformed into gleaming steel. A large D appeared, engraved on the back of his right glove. Then, Uehara Shiroa vanished. The sudden burst of movement left Yoruichi momentarily stunned, but she quickly recovered. Seeing him reappear within striking distance, she smirked. "I won't lose to anyone in a game of hide-and-seek. And your attack path is far too obvious. I can see right through it." With a fluid motion, she thrust her palm forward, unleashing a powerful blast of spiritual energy. Lightning strike. A surge of electric blue spiritual power erupted in front of her, crackling wildly as it tore through the air. The sheer intensity of the attack ionized the air itself, sending arcs of electricity dancing in all directions. Since Shinigami only move in a straight line after using Shunpo, there was no way her opponent could avoid this. But just before the lightning connected, Yoruichi's pupil shrank in shock. The figure before her vanished in an instant. Faster than her own attack. Her instincts screamed danger. Without hesitation, she kicked off the ground, twisting her body midair to deliver a counterattack, but no one was there. That was when she felt it. A scorching heat wave descended from above. At the very last second, she arched her back, narrowly dodging an incoming strike. A burning palm smashed into the ground where she had been standing just moments ago, leaving behind a charred, smoldering imprint. Looking up, Yoruichi saw Uehara Shiroa floating effortlessly in the air, his hand still ablaze. He grinned. "How do you like my heavenly palm strike?" Yoruichi narrowed her eyes at the scorched ground, realization flashing in her gaze. Spiritual pressure. Transformed into flames? That alone was surprising enough. But more importantly, his movements. That wasn't normal Shunpo. Her sharp golden eyes locked onto the gloves now brimming with power. His Zanpakuto ability isn't fire-based. So it must be those gloves. But such an artifact. There's no way it appeared out of thin air. Otsutsuki clan. Does such a thing really exist? What kind of king does this man claim he will become? Could he truly be my king? She immediately shook off the last thought. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Meanwhile, Uehara Shiroa, still airborne, taunted her with a smirk. "What's wrong? Why the hesitation? Where's that confidence in your speed, Yoruichi Shunshin?" The instant he finished speaking, Yoruichi vanished. The moment she disappeared, Uehara Shiroa instinctively tilted his head, barely dodging a blow aimed at his face. Yet, her movement still disrupted his hair. Without missing a beat, he waved his right hand, and a flower of invisible flames bloomed before him. It looked as if Yoruichi had been completely engulfed by the fire. Until she reappeared, unharmed. She was faster than the flames. The two clashed again. Each time Uehara Shiroa thought he had her, his strike missed. But he wasn't fazed. In the blink of an eye, they exchanged 10 blows. Their speed escalated until even Vice-Captain level Shinigami would struggle to follow their movements. Yet despite her overwhelming speed, Yoruichi couldn't land a decisive hit. Uehara Shiroa wasn't just fast. He was precise. Not only did he use the flames from his gloves to adjust his movement trajectory, expanding his attack range, but he also reacted to her instantly, as if he could predict her every move. Even when she was too fast to be seen, he still evaded. This guy. He's an enigma. He reminds me of that man. Aizen. Unfathomable mind. Unfathomable strength. At that moment, even as they fought at high speed, Uehara Shiroa still had the audacity to comment. "Your Shunpo is impressive. But, you know, speed isn't everything. No matter how fast a cat moves, it can only catch small fish and shrimp." Yoruichi's expression darkened slightly. Unfortunately, he wasn't wrong. Although she was born into a noble family, she lacked the centuries of accumulation that ancient captains had. She didn't possess a ridiculous natural talent like some monsters either. Her speed was her pride. But in the world of Bleach, speed alone wasn't enough. Without overwhelming spiritual pressure or a broken ability, all the flashy tricks in the world meant nothing. And that was why, throughout Soul Society's history, Yoruichi's greatest victories had always been against weaker opponents. Chapter 17. Uehara Shiroa's teasing clearly got under Yoruichi's skin. She raised an eyebrow, a smug look crossing her face. A cat doesn't just catch small fish and shrimp. It also catches sneaky little mice. Her golden eyes gleamed mischievously as she continued, "Why have you been dodging my attacks this whole time? With such a convenient ability, why aren't you using it to fight back?" She tilted her head, smirking. "The answer is obvious. You can't. That weird trick of yours only works defensively, doesn't it? When you attack, you can't use it at the same time." A confident smile spread across her lips as she pulled at the bandage wrapped around her arm. "That means the smart little kitty has caught you." At that moment, Uchiha noticed something strange. At some point, the bandage on Yoruichi's right arm had extended. No, that wasn't the real issue. The real issue was the other end of the bandage was tightly wrapped around him. An invisible force surged through it, sealing off his spiritual pressure. His expression flickered with shock. "Impossible. When did you?" Yoruichi's voice was calm but firm. "Your ability has been sealed, Otsutsuki Naruto. It's over. There's nothing more you can do." For a moment, Uchiha lowered his head in apparent defeat. His shoulders trembled slightly. "Maybe you're right," he murmured. "I was blind. My queen betrayed me. My ability is now sealed." He let out a bitter laugh. Arrogance really is a terrible thing. Especially when you're convinced of your own superiority. Yoruichi frowned. "Are you just trying to comfort yourself?" "No, this feels raw." Before she could finish, she swung her arm, delivering a lightning-fast captain-level strike to Uchiha's head. Bang! But the moment her attack connected, he vanished. Only a pair of ordinary wool gloves remained where he had stood. Yoruichi's pupil shrank. "What?" For the first time in a long while, she was so startled that she almost let out an involuntary meow. Her instincts flared, and she instantly flipped backward several times, landing near the killing stone, pressing her back against the wall, eyes sharp with vigilance. Across the battlefield, Uchiha stifled a chuckle. What a shame. If only he had a camera, this moment would have been absolutely priceless. The truth was, the Uchiha she had been fighting was just a shadow clone. From the very beginning, he had been observing from the shadows. With both Doraemon-level gadgets and God-given magic weapons in play, who knew what kind of absurd tricks Yoruichi might pull out next? So of course, he wasn't going to personally fight her. Why risk himself when a clone could do the job? After all, a shadow clone wasn't afraid of death and still gained battle experience. Uchiha had always believed in being cautious. He scoffed inwardly. "Aizen, take notes. This is how you play the game of deception." Noticing Yoruichi still inching along the wall like a wary little kitten, Uchiha smirked, eyes gleaming with mischief. This was too much fun. Before leaving, Yoruichi hastily grabbed a large bag of supplies. Seeing this, Uchiha almost rushed forward on instinct. That was his stuff. How could she just take it like that? After all, this base now belonged to him, meaning everything inside was rightfully his. But he stopped himself. Patience. To catch a big fish, you had to let the bait swim away first. So he endured it. Watching Yoruichi retreat like a thief in the night, Uchiha sighed dramatically before picking up the discarded death gloves and strolling around his newly acquired base. After a thorough inspection, he muttered to himself. Just the leftover equipment, barriers, and facilities alone are worth over 1 billion ring. He whistled in admiration. No wonder everyone wanted to become a captain. The profit margins were insane. He chuckled. And they didn't even invite me to the looting party? Serves them right for getting robbed. With zero guilt, he claimed the base as his own. After tidying up, he pulled out a small flag and planted it firmly into the ground. The flag bore the familiar Straw Hat Pirate's skull emblem, but with a twist. Beneath it was a line of bold text. Private territory of the Otsutsuki clan, trespassers will be fined 200 million. Clapping his hands in satisfaction, he nodded at his newly acquired headquarters. Tonight had been a massive win. A secret high-level base. For free. A beautiful female sparring partner. Also for free. Life was good. The next morning Uchiha woke up early, refreshed and in high spirits. Having a secret base made everything 10 times more convenient. More importantly, it was a direct link to Shioi Yoruichi and Uraraka. And those two had a lot of interesting things he wanted to get his hands on. His ambitions were growing stronger by the day. Stretching lazily, he opened his daily task list. Fishing, daily task, the sun is shining, the breeze is gentle. You decide to pick up your favorite fishing rod and head to the river for some relaxation. Reward, random attribute +2, an old favorite. Uchiha had high-end fishing gear specifically for this task. Rukongai, North District. While the soldiers of the 1st Division trained diligently, Uchiha strolled through Rukongai, wearing a bamboo hat and carrying a fishing rod over his shoulder. He chose Rukongai for one simple reason: The fish here were wilder. And it definitely wasn't because it was easier to fry fish with keto without anyone noticing. Of course not. His destination? Kuroto Gate. It was the closest gate to the First Division, often under their jurisdiction. As he walked, he felt a pang of nostalgia. In 100 years, Hwak would return. The Invisible Empire would invade Soul Society again. And this very gate, Kuroto Gate, would be where Sasaki Chojiro, his vice-captain, would be the first to die, his Benkai stolen. A grim fate awaited Soul Society. Blood. Flames. Corpses. Uehara Shiroa clenched his fists. Well, at least the red light district shouldn't be destroyed. That would be a true tragedy. And who knew? Maybe in the future, he could stage a heroic rescue of some beauty in distress. For now, though, he had fish to catch. Just as he was lost in thought, two figures blocked his path. One tall. One short. Both dressed in Shinigami robes, grinning coldly. The taller one. A bald brute with a long sword, narrow eyes, and red eyeshadow. The shorter one. A stylish man dressed like a noble, his robes adorned with far too many accessories. Uehara Shiroa immediately recognized them. Madarame Kaku. Ayakawa Yumekika. Seeing Uehara Shiroa in a bamboo hat, Kaku's grin widened in excitement. Yumekika, I told you I'd catch up to him. He cracked his knuckles. Hey, you. You're Uehara Shiroa, 7th seat of the First Division, right? Uehara Shiroa blinked. How do you know I caught a 30 kg fish last time? Kaku froze. Huh? Turning to Yumekika, he scratched his head. Did I say it wrong, or is there something wrong with his ears? Yumekika smirked. Uehara Shiroa. Don't play dumb. Chapter 18. In front of the gate, Uehara Shiroa stood calmly, watching as Madarame Kaku and Ayakawa Yumekika exuded black battle energy, their fighting spirit flaring up. Yet, instead of showing concern, he suddenly laughed. Come on, don't be so serious. It was just a joke. He raised a brow lazily. So, what do you guys want from me? Kaku stepped forward, his towering frame radiating oppressive battle intent. The original reason? He sneered. To beat you up for humiliating that idiot Taramaki Makizo. Thanks to you, he's still lying in the 4th Division's barracks, crying his eyes out. But then Kaku grinned, eyes filled with raw excitement. But honestly, that's just an excuse. A loser like him can only blame himself. The real reason, Yumekika interjected smoothly, is that we want to defeat you. And prove that Captain Zaraki is the strongest. Kaku nodded. Yeah, by taking down you, the genius of the 1st Division, we'll show everyone that the 11th Division is the true powerhouse of the 13th Division of Imperial Guards. Uehara Shiroa crossed his arms, pretending to ponder seriously. I see. But if you're really trying to prove strength, shouldn't you challenge Captain Aizen of the 5th Division first? His tone was casual, but the moment Aizen's name was mentioned, the atmosphere shifted. If you manage to defeat him, Uehara continued with an amused smile, then you can come after me. At that point, I'd believe anything. Even if you told me Captain Zaraki plans to lead the 11th Division to the moon. Kaku's vein popped on his forehead. Bastard, are you saying you're stronger than Captain Zaraki? Enough talk. With a growl, Kaku unsheathed his sword in one swift motion, gripping both the blade and the scabbard. Extend. Hazuokamaru. A surge of spiritual pressure burst forth, and his katana immediately transformed into a long spear. However, aside from the change in shape, nothing seemed different. Watching the scene unfold, Uehara Shiroa couldn't help but smirk inwardly. Ah, Hazuokamaru. It has to be you. This poor excuse of a Zanpakuto had been through hell. First, a rookie Shinigami shattered its Shikai. Then, in Benkai mode, it just became bigger. Only to suffer a permanent durability debuff, making it weaker than before. Finally, it got completely wrecked by an Espada. At this point, Uehara seriously wondered, did Kaku hide his Benkai because he didn't want a promotion? Or because he was too embarrassed to show it? Seeing Uehara Shiroa's silence, Yumekika smirked smugly. What's wrong? Scared? He placed a hand on his hip, tilting his head with a condescending smile. I should remind you. Though Kaku is only the 3rd seat, our 11th Division is built for battle. He flipped his hair dramatically. Among officers of the same rank, we dominate? Although your beauty isn't far off from mine, he added, feigning sympathy, a delicate flower like you simply won't last. A shame, really. Such a promising genius. Destined to wither away. And then, as if he had delivered a grand monologue, Yumekika covered his mouth and let out a theatrical laugh. Kaku followed suit, lifting his spear and aiming it at Uehara Shiroa. Don't worry, it'll be over soon. Won't take up too much of your time. Uehara Shiroa smiled faintly. Thank you for your consideration. And with that, He placed his right hand on the hilt of his sword and took a single step forward. Kaku's narrow eyes locked onto Uchiha. Here it comes. But too slow. Is this really the genius of the first division? Before that thought could fully form, Kaku thrust his spear forward, the tip flashing coldly in the light, faster than lightning. Uchiha smirked. Hey, fighting Kaku without drawing your sword? Foolish. However, Kaku's attack stabbed into empty air. His smirk froze. Where is he? The answer came too late. By the time Kaku noticed, Uchiha was already behind him. A fishing rod dangled lazily from his left hand, while his right hand slowly loosened from his sword hilt. Then, he whispered, White Season, Hakuki. Time capsule. Kaku is sealed. Kaku felt it instantly. A bone-chilling cold spread from his feet, racing up his body like wildfire. When he looked down, his breath caught. A white pattern had already spread beneath him. In the blink of an eye, a massive capsule-shaped ice block completely encased him. Uchiha's jaw dropped. The hell? His usual refined composure shattered. He looked like a man whose entire worldview had just collapsed. Meanwhile, Uchiha casually raised his fishing rod and tapped the frozen Kaku's forehead a few times. Bang. 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 A small notification popped up in his mind. Ding. Merit +1, Uchiha nodded in satisfaction. Didn't take too long at all. A real man keeps his promises. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. You know, Buddhism has a saying. Cutting flesh to feed eagles. He glanced at the frozen Kaku. How about a modern twist? Would you like to sacrifice yourself to feed the fish? I promise instant enlightenment. When Kaku didn't respond. Probably because he was frozen solid. Uchiha shrugged. Silence means consent. Uchiha, snapping out of his shock, immediately drew his Zanpakuto. We were a bit too rude earlier. Now, please, undo your ability. Uchiha tilted his head. Oh? But I thought you'd appreciate it. Kaku looks way more elegant now. Before Uchiha could respond, Uchiha vanished. And at that exact moment, Kaku's ice prison shattered. Coughing violently, Kaku staggered forward, still shaking from the effects. Through gritted teeth, he muttered. So, the rumors were true. He clenched his fists. This is the White Season. And just like Captain Zaraki, Uchiha's Zanpakuto was always in a permanent release state. Kaku had no doubt now. Uchiha never activated a Shikai. Yet his sword still exhibited unique abilities. We've been frogs in a well all along. Uchiha muttered bitterly, watching Uchiha's retreating figure. From a distance, Uchiha chuckled to himself. Admiration is the feeling farthest from understanding. At that exact moment, a new presence arrived. Aizen. Hearing those words, Aizen's expression subtly shifted. Moments later, he smiled gently. Uchiha. What just happened here? Uchiha turned, eyeing the man in the white houri. This guy has no nightlife at all. With an easy grin, he replied, just a friendly spar, Captain Aizen. You're truly dedicated. No wonder the Captain General chose you. Aizen smiled warmly. No, I was just lucky to be chosen. The future belongs to geniuses like you. Chapter 19. Uchiha didn't intend to linger around Aizen for too long. He was keenly aware that Aizen had already taken notice of his eyes. And was undoubtedly forming ideas. As a performative personality and a perfectionist, Aizen's meticulous attention to detail was on an entirely different level. Otherwise, how could he wield Kyokusuagetsu to such perfection? With nothing but a blade, he could deceive the entire world. After all, Kyokusuagetsu didn't alter cognition. That was Hiroko Shinji's Sakanad. Aizen's Zanpakuto merely controlled the five senses. Which meant he had to personally fine-tune every illusion, every falsehood, down to the most minute detail. And yet, he never slipped. That was Aizen Sosuke. Not wanting to test the waters any further, Uchiha casually said a few parting words, then picked up his fishing rod and smiled at Aizen. Sorry for the disturbance. If I catch a big one, I'll treat the guys to a meal. With that, he turned and left, humming the melody of Big Fish and Begonia under his breath. Behind him, Aizen watched his retreating figure with an almost imperceptible smile. A fleeting glint flashed in his eyes. But in the next instant, it was gone. The water remained still. No ripples. No waves. Rukongai, North District 12. The moment Uchiha set foot outside Sairiai, his steps grew noticeably lighter. Moving swiftly, he made his way to the wilderness of North Rokongai's 12th district. A sparsely populated area rich in natural resources. Perfect for solitude. Settling down on a large boulder, he cast his fishing line into the tranquil lake below, basking in the serenity of the moment. As he relaxed, he opened his character status panel. Character status name, Uchiha. Position, 7th seat, First Division Spiritual Pressure, 3rd Class Spiritual Power, Captain Level, Zanpakuto, Shunkyo Fleeting Void, 2nd Stage Shike, Sword Art, Vice Captain Level Hand-to-Hand Combats, High-Ranking Officer Level Kido, Captain Level Flash Steps, Captain Level Ability Shadow Clone Jutsu, B-Class Ability, Mastered, Stand, White Album, S-Class Ability, Mastered, Breathing Style, Sun Breathing, B-Class Ability, Proficient, Tools Camouflage Glasses, B-Class Item, Kryptonian Creation, 5 Thunder Curse, C-Class Item, Cultivation Talisman, Death Gloves, D-Class Item, Extraordinary Creation, Horse Talisman, A-Class Item, Magical Creation. Shiroa's gaze lingered on his Flash Steps mastery. Turned captain, huh? Guess Yoruichi really is a top-tier sparring partner. It was a testament to how much he had improved. Without their match, it would have taken months to break through. Fighting strong opponents really is the fastest way to grow. For a brief moment, he reflected on how much time he had wasted on indulgences. Alcohol and women are a detriment to progress. I've squandered too many opportunities to become stronger. He clenched his fist with determination. From today onward, I quit drinking. To celebrate quitting drinking, I'll head to the red light district for a drink tonight. Yes. A perfect decision. Task log panel. After closing his status window, Uehara Shiroa opened the task log panel. First came the daily task summary. As of yesterday, you have completed 7,251 daily tasks, earning a total of 14,502 random attribute points. Then, the special task summary, Tour Rukongai, Reward, Shadow Clone, B-Class Ability, Enroll in the Shino Spiritual Academy, Reward, Death Gloves, D-Class Item, Obtain a Zanpakuto, Reward, Stand, White Album, S-Class Ability, Zanpakuto Meditation, Communicate with the Sword, Reward, 5 Thunder Curse, C-Class Item, Graduate as Top Student and join the 13th Division of Imperial Guards, Reward, Camouflage Glasses, B-Class Item, Gain Recognition in the 1st Division, Reward, Sun Breathing, B-Class Ability, Witness the Birth of the Visored, Reward, Horse Talisman, A-Class Item. Looking at his extensive list of rewards, Uehara Shiroa felt an immense sense of satisfaction. This was his territory. But as time passed, his mood soured. Where were the fish? Where the hell were the fish? His fishing line remained motionless, the water undisturbed. Just as he began considering which Keto spell would be most environmentally friendly for mass fishing, a thunderous roar erupted from the distant mountains. At the same time, he felt it. A powerful surge of spiritual pressure. Uehara Shiroa's eyes gleamed. I knew it. My bad luck isn't because of poor fishing skills. It's because someone is screwing with me. Reeling in his empty line, he stood up and prepared to collect debts. Ding. Daily task completed, fishing. Rewards, +1 hand-to-hand combats, +1 assassination jutsus. Uehara Shiroa nodded in satisfaction. At least I didn't walk away empty-handed. And with that, he vanished from the spot. Mountaintop, arriving at the scene, Uehara Shiroa spotted a lone Shinigami attacking a massive boulder. Why? Why did you abandon me? I will become a great captain. And you'll regret leaving me behind. The furious voice belonged to a small-framed girl, clad in an outfit similar to Yoruichi's on Mitsukido uniform. Though her black hair draped over her shoulders in an attempt at authority, her lack of curves made the intimidation factor non-existent. This petite, plain-looking girl was Su Ifeng. Hearing her bullied wife mutterings, Uehara Shiroa barely suppressed his laughter. Seriously? This is adorable. But his amusement was short-lived. Because the moment Su Ifeng sensed another presence, her head snapped toward him. Who's there? Her gaze sharpened like a blade, her spiritual pressure flaring with hostility. The moment she saw his Shinigami uniform, her expression turned dangerous. You! She hissed. Did you hear everything just now? Uehara Shiroa, master of tactical retreat, instantly took a step back. Of course not. My hearing's terrible. If you don't believe me, ask the bald guy from 10th Division. It was a flawless evasion tactic. But Su Ifeng's expression only darkened. And the next moment, she vanished. Ice lock. Reacting instinctively, Uehara Shiroa swung Shunkyo, creating a freezing blast that coated the air in frost using White Album. Su Ifeng barely managed to evade, her pupils contracting in shock. A permanently released frost type's Zanpakuto. Recognition flashed in her eyes. You're Uehara Shiroa. With an icy smirk, Uehara Shiroa flourished his sword, indeed. The prodigy personally favored by the captain commander. Su Ifeng's face darkened. I'll be leading the on Mitsukido soon. And I will remember this. Her fists clenched. He might not be worth killing. But physical amnesia. That was still an option. Chapter 20. Facing the aggressive Suifeng, Uharashiroa sighed and muttered, "As expected of Captain Suifeng, your heart is even more venomous than a wasp's sting." Then, his expression turned fierce as he straightened his back. "In that case, I have no choice but to fight. On the honor of Captain General Yamamoto of the 1st Division, I must survive your hands." Suifeng scoffed, a trace of disdain flashing in her eyes. "That's it?" Uharashiroa paused, then added with a smirk, "And if I do, I'll spread the news of your secret love for the wanted criminal, Shioi Nyoruichi, throughout the entire Soul Society." "You damn bastard." Suifeng's body stiffened, her face turning pale for a brief moment before her rage erupted. Her eyes burned with fury, practically glowing red. At that moment, she wished her Zanpakuto was Rijinjaka. If it were, she could reduce the man in front of her to ashes in an instant. Without hesitation, Suifeng raised her right hand and released her Zanpakuto. "Sting all enemies to death, Sazumbachi." In an instant, a golden, needle-like blade extended over the middle finger of her right hand. At the same time, an overwhelming pressure, laced with palpable killing intent, crashed down upon Uharashiroa. Looking at the furious woman before him, Uharashiroa cursed internally, "Seems like I went a little too far. TSK, how amusing. The tsundere has completely transformed into a yandere." Not daring to waste a second, he turned and fled. Suifeng sneered. Showing off flash steps in front of the Onmitsukido's commander and the top assassins of the punishment force? Ridiculous. However, her confidence didn't last long. Because Uharashiroa was fast. More importantly, he seemed to be familiar with her movement patterns, dodging her pursuit just in time every single time. Thus, the two darted through the dense jungle of Rukongai, one relentlessly chasing, the other desperately fleeing. "You really don't feel the cold?" Uharashiroa called out in exasperation. "Did your heartbreak freeze your emotions, turning you into a cold-blooded creature?" Throughout their chase, he had used the power of White Album to freeze her, but it was completely ineffective. Suifeng gritted her teeth, her speed increasing further. If not for the last sliver of rationality she held on to, and the fact that he was fast enough to keep his distance, she might have already used her Bankai to blast him to smithereens. The two crossed paths for a brief moment. A second bee crest appeared on Uharashiroa's shoulder. Technically, the marking resembled a black butterfly, but according to Sazumbachi's ability, if the marked area was struck twice, it would result in an instant kill. Sounds deadly, Uharashiroa thought, but in the entire series, has this ever actually worked? The only time it did, it was just to glorify Aizen, making him utter that iconic line, "The battles of Soul Reapers are battles of spiritual pressure." So, despite the danger, Uharashiroa wasn't particularly worried. Instead, he observed Suifeng closely. It was then that he noticed. Her entire body was coated in an incredibly dense layer of spiritual pressure. This layer acted as a protective barrier, allowing her to resist the effects of his White Album. "I see. This is the deeper application of high-density spiritual pressure. Possibly the prototype of Shunko." Uharashiroa nodded to himself. In the Bleach world, spiritual pressure and physical strength determined everything. The higher one's stats, the greater their resistance to abilities, and the stronger their combat prowess. Suifeng, through sheer physical conditioning and mastery over her spiritual pressure, could withstand his freezing attacks. However, this wasn't without consequence. For one, the cold was slowing her movements. For another, her spiritual pressure was being consumed rapidly. With this in mind, Uharashiroa smirked and began to feign exhaustion. Sweat forming on his brow, his breathing becoming labored. "He's sweating. He must be nearing his limit," Suifeng thought, feeling relieved. She was the captain. No matter what, a mere 7th seat of the 1st Division couldn't possibly surpass her in spiritual pressure. With this confidence, she slowed her pace, planning to exhaust him in a battle of attrition. Time passed. Soon, Uharashiroa's spiritual pressure seemed depleted, his breaths ragged. He looked on the verge of collapse. Suifeng was already picturing the satisfying moment when she would finally take him down. 5 minutes later, Uharashiroa was panting like an exhausted ox, swaying as if he could fall at any moment. Suifeng smirked, further convinced her plan was working. 10 minutes later, his face was pale, his body trembling, seemingly about to drop. 15 minutes later, Uharashiroa still hadn't collapsed. 20 minutes later, he was still running. "You liar. You shameless liar." Suifeng snapped, realizing she had been tricked. She had chased him from the 12th district to the 1st district, yet rather than exhausting him, she was the one wasting energy. Suddenly, a thought struck her. The 1st district. Damn it. Ahead of her, Uharashiroa had already reached the Black Ridge Gate. Murder. The captain of the 2nd Division is trying to silence me. Captain Aizen, help. Uharashiroa bellowed as he dashed through the gate. As he did, he turned back and launched an ice ball, sealing the entrance behind him. A shadow flickered. Su Ifeng, wrapped in her white hori, had also passed through the gate into the Syriite AI. Behind her, ice crystals gently descended, reflecting an eerie glow. Watching Uharashiroa vanish into the distance, her expression turned ice cold, her eyes blazing with killing intent. She had chased him all this way, and yet she couldn't continue any further. The 1st Division's territory lay ahead. Even as a captain, she couldn't act recklessly here. A 7th seat, and I still couldn't do anything to him? Su Ifeng clenched her fists in frustration. Not long after Uharashiroa's return, an outrageous rumor spread like wildfire across the Syriite AI. Did you hear? That guy Uharashiroa got chased and nearly cut to pieces after flirting with Captain Su Ifeng. Nah, I heard he abandoned Captain Su Ifeng after having an affair with her. Wait, what? Someone told me she got pregnant. At a tea house on Flower Street, Uharashiroa listened to these absurd rumors and cursed internally. Damn it, I didn't even start spreading rumors yet, and I'm already the main character of one. Is this what it means to bully an honest man? Despite his ongoing feud with Su Ifeng, he wasn't worried. With the 1st Division backing him, what did he have to fear? That was exactly why he had joined the 1st Division. Old man Yamamoto was in great health. He could take the blame for anything. Just as Uharashiroa was about to enter his usual tavern, a lazy, playful voice called out to him. Oi, isn't this the captain's wife, Uharashiroa? Looking up, Uharashiroa saw Shunserious lounging with his usual casual elegance, his flashy kimono and bamboo hat as eye-catching as ever. The man grinned. When's the wedding? Uharashiroa narrowed his eyes. Noticing the faint dark circles under Kiraku's eyes, he smirked. Speaking of weddings, Uharashiroa replied smoothly, last night, when I passed by Keiko's room, I heard someone yelling, I'm not like this usually, you have to believe me. You've had it rough lately, huh, Lord Kiraku? Hearing this, a few elegant geishas nearby giggled, covering their mouths in amusement. Chapter 21, Aizuna now wants to become stronger. Shunserious, faced with an attack on his dignity, reacted immediately, giving 3 firm denials in a row. No, I didn't. Stop talking nonsense. The most elegant lady sitting beside him quickly stepped in, soothing Kiraku with gentle words while throwing a sharp glare at the geisha girls who couldn't suppress their giggles. Uharashiroa grinned and, with a casual wave of his hand, gestured toward the sake. Alright, no more denying it. Just drink, brother Kiraku. As soon as he sat down, several beautiful women immediately surrounded him, enthusiastically pouring him wine and tea. Shunserious sighed in defeat, but after a few rounds of drinks, his mood lightened. For a brief moment, the familiar joyful atmosphere returned. Later that night, when the festivities had died down, Uharashiroa, now in a sage-like state of sobriety, noticed Kiraku sitting alone, deep in thought. There were no women around him this time. Curious, Uharashiroa approached and, with a swift flick of his fingers, cast a Kekkei, spirit barrier, around them to block out eavesdroppers. What's on your mind? He asked casually. Kiraku exhaled slowly, his eyes hidden beneath the shadow of his bamboo hat. You still think the culprit behind the hollow incident isn't who we assumed? Uharashiroa narrowed his eyes. Do you have any leads? Kiraku hesitated before replying, there's a suspect. But it's unlikely. That person is still imprisoned. He trailed off, then gave Uharashiroa a look. Just keep this between us. Don't tell anyone else. Uharashiroa nodded. He understood. Both Kiraku's Kaden Kakatsu and Hiroko Shinji's Sukanod were illusion-type Zunpacto, making them extremely sensitive to the presence of Kyokusuagetsu. Back then, Shinji had realized something was off when Sukanod became unusually active. That's when he first suspected Aizen. But unlike Shinji, Kiraku's gut feeling alone wasn't enough. He had no concrete proof, so he couldn't make a move. And he knew. Aizen was a master of deception. Uharashiroa smirked. I get it. He also knew that Aizen would eventually dispel Kiraku's suspicions through sheer charisma and clever misdirection. And when the Tokanada incident occurred, Kiraku would end up shifting his focus toward Tsunayashiro Tokanada. Now that was a name Uharashiroa barely cared about. The trash noble of the Tsunayashiro family. However, he was somewhat intrigued by the Tsunayashiro family's heirloom artifact, in Rakuten. As the night deepened, Uharashiroa raised his sake cup and downed it in one smooth motion. The liquid burned as it slid down his throat, but it had an indescribable aftertaste. One that lingered and grew richer with time. A bottle of this level of premium sake was worth a fortune. Ordinary citizens couldn't afford it. In fact, if a regular soul tried drinking it, they might literally burn up from the inside. Only high-ranking officials in the 13th Division of Imperial Guards could enjoy such luxury. Watching Uchiha Shiroa drink so calmly, Kiraku chuckled beneath his hat. "Hey, brother Shiroa, any more thoughts?" Uchiha Shiroa immediately caught the deeper meaning behind his words. "No thanks," he replied lazily. "I can't stand nobles, but when the time comes, I'll help if needed." It seems like this fragile peace is nearing its end. Kiraku swirled the sake in his cup and sighed. Yeah. It may seem peaceful on the surface, but underneath, the Siriite AI has never been at rest. "Don't worry," he added, raising his glass. "The old man and I will protect you." Cheers. Uchiha Shiroa scoffed, clinking his cup against Kiraku's. "I'll be thankful if you don't cheat me first." The next day, Uchiha Shiroa wisely stayed inside the 1st Division's barracks, avoiding any unnecessary excursions. No doubt Suifeng had deployed the entire Onmitsukido to keep an eye on me. For now, it was best to lay low. Besides, his daily training tasks could easily be completed in the squad's training grounds. Half a day later, Okikiba Genshiro stood frozen in front of the 1st Division headquarters, veins bulging on his forehead as he stared at the abstract artwork covering the walls. "Uchiha Shiroa. You're way too free, aren't you?" Standing beside him, Vice Captain Sasaki Chojiro, who had silver hair and a distinguished mustache, simply smiled. "This painting has high artistic value," he mused. Okikiba shot him a look. "How high? Can it match my rising blood pressure, Sasaki Chojiro?" Sasaki stroked his mustache and admired the artwork thoughtfully. "Look at this majestic horse. White and black, tall and powerful, with 2 horns. What do you think it represents?" Okikiba's eye twitched. "It means. That's a cow." Meanwhile, as Uchiha Shiroa strolled through the 1st Division dormitory, he heard a commotion. "Hey! Vice Captain Chojiro and 3rd Seat Genshiro are fighting. Come watch." Uchiha Shiroa shook his head. With such a chaotic management system and unreliable leadership, how does the Siriite AI even function? Just as he was about to walk away, a powerful yet aged voice echoed behind him. "Uchiha Shiroa." His body stiffened instantly. Turning around, he found himself face to face with a shining bald head and a wooden cane planted firmly against the ground. There stood the Commander General of the 13th Division of Imperial Guards. Yamamoto Genryu's Shigakuni. The strongest pure soul reaper. Faced with the big boss himself, Uchiha Shiroa dared not slack off. "Captain Commander, sir." He straightened up, forcing a serious expression. Yamamoto's ancient yet commanding voice rang out. "After thorough inspection, do you find the 1st Division's barracks to be secure?" Uchiha Shiroa cleared his throat. "Yes, sir. I can confirm that the barracks are completely safe, with no hidden threats whatsoever." Yamamoto's eyes remained closed as he tapped his cane against the floor. "No. You are the hidden threat." Uchiha Shiroa froze. "Leave the barracks and go somewhere else. Return at night," Yamamoto ordered. Uchiha Shiroa was dumbfounded. "Did I just get kicked out of my own squad's headquarters?" "Captain Commander, I deeply care about the 1st Division. Please don't chase me out." Yamamoto didn't even flinch. "Out. Now." With no other choice, Uchiha Shiroa let out a long sigh. He turned on his heel and, with a swift flash steps, vanished. The moment he left, several figures clad in black discreetly followed him. But after a short while, Uchiha Shiroa arrived at the largest bookstore in Siriite AI. He smirked. "They probably expected me to head to the Red Light District or 8th Division. But they never would have guessed that I'm actually an intellectual who loves reading." With a leisurely stride, he entered the bookstore. To his surprise, inside, he spotted a familiar figure. Eyes Nanao. But something was different. Unlike her usual composed self, she seemed distracted, flipping through a book absent-mindedly. Uchiha Shiroa raised an eyebrow. "Interesting. First Kiraku looks exhausted, and now Nanao looks troubled. Truly like uncle, like niece." He approached her and casually asked, "Little Nanao, what's on your mind?" Nanao looked up, her expression unreadable. After a pause, she adjusted her glasses and said, "Shiroa-kun. Can you teach me Kido?" Uchiha Shiroa blinked. He knew about Nanao's future potential. Right now, she was just a young officer who had graduated from the Shino Academy 2.5 years ago. But in the future, she would develop Kido barriers strong enough to trap even Jugram Hasqualt. Therefore, Aiz Nanao was able to secure the position of vice captain of the 8th Division just by relying on Kido, and it was definitely not just a matter of connections. Looking at her determined gaze, Uchiha Shiroa smirked. "Your talent in Kido is impressive," he admitted. "But what's making you so impatient all of a sudden?" Chapter 22, Teaching the Glasses Girl. Aiz Nanao. I want to become stronger. I want to contribute to the 8th Division. Eyes Nanao declared firmly, her gaze unwavering. Though Shu and Sakuraku never openly acknowledged their blood relationship, she knew deep down that he was her only family in this world. For years, he had silently protected her, offering guidance and care. Now, she wanted to repay that kindness. Not as a burden, but as a true vice captain in her own right. At that moment, Uehara Shiroa received a system notification. Ding. Congratulations to the host for triggering a special mission. Helping the poor and needy, aiding the girl, helping the poor and needy, aiding the girl. Since the host cannot bear to see beautiful girls struggling, a special mission has been issued. To help Aiz Nanao master Vice Captain level Kido within 3 months, reward, a random ability or item, Uehara Shiroa blinked. Again? This girl is a magnet for special tasks. First Kiraku, and now Aiz Nanao. She seemed to be triggering missions left and right. Was this what people called the legendary Little Red Hand? A mischievous thought flashed through his mind. If I wasn't afraid of getting beaten to death, I'd ask Kiraku how much for the girl with glasses. Aiz Nanao, noticing his intense stare, instinctively shrank back. However, deep down, she felt an unexpected sense of happiness. Uehara Shiroa quickly composed himself, flashing a reassuring smile. Brother Kiraku and I are good friends, he said smoothly. Since you're his niece, that makes you my little sister. So your business is my business. Nanao blinked, struggling to follow his logic. But in the end, she nodded gratefully. Thank you, Shiroa-kun. Though she had never seen Uehara Shiroa fight, she had long heard of his genius. And if her uncle respected him, then surely he had to be powerful. Come with me. Uehara Shiroa said, his expression turning serious. Since this was a special mission, he wouldn't take it lightly. The two arrived at the 8th Division's barracks. Even before stepping inside, Uehara Shiroa's keen senses detected several barely perceptible presences. They were skilled at hiding. Clearly members of the Onmitsu Kido. TSK, Su Ifang really has me under surveillance, huh? Still, he paid them no mind. Teaching Aiz Nanao came first. Everything else could wait. They reached the 8th Division's Kido training grounds, where Uehara Shiroa turned to face her. His usual playfulness faded, replaced by an expression of pure seriousness. If you think I'm going to teach you high-level spells like Kado number 99, 5 Dragon of Destruction. Right away, he said, then I'm afraid you're going to be disappointed. Nanao stiffened, a flicker of disappointment in her eyes. But before she could protest, Uehara Shiroa continued, his voice calm but firm. I'm only going to teach you the basics. Because the Aiz Nanao standing before him was not yet the composed and mature vice captain of the future. Right now, she was still a youthful, inexperienced girl, full of potential but lacking the necessary foundation. No matter how eager she was, throwing advanced Kido at her would only hinder her growth rather than help it. The numbered Kido spells, from Hado number 1, Sho, to Hado number 99, 5 Dragon of Destruction, were just a fraction of the true Kido inheritance. They had become the orthodox school of Kido because they were the most stable and had the best cost-to-performance ratio. However, Kido beyond level 90 was on par with Bunkai in power. But with severe drawbacks. They took longer to chant, consumed massive amounts of spiritual pressure, and could backfire catastrophically if mishandled. Only Kido masters could reliably use them in battle. For someone like Nanao, jumping into high-level Kido would do more harm than good. I understand, she murmured, though her voice was tinged with disappointment. Uehara Shiroa sighed. Given that this was a special mission, he decided to explain further. In Kido, higher numbers don't always mean better. Nanao looked at him, startled. For example, he continued, if you truly master a simple Hado number 4, Byakurai, it can kill an enemy instantly. But if you lack skill, then even Hado number 99, 5 Dragon of Destruction, is just a fancy firework. Nanao's eyes widened slightly. You need to understand, Uehara Shiroa pressed, that Kido from levels 1 to 99 are just the beginning. Not the end. The true pinnacle of Kido isn't about learning high-level spells. It's about developing your own techniques based on your attributes and strengths. This is what we call, magic is shaped by the caster's heart. And that is why. Uehara Shiroa smiled. It's better to master one path than to dabble in everything. Nanao whispered his words under her breath, absorbing their meaning. Magic is shaped by the caster's heart. Better to specialize and master than to spread oneself thin. She felt her mind expanding, as if she had gained sudden insight. And just like that, her initial disappointment vanished. A simple sentence. But it completely changed my perspective. For the first time, she truly admired Uehara Shiroa. She focused entirely on his lesson. When the class began, Uehara Shiroa didn't talk about advanced or even intermediate Kido. Instead, he focused solely on fundamentals. At first, Nanao's disappointment returned. Basic Keto? I already learned this long ago. But soon. Her eyes widened in shock. Wait. Is this really Basic Keto? The concepts he explained. She had never even heard of them before. And worse. She didn't even understand them at first. That realization shook her to the core. Uehara Shiroa's teachings revealed the gaps in her knowledge. What set Uehara Shiroa apart from others was his foundation. His flash steps had skyrocketed to captain class after fighting Yoruichi, not just because of her teachings, but because of his accumulated knowledge and training. His shadow clone training, his self-study, his deep understanding of fundamentals. All of it built an indestructible foundation. Even a genius like Aizen would be shocked by how thorough Uehara Shiroa's fundamentals were. And now, Nanao was witnessing that firsthand. At first, she thought he was just showing off. Acting knowledgeable about Keto. After all, he was only covering things she had learned long ago. Or so she thought. Because soon, she realized she had been wrong. She hadn't mastered those fundamentals. She had only scratched the surface. Everything Uehara Shiroa explained felt like a new world opening up before her. How can there be such a huge gap when it's the same Keto, the same theory? She was stunned. Uehara Shiroa's basic knowledge contained secret techniques passed down only in great noble families, combined with his own unique understanding. How did he even learn these things? Simple. Because to Uehara Shiroa, can the knowledge of scholars be called stealing? If Aizen could learn it, why couldn't he? Chapter 23, Beyond the Limits of Rules. Inside the 8th Division's captain's office, Shun Sekiraku leaned lazily against the window, a gentle smile playing on his lips as he observed the two figures in the training grounds below. His niece, Aiz Nanao, sat with unwavering focus, meticulously taking notes as she absorbed every word. From time to time, Uehara Shiroa would pause his lecture and personally demonstrate a technique, allowing Nanao to follow his movements. It was a seamless exchange between teacher and student, their progress swift and steady. At first, Kiraku had been a little worried. Talent didn't always equate to being a good teacher. Sometimes, when a person was too skilled, they struggled to explain things to those who lacked the same innate ability. But soon, Kiraku realized his concerns were unfounded. Uehara Shiroa's teaching was not only precise and methodical, but also incredibly sharp. Each time he spotted a flaw in Nanao's foundation, he pointed it out immediately, breaking it down into simple and digestible concepts. Even Kiraku himself could recognize these weak points. But he couldn't have explained them as clearly as Uehara did. This kid's something else, Kiraku thought to himself, watching with mild amusement. After finishing another training session, Aiz Nanao and Uehara Shiroa returned to the 8th Division's inner hall. Nanao, now brimming with newfound knowledge, carefully prepared a steaming cup of tea and respectfully presented it to Uehara Shiroa with both hands. "Teacher Shiroa," she said, her voice filled with genuine admiration, "your mastery of Keto is truly..." She trailed off. Despite her extensive vocabulary, she couldn't find the right words to properly describe how incredible his Keto techniques were. Her current expression and posture, pure reverence, resembled that of a devoted disciple before their revered master. Uehara Shiroa smirked, amused by the sight. "That's because you have good talent," he said smoothly, accepting the tea. "It's my luck to have a student like you." Having a cute, intelligent girl admiring him and serving him tea. This was far more enjoyable than scheming in the shadows of the Soul Society. No wonder Aizen first pua'd Hinamori Momo before recruiting two Lilai subordinates in Hugo That guy really knew how to cultivate loyalty. Uehara Shiroa suddenly had a ridiculous thought. At this rate, I might follow the same path. Questioning Aizen, understanding Aizen, and becoming Aizen. As if sensing his change in mood, Nanao took her admiration a step further. To show her gratitude for his guidance, she gently massaged his shoulders, carefully pressed his temples, and even kneaded his arms. Doing her best to repay her teacher's kindness in every way she knew. To her, this was simply what a devoted disciple should do. This special mission was an absolute steal, Uehara Shiroa mused, feeling both content and slightly guilty. Nanao would undoubtedly learn something real from this. One was willing to teach, the other was willing to learn. It was a perfect match. After outlining Nanao's next phase of training, Uehara Shiroa left the 8th Division barracks. Meanwhile, within the 5th Division's barracks, a lone figure sat in quiet contemplation. Aizen Sosuke. His usually warm smile was absent as he stared ahead, lost in thought. Suddenly, the doors creaked open, and a silver-haired figure entered, his fox-like grin as unreadable as ever. "Thinking about something, Lord Aizen?" Ekamarujin drawled. Aizen's expression softened into an amused smile. "It seems things have been rather lively outside," he mused. Jin tilted his head. A seventh seat from the first division causing such a commotion? Seems a bit much, don't you think? The seventh seat? Aizen echoed, interest flickering in his gaze. You mean Uchiha? Jin nodded. That's him. He then continued his report. Lord Aizen, we've set up the spatial keto barriers in the designated Rukongai laboratories, just as you ordered. However, Jin's expression turned unreadable. That Hotsutsuki Naruto didn't show up. It seems he's far more cautious than we expected. Aizen's smile deepened slightly. I hope he is. He murmured. Because the stronger his abilities are, the more interesting this will be. If he's too cautious, it'll be boring. Then, as if shifting topics entirely, Aizen added, for safety's sake, we should start preparations for the Hukomundo laboratory immediately. Jin raised an eyebrow, feigning mild surprise. So soon, Lord Aizen? Originally, they had planned to fully move into Hukomundo only after Aizen had secured his position as captain. Starting now would be a premature deviation from their original timeline. Aizen's voice remained calm, yet certain. A deviation from the plan, he said softly, is simply another form of transcendence over the plan. Then, his golden brown eyes gleamed as he instructed, proceed patiently, Jin. Everything is still under our control. That night, Uchiha ventured out once more. This time, he disguised himself, wearing camouflage glasses and a Toby mask. After all, if he had a hollow within him, it would be a shame not to wear a mask. Soon, he arrived at his secret base. As usual, he scanned the area to ensure that no one, especially in the hot spring, was present. Not sensing anyone, he let out a small sigh of relief. Then, he began his Zanpakuto meditation practice. A Shinigami's Zanpakuto was, at its core, a fusion of foreign souls. Much like Jin's Kamishini no Yari, Squad Zero's Food Zanpakuto, Hell's Blood Pond, or even the concept of hollows themselves. The shallow Asaki that all Soul Reapers received were created by Yatsune Imaya of Squad Zero. Each contained compressed foreign souls, which would later merge with the Shinigami's own spiritual power, eventually awakening as their true Zanpakuto. For years, Uchiha had meditated deeply on this concept. And now, he felt as though he was on the verge of unlocking the true nature of his Zanpakuto. Kenpachi Zaraki's blade was a permanently released Shikai. Why? Because to the weak-minded, it was unbelievable to think that a base-form Zanpakuto could cut down a captain-level opponent. But Zaraki had done just that, slashing through foes with a Mirasaki. And despite wielding a seemingly basic sword, he had climbed to immense heights of power. Even Ichigo Zangetsu was different. His Shikai wasn't truly a Zanpakuto. It was simply the manifestation of power fragments. Thus, there was only one true Zanpakuto that had ever defied the laws of the Soul Society. A blade that had been permanently released from the moment it was born. The only true permanent Shikai Zanpakuto in history. That blade was Shankyo. A Zanpakuto that transcended even the rules of the Shinigami. Chapter 24, Meeting Yoruichi again. Uchiha was quite satisfied with his current rate of growth. Moreover, another special mission would soon be completed. Everything was progressing well. Almost too well. And he had every reason to look forward to what lay ahead. Just then, without turning around, he spoke casually. Are you that afraid of me? Relax, I don't bite. From the shadows, Shioi Yoruichi emerged with a slightly frustrated expression. How did you notice me? The Onmitsukido and the Stealth Force excelled in assassination and infiltration, and both were practically the private armed forces of the Shioi family. Yoruichi had honed her skills in stealth, assassination, and flash steps since childhood. Yet now, despite years of training, she hadn't even managed to get close to her target without being noticed. That stung a little. Uchiha finally turned around, his gaze meeting hers through the singular eye-hole of his mask. Tonight, Yoruichi was dressed in a purple top and black tights, which perfectly accentuated her athletic figure. Her outfit didn't look like one meant for battle. Shrugging, he responded in a relaxed tone, ever heard of Scent of a Woman? Yoruichi narrowed her eyes at the yellow spiral mask covering his face. And what's with the mask all of a sudden? You even covered your eyes. Can you even see through that? Uchiha's voice remained serious. It's to avoid seeing things I shouldn't. Last time, I caught a glimpse of something. Let's just say it was not a pleasant experience. Yoruichi clenched and unclenched her fists out of habit, contemplating his words. Then, feigning nonchalance, she asked, is that mask of yours some kind of divine artifact? Yes, Uchiha answered smoothly. A powerful one. It even has a story behind it. A story? Yoruichi arched a brow skeptically. Yes, he continued, completely straight-faced. This mask originates from a dog who suffered from hereditary mental pink eye since birth. But despite his condition, He was cheerful and kind, always helping old ladies cross the street. Then one day, he watched his beloved die right before his eyes. That moment broke him. His heart turned to ice as he gazed upon the world with despair. From that day forward, he wore a clown mask and swore he would never love again. It is said that if you gather Toby's mask, Tom's piano, Vigo's sword, and Fian Ying's horn, you can summon the King of Tengu and have any wish granted. Yoruichi blinked. The King of Tengu? Indeed, Uehara Shiroa nodded sagely. And he'll grant any wish? She repeated, half doubtful, half intrigued. That's what they say, he replied, his tone solemn. Although his words sounded absurd, the way he delivered them, with complete confidence and a steady, measured tone, made it impossible to tell whether he was joking or not. Yoruichi found herself at a loss. Is he messing with me, or is there actually some truth to what he's saying? Meanwhile, Uehara Shiroa strolled over to a pirate flag lying nearby, picked it up, and unfurled it toward Yoruichi. See this flag? He asked. I see it, she said flatly. And? Give me money. I'm on the run. I have no money. Then leave a divine weapon as collateral. Doesn't have to be anything too impressive. Something like, Enkin, will do. Yoruichi let out a laugh of disbelief. Do you think, Enkin, grows on trees? Not to mention, I'm no longer the head of my family. Even if I were, I still wouldn't be able to just hand over a weapon like that. Uehara Shiroa sighed dramatically, tossing the pirate flag into the air and catching it again. Fine. I'll take a random divine weapon instead. I'll even take a loss on this deal. Yoruichi smirked, sensing an opportunity. You don't actually need a divine weapon, do you? With your abilities, a weapon is hardly necessary. Your Zanpakuto's power is space-based, after all. Uehara Shiroa immediately recognized that she was probing him for information. He ignored the bait, instead casually tossing the flag again and letting it land neatly on the ground. Then, with a sly smile, he remarked, You do realize that with my abilities, I can come and go from the Shioi mansion as I please, right? So, if the elder sister won't give in, maybe the younger brother will. Yoruichi's expression darkened instantly. You wouldn't dare. Uehara Shiroa clicked his tongue. Oh, but I would. Ms. Yoruichi, you wouldn't want your dear little Etudo to end up looking just like me, now would you? You bastard. Yoruichi nearly exploded. She had been sneaking into the Soul Society repeatedly as of late to settle her family affairs. Most importantly, to ensure her younger brother, Yashiro, was protected. But before she had even figured out this guy's full capabilities, he had already zeroed in on her biggest weakness. And the worst part? She knew he actually had the power to back up his threats. This man was even more unpredictable than Aizen. What had the Soul Society done to deserve both of these monsters? Taking a deep breath, Yoruichi exhaled slowly before making a calculated offer. Let's cooperate. As long as you help us take down Aizen, you can have whatever you want. Cooperation? Uehara Shiroa rubbed his chin thoughtfully, then suddenly asked in an exaggeratedly serious tone, What if I want the thing, but not the cooperation? Yoruichi clenched her fists. You deserve to die. Uehara Shiroa chuckled. Ah, look at you. You're getting anxious. Annoyed beyond reason, Yoruichi swung a punch at him. Only for it to hit nothing but air. Her fist passed straight through his afterimage. She took a step back, finally regaining her composure. Why won't you cooperate with us? It benefits all of us. You're not afraid of Aizen, are you? This isn't about fear, Uehara Shiroa said as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. I simply prefer to side with a winner. Yoruichi's gaze sharpened. Aizen is just a rat hiding in the shadows. He won't deceive everyone forever. Sooner or later, we'll return to the Soul Society and expose him. Uehara Shiroa couldn't help but chuckle. Oh? And what exactly are you relying on to return? The Will of Fire? The Will of D? The Dark Will? Or perhaps the legendary Golden Spirit? Yoruichi frowned, but he continued mercilessly. You still don't understand why you lost. You and Aizen are playing two entirely different games. You're playing hide-and-seek. But Aizen? He's playing werewolf. He hasn't eliminated all of you yet simply because the timing isn't right. Why? Because Soul Society itself is not his end goal. If he truly cared about it, you'd all be kneeling right now, calling him Captain Aizen. Yoruichi refused to be discouraged. A lie will always be exposed in the end. The truth will come to light. Uehara Shiroa chuckled. As a member of the 5 great noble families, don't you know? Our world is built on lies. Soul Society itself is a lie. And do you know the biggest one? The so-called Soul King that the Zero Squad and the 5 great nobles claim to protect is nothing more than a mutilated corpse. Yoruichi's pupil shrank in shock. You even know that? she whispered. Then. Does this mean you're siding with Aizen? Uchiha shook his head and smirked. Not necessarily. What I mean is, your way of thinking is too shallow. You need a leader who can see the bigger picture. Chapter 25, High-Ranking Officer? All you need is hands. In the secret base, Shioi Yoruichi's mouth twitched as she stared at Uchiha with an expression of pure contempt. Are you implying that you should be the leader? She scoffed. I've never seen someone who wants to gain everything without lifting a finger. Who are you trying to fool? Uchiha puffed out his chest. It doesn't have to be me, but since none of you are capable, I have to step in. Yoruichi's patience finally wore thin. Planting her hands on her hips, she shot him a glare. Let's be honest. You just want to profit from this situation, don't you? And you all just want to use me as cannon fodder against Aizen, don't you? Uchiha sneered. From the very beginning, he had never taken their so-called cooperation seriously. Even someone as straightforward as Ichigo Kurosaki had been manipulated by Uraraka and Yoruichi. Compared to him, there was no doubt these two would scheme against him even more ruthlessly. Anyone who had watched Bleach knew one thing: if you ever encountered Uraraka or Aizen, the best course of action was to attack first and ask questions never. These two were so cunning that if you tossed a glass bead into their minds, it would take a year to roll out. Uchiha, however, wasn't one for overly complicated scheming. He wasn't about to play mind games or get dragged into their plots. So, he simply refused to comply. Neither through threats nor persuasion. And what could they do about it? Yoruichi sighed, realizing she had no way to deal with him. Frustrated, she tried a different approach. You can't seriously expect to get something for nothing, right? Their so-called cooperation had never been about actual teamwork. It was just a way to keep Otsutsuki Naruto in check. It was a desperate move on their part. After all, Aizen's illusions, as tricky as they were, still had traces to follow. But this Otsutsuki Naruto? He was a complete enigma, both in terms of identity and abilities. He was like a ghost. Unpredictable and untouchable. Dealing with Aizen alone was already nightmarish. Adding this mysterious factor into the equation made it almost impossible to strategize. Yet Uchiha remained smug, as if he had already won. If I haven't done anything, that's exactly why you should give me something. After all, I could just take it by force, you know. Yoruichi clenched her fists. She really wanted to punch him right now. Suppressing her irritation, she tried to negotiate. Fine. Since cooperation is off the table, how about an exchange? I'll give you a divine weapon, and in return, you provide us with information. Sound fair? She had no choice but to lower her stance. The situation left her no room to be picky. Never in her life had she imagined Shioi Yoruichi, the head of the noble Shioi family, former captain of the 2nd Division, would one day be forced into a compromise like this. Uchiha smirked. Sensing that the time was right, he made another offer. I'll give you a better deal. One that benefits you more. Not only will I not touch your brother, but I'll even make sure he stays safe when nothing's happening. Deal. Yoruichi agreed immediately, not hesitating for even a second. Yashiro may have been relatively safe in the noble district, but Yoruichi knew better than anyone how dark and corrupt Soul Society's nobility could be. So, if an extra layer of protection was available, even if it came in the form of an insurance payment, she'd take it. Uchiha clapped his hands together, looking pleased. Congratulations on making the right choice. To him, this was basically getting a divine weapon for free. It would have been a waste not to take it. Of course, he was well aware that Yoruichi and Urara were only trying to keep him in check. But did he care? Not one bit. In the end, Yoruichi handed over the divine weapon she had prepared in advance, then turned and left without looking back. She had to leave. If she stayed any longer, she might actually lose control and hit him. Losing a divine weapon for nothing was already infuriating enough. She didn't need to add his smugness to the mix. That night, Uchiha soaked in a hot spring, savoring the victory. He glanced at the divine weapon in his hand before casually tossing it into the shattered space, letting it slowly merge with the death gloves. It was just a rope-type magic weapon, and clearly one of the lowest grade ones. But that was fine. He didn't need an amazing weapon just yet. If it was too powerful, death gloves wouldn't be able to integrate it properly. And besides, this was just the beginning. As the 7th seed of the 1st Division, he had no reason to stir up trouble. There was no need for pointless battles. It was better to just relax and be a salted fish. Still, Otsutsuki Naruto couldn't go to waste. It was time to put some pressure on Uraraka, Yoruichi, and Aizen. Once they were all dancing in his palm, he could enjoy reaping the benefits from both sides. And if nothing else, Just using Yashiro as leverage alone was going to benefit him for a lifetime. The next morning, Uchiha woke up early and quickly completed his daily tasks. Today's task, show off your singing voice, was simple. He just had to sing something random. Effortlessly completing the task, he earned a round of cheers from the First Division dormitory. Placing his left hand on his chest and tipping his hat with his right, he gave a gentlemanly bow, prompting another wave of screams from the female Shinigami. At this point, after completing so many daily missions, Uchiha had mastered an impressive range of skills: piano, chess, calligraphy, painting, storytelling, poetry, and, of course, singing. In Soul Society, he was already something of a trendsetter. Many female Shinigami admired him not just for his appearance but for his sheer talent. This was why Uchiha was still somewhat respected on the Woman Shinigami Association's blacklist. Unlike Unserious, who was considered a complete negative example. After receiving his rewards, Kido +1, Shadow Clone Proficiency +1, Uchiha headed toward the 8th Division barracks. There, Aizuna now had been waiting for days, having prepared a delicious breakfast, all made by her own hands. Uchiha took a bite, then nodded approvingly at the nervous girl. "It suits my taste. You put in a lot of effort." Aizuna now let out a breath of relief, her face lighting up. "Teacher Uchiha. Whether it's keto or cooking, I'll continue to work hard." Good, good. That's the spirit," Uchiha said as he leisurely enjoyed the meal and Nanao's attentive service. Meanwhile, in the 8th Division office, Unserious, who had been watching the scene unfold, took a sip of his medicinal tea. For some reason, it tasted even more bitter than usual. Recently, he'd been overworked, busy day and night, and his back was aching terribly. But what truly unsettled him was the scene in front of him. Looking at Nanao's eager expression as she served Uchiha, Kiraku had a sudden, dreadful realization. His precious Nanao was about to be snatched away at the speed of light. Why did it feel like he had just invited a wolf into his home? And yet, if it was Uchiha, well, perhaps it wasn't entirely impossible. Chapter 26, The Expanding Tsunayashiro Family. If anyone else had said this, Aizuna would have dismissed it as arrogance. But coming from Uchiha, the words carried undeniable weight. After all, Uchiha was infamous in Soul Society for his laid-back, playboy lifestyle. At the same time, he was also recognized as a prodigy. Powerful, versatile, and undeniably brilliant. More importantly, Aizuna had personally experienced his exceptional teaching abilities and his astonishing proficiency in Kido. As she gazed at him with admiration, Uchiha smirked. "If this system operated on a favorability meter instead of a task system, I'd probably see a notification pop up right now." Without further delay, the two resumed their training. After another intensive lesson, Aizuna's proficiency in Kido had advanced significantly. Her appreciation for Uchiha deepened as well. Meanwhile, Uchiha was pleased with her progress. At this rate, this special mission will be completed in no time. And once it was done, the war between Soul Society and Hukomundo would likely break out. When that happened, he knew he'd have to make a move. After all, the 3 old men in the First Division had tolerated his antics for long enough. They were probably itching to use this opportunity to test him. But Uchiha wasn't concerned. That night, he headed to the Pleasure District for a drink. "Master Shiroa, you haven't visited for several days." Matsuko, a courtesan with a sweet, satisfied smile, greeted him warmly. This kind of tenderness and charm was reserved exclusively for Uchiha. She had been with him from the beginning and had long since become his personal courtesan. With one pouring tea and wine while the other sipped leisurely, the two conversed in a relaxed manner, their laughter mingling with the warm glow of the lanterns. Uchiha enjoyed the atmosphere. He wasn't particularly fond of bloodshed and conflict. Though, of course, he wouldn't allow anyone to bring the fight to him either. Just as he was basking in the moment, his expression suddenly shifted. He listened carefully. From outside, he heard a maid's voice attempting to stop someone. Followed by a rough, arrogant voice. "I am a guard of the Tsunayashiro family. And yet, a mere geisha dares to put on airs? I've never even heard of the 7th seat of the First Division. Ha! You so-called Shinigami are nothing more than lapdogs raised by my master." Hearing this, Uchiha smiled at Matsuko. "Prepare me a cup of wine. I'll be right back." Then, he stood up, opened the door, and stepped out. Outside, the Tsunayashiro family's personal Shinigami was brandishing his sword, trying to intimidate the two maids. The courtesans of the Pleasure District weren't defenseless. They also functioned as half-guards and had managed to hold him back. But as a dog of a great noble house, the Shinigami was used to getting his way. And now, he had drawn his sword in frustration. Uehara Shiroa took in the scene in an instant. Aside from 2 hidden on Mitsukido scouts stationed by Su Ifeng, there were no other Shinigami present. After confirming that this wasn't a setup, he drew his own blade and shouted, "Who is this lunatic daring to draw a sword against the 7th seat of the 1st Division? Stand down!" Before the Tsunayashiro member could react, an overwhelming wave of freezing energy surged toward him, instantly encasing him in ice. Uehara Shiroa had deliberately used excessive force. Even if the man survived, he would be crippled for life. From the shadows, the 2 on Mitsukido scouts watched in stunned silence. What now? Should they continue tracking him? Should they step in? Can we even win? While they hesitated, Uehara Shiroa turned toward them with a sharp glare. "There are accomplices? Who are you? How dare you conspire to assassinate a seated officer of the 1st Division?" Before either of them could react, his stand ability, White Album, activated soundlessly. 2 more ice sculptures appeared where they had been standing. This time, however, he held back. Not because he wanted to show mercy, but because he didn't want to offend 2 great noble families at once. After all, if he stirred up too much trouble, Captain Commander Yamamoto would have to step in to protect him. And that would just lead to him getting scolded. With that settled, Uehara Shiroa turned on his heel and leisurely strolled back inside. Sitting down, he picked up his cup. Great taste. Not bad. Matsuko, who had initially gone pale with fear, now gazed at him with admiration. "Brother Shiroa, I might have caused you some trouble." Not long after, Shun Sekiraku arrived to check on the situation, handling the aftermath while wearing his usual lazy smile. "My conflicts with the Tsunayashiro family run deep," he explained. "And since we're friends, it's inevitable they'd target you too. Lately, the Tsunayashiro family has been growing more aggressive. You should be careful." Among the 5 great noble houses, the family that guarded Hell had long since withdrawn from Soul Society. The Shiba family had exiled themselves to Rukongai. The Kuachiki family remained bound by the rules of the 6th Division and noble traditions. The Shioing family once had power through the 2nd Division and on Mitsukido, but after Yoruichi defected, their influence had weakened. With so many old families in decline, the Tsunayashiro family had become the greatest beneficiary. They had been expanding rapidly, growing increasingly arrogant. This provocation against Uehara Shiroa? It was simply a test to see how much they could push the 13th Division of Imperial Guards. After all, the noble families and the 13th Division of Imperial Guards operated as 2 separate systems. Technically, the nobles still ruled over the 13th Division of Imperial Guards. Even as a captain, Shun Sekiraku had little authority over them. But Uehara Shiroa remained indifferent. "Brother Kiraku, you're being too polite. There's no need to talk about dragging me into trouble. Our relationship isn't that shallow. I don't start trouble, but I'm never afraid of it. Even if the Tsunayashiro family has deep roots. Well, I have the Captain Commander backing me." This was truly an unexpected situation. Shun Sekiraku came from an upper-class noble family himself, and he was skilled at maneuvering through political games. Yet now, the Tsunayashiro family had set their sights on him. And by extension, Uehara Shiroa. The irony was almost amusing. "I was planning to target the Tsunayashiro family eventually," Uehara Shiroa mused. But before he could make a move, they had thrown themselves at him first. Shun Sekiraku shook his head in disbelief. "Ha! You really are something else." In the end, the matter was left unresolved. The Tsunayashiro family, and the noble houses of Soul Society as a whole, knew better than to directly challenge Yamamoto Genryu's Ishigakuni. After all, the old noble families still remembered what kind of ruthless monster the original 13th Division of Imperial Guards had been 1,000 years ago. But what puzzled them was why Yamamoto, who was always strict about rules, was protecting this kid. Who exactly was Uehara Shiroa? Not only was he brazenly fearless, but he was also receiving special treatment from Yamamoto himself. Meanwhile, Su Ifeng was furious. Glaring at the 2 subordinates who had just recovered, she snapped, "You 2 are supposed to be the elite of the On Mitsukido's 1st Division. And yet, you were captured so easily? You've brought shame to the entire corps." Deep inside, she desperately wanted to drag Uehara Shiroa straight to the maggot's nest. But since Yamamoto had spoken, she had no choice but to obey. Chapter 27, Night Exploration of Noble Street. As night fell, Uehara Shiroa left a shadow clone as a decoy and quietly made his way toward the noble district of Sairiite Ai. Noble Street was located east of the 6th Division barracks, almost at the very center of Sairiite Ai. The district's central area was filled with extravagant mansions, private medical facilities, and high-end dining establishments. Luxuries reserved exclusively for the noble class. Without noble lineage or special permission, even a captain-level Shinigami wasn't allowed to set foot here. Of course, If someone really wanted to sneak in, they could use the sewer system beneath Siriite AI. But for Uehara Shiroa, such methods were unnecessary. With his Zanpakuto ability that similar like Kamui called Shunkyo, Fleeting Void, bypassing the district's security was effortless. Although the barriers here weren't as absurdly fortified as those guarding the Soul King's palace, they still weren't to be underestimated. Along the way, Uehara Shiroa detected multiple layers of concealed barriers and traps made of Sekai's-ki. For most ordinary captains, breaching these defenses wouldn't be easy. But for him? They might as well not exist. As he strolled forward, a thought crossed his mind. If only I could get an item like the Marauder's Map from Harry Potter. Imagine how lively that would be. On the surface, Soul's society appeared peaceful. But in reality? It was a den of monsters. At night, the hidden forces lurking in the shadows would emerge. Aizen, lost in his research. A loving sister secretly watching over her brother. Kurotsuchi Mayuri, conducting twisted experiments. Azahiro, quietly observing everything. Tsunayashiro Tokunada, plotting the annihilation of his own family. Each one had their own deadly talents. But none of them could compare to his ability to become a hollow at will. With no obstacles in his path, Uehara Shiroa reached the heart of Noble Street. Here, grand mansions lined the streets, each more extravagant than the last. One particular residence stood out. A gaudy display of excessive wealth, with a nameplate inscribed with the word Omega. Ah, so this is the Omega family's estate. The Omegas were a notoriously wealthy noble family. Practically Siriite's equivalent of Nouveau Riche. Omega Marikyo's father, Omega Maranoshin, was only a vice-captain, yet he had the wealth to casually purchase a gem mine. At this point in time, however, Maranoshin had not yet officially retired from his position as vice-captain of the 2nd Division and commander of the Onmitsukido. He was still in the process of handing over his responsibilities. During this transition period, Omega Maranoshin and some veteran Onmitsukido members were stationed near the Shioin estate, ensuring its security. As Uehara Shiroa approached, he sensed several concealed spiritual pressures. It was clear that ever since Yoruichi's defection, certain factions had set their sights on the Shioin family's wealth and influence. Despite the nobles' so-called honor and hierarchy, they had their own traditions of betrayal. Let's not forget. The power of the 5 great noble houses came from their betrayal of the Soul King. If these people truly believed in following the rules, they would have been devoured long ago. The noble families weren't united. They were in constant competition, always scheming and backstabbing one another. Thinking about this, Uehara Shiroa raised his gaze toward the largest mansion on the street. It towered over the surrounding buildings, its sheer extravagance an insult to the concept of modesty. The mainstream architecture of Soul's society followed a style reminiscent of Japan's Han period. Simple, integrated with nature, and rarely exceeding 3 stories. Even the Kuachiki estate, owned by one of the oldest and most powerful noble houses, maintained a relatively traditional design. But this place? It was practically declaring itself the ruler of Siriite AI. This was the Tsunayashiro family's mansion. The same Tsunayashiro family that had not only betrayed the Soul King but dismembered him for their own gain. Flaunting your power like this? You're just begging for death. Disgust filled Uehara Shiroa's heart. The sheer inequality in Soul's society was sickening. One single street hoarded 99% of Siriite's wealth and resources. Was that reasonable? Of course not. Time to fix that imbalance. Besides, there was a good chance the Tsunayashiro family had already marked him as a target. That alone was enough reason to act. Without hesitation, he summoned a shadow clone and sent it off to randomly select a lucky victim. The next day, news spread through Noble Street like wildfire, sending shockwaves through the great noble houses. A member of the Tsunayashiro family, Tsunayashiro Kumagawa, had been assassinated overnight. The only clue left at the scene? The emblem of the Onmitsukido. Though Tsunayashiro Kumagawa had a horrendous reputation. His hands stained with countless crimes. The Tsunayashiro family didn't care about commoners' lives. What did it matter if a few ants died? But for them, a noble's life was different. The Tsunayashiro family saw themselves as the leaders of the 5 great noble houses. They looked down upon Shinigami, commoners, and even lower-ranking nobles. To them, Shinigami were disposable. Commoners were disposable. But at Tsunayashiro? Unacceptable. This wasn't just a murder. It was a provocation. A humiliation. Outraged, the Tsunayashiro family immediately pressured the Central 46. Normally, internal matters between noble houses were handled by the Gold Seal Noble Council. A governing body that outranked the Central 46 in noble affairs. However, when it came to execution and enforcement, both the Gold Seal Council and the Central 46 needed the cooperation of the 13th Division of Imperial Guards and the Onmitsukido. Which meant, in the end, This entire mess fell onto Captain Commander Yamamoto's desk. Inside the 1st Division barracks, Yamamoto Genryu's Ishigakuni sat calmly, hands resting on his cane, eyes closed. "Last night," he said, his voice steady, "a member of the Tsunayashiro family was killed. The On Mitsukido's insignia was left at the scene. What is the meaning of this?" Though the On Mitsukido was officially under the 2nd Division, in reality, its authority was divided among several noble families. It served as a buffer between the 13th Division of Imperial Guards and the nobles, preventing direct conflicts between them. But after Yoruichi's defection, the balance had shifted. "I have no idea, Captain Commander." Su Ifang responded immediately. Truthfully, she was completely confused. Was the Shioin family declaring war on the Tsunayashiros? She had heard nothing about this. Her mind was in turmoil. Ever since she had crossed paths with Uchiha Shiroa, her life had never been smooth. Not long ago, 2 of her On Mitsukido officers had been frozen on the spot by him and falsely accused of conspiring against the 13th Division of Imperial Guards. That incident was still unresolved, and the perpetrator had yet to be punished. The On Mitsukido, and herself as its leader, had become a laughingstock. And now, this new disaster had landed at her feet. Su Ifang clenched her fists, suppressing the urge to scream. This was really getting out of hand. Chapter 28, Undercurrents in Siriite AI. You are the commander of the On Mitsukido. Shouldn't you know about this? Yamamoto Genryu's Ishigakuni frowned, pausing briefly before continuing. This incident took place in the Noble District, and the 13th Division of Imperial Guards cannot intervene directly. We must investigate this matter as soon as possible. Because the On Mitsukido and the Shioin family were deeply entangled, Yamamoto preferred to avoid being dragged into noble conflicts. Thus, he only issued orders to comply with the Central 46's directives in a perfunctory manner. Understood. Su Ifang responded respectfully, bowing her head. As someone who strictly adhered to rules and orders, she knew better than to question a direct command. After a moment of silence, Yamamoto Genryu's Ishigakuni added, "Also, you should be aware of the strategic deployment regarding Hugomondo. The On Mitsukido should begin preparations. Your forces will be needed for reconnaissance and intelligence gathering. I will not disappoint you, Captain." A sense of duty surged within Su Ifang as she vowed to perform beyond expectations. A few days later, news of the murder of several Tsunayashiro clan members had spread among the high-ranking Shinigami. A noble family member being assassinated was an unprecedented event, sending shockwaves through the Soul Society. Even individuals like Aizen, ever calculating and enigmatic, took notice and shared their thoughts on the situation. While the Tsunayashiro family had never openly opposed the Shioin, they had secretly worked to undermine their influence. With their patriarch having defected, the Shioin family was left vulnerable, unable to do anything but endure the political pressure. Su Ifang personally led an investigative team to the Tsunayashiro estate, but the results were inconclusive. The only clue left at the crime scene was an armband belonging to the On Mitsukido, seemingly placed there as a deliberate provocation. Although she had her own suspicions, she knew better than to voice them without solid evidence. Seizing the opportunity, the Tsunayashiro family used the incident as a pretext to weaken the On Mitsukido, claiming that their lack of competency had allowed the attack to occur. In their eyes, the growth of the On Mitsukido directly benefited the Shioin family. Even though the On Mitsukido technically served them, the Tsunayashiro had no hesitation in crippling their strength for political gain. With tensions escalating behind the scenes, the atmosphere within the Soul Society became increasingly strained. Meanwhile, at the 8th Division training grounds, Uchiha Shiroa remained unfazed by the brewing storm, continuing his lessons with eyes now as if nothing had happened. Observing her stance, he smiled casually and said, "Don't hesitate. Use your strongest Kido against me. Only then can I pinpoint where you need improvement." Training an intelligent and diligent disciple was a rewarding experience. Aizen now was progressing at an impressive rate, requiring only minimal guidance to make significant leaps in her abilities. At this pace, the 3-month deadline for her mission was more than sufficient. She might even complete her training within a month. Taking a deep breath, Aizen now raised her hand, channeling her spiritual pressure. Hado number 58, Tornado. A spiraling gust of wind erupted from her palm, surging toward Uchiha Shiroa with immense force. Yet, as the powerful Kido attack hurtled toward him, he remained motionless. With a slight flick of his wrist, his spiritual pressure surged, instantly neutralizing the technique. The raging wind vanished into thin air as if it had never existed. Aizen now staggered slightly, feeling an oppressive weight settle over her, as though the very air had turned to stone, pressing down on her chest. Just as quickly as it came, the sensation disappeared. Looking up, she saw that her full-powered Kido had been effortlessly negated. A wave of frustration washed over her. Despite her rapid improvement, she still felt utterly powerless. How was she still so weak after all this effort? Noticing her disappointment, Uchiha Shiroa offered a reassuring smile. Don't be discouraged. Your Kido is already at the peak level for an officer. If you push past this point, you'll reach vice captain level. Vice captain level? Eyes Nanao blinked in disbelief, feeling as if she had misheard him. Teacher Uchiha. Is that really possible? Just a short while ago, her proficiency in Kido had barely qualified her as an officer. Yet, in only a few days under Uchiha Shiroa's tutelage, she had grown strong enough to rival elite spellcasters in the 13th Division of Imperial Guards. And now, he was saying she was on the verge of breaking into vice captain level? It was too fast. Almost unreal. Seeing her mixture of shock and excitement, Uchiha Shiroa chuckled. Nothing is impossible. Vice captain is just the beginning. Yes, Mr. Uchiha. Eyes Nanao exclaimed, her doubts melting away. Even if she sometimes lacked confidence in herself, she would never doubt Uchiha Shiroa. Her determination reignited, and Uchiha Shiroa nodded approvingly before giving further instruction. Reaching vice captain level isn't just about raw power. You need a solid foundation, sufficient spiritual pressure, and, most importantly, a strong will. Your spiritual pressure must carry weight. If your resolve wavers, your Kido will be powerless. A weak conviction leads to a weak Zanpakuto. The power system of the Soul Reapers was deeply rooted in willpower and belief. A Zanpakuto wielded by someone without conviction was nothing more than an empty blade. One that could never cut. Likewise, spiritual pressure was an extension of one's soul. The difference between an officer and a true combatant was night and day. For someone like Uchiha Shiroa, most officers were as harmless as infants. Their presence was blank, like a sheet of paper. Completely devoid of threat. Vice captains, however, were a different story. While still no match for him, they at least had the foundation of real combatants. Spiritual pressure that carried weight and techniques that were not entirely superficial. Eyes Nanao absorbed his words, deep in thought, as another realization clicked into place. At that moment, Unserious, who had been quietly observing from the sidelines, finally stepped forward with his usual relaxed smile. Brother Shiroa, got a moment to talk? Uchiha Shiroa turned to him with an amused expression before nodding and following him. They strolled across the training grounds, their steps slow and unhurried. The warm breeze rustled the grass as Unserious spoke. I really have to thank you for looking after my precious Nanao-chan, he said with a chuckle. But honestly, I'm still wrapping my head around how ridiculously talented you're as a teacher. Unserious shook his head in amazement. To think that in just a few days, her Kido proficiency has surpassed some of the best Kido users in the 13th Division of Imperial Guards. That's something else. Unlike someone as calculating as Aizen, Unserious had long been aware that Uchiha Shiroa was far stronger than he let on. The old men of the 1st Division, Yamamoto, Urahara, and Detsu, had already acknowledged that Uchiha Shiroa's strength far exceeded his current rank. Even so, Kiraku had only estimated his power to be around vice captain level at best. However, after what he witnessed today, he realized how far off his assumptions had been. He had completely underestimated Uchiha Shiroa. Vice captain level? That wasn't even close. For someone like Uchiha Shiroa, a vice captain might as well be an ant. Chapter 29, Special Care from Old Man Yamamoto. No, it was just a piece of cake, Uchiha Shiroa replied casually, acknowledging Unserious' gratitude with a polite smile. He didn't mind displaying his overwhelming spiritual pressure and mastery of Zanpakuto in front of Kiraku and the others. After all, his true trump cards were the mission system and Shunkyo. Teaching Aizen Nanao Kido? That was nothing. The real priority was completing the special mission. Unserious adjusted his bamboo hat, his expression unusually serious under its shadow. For you, it might be nothing, he said slowly. But for me, and especially for the child, it means everything. His tone carried a rare hint of regret as he continued, ever since Lisa's disappearance, I've blamed myself. I was careless. I shouldn't have let her take that mission. Now, I'm afraid Nanao will one day find herself in a similar situation. Unserious sighed, rubbing the back of his neck before adding, and unlike Lisa, Nanao can't even wield his Zanpakuto. But now that you're guiding her, I feel much more at ease. Uchiha Shiroa smiled at the concern in his voice. Brother Kiraku, you're being too hard on yourself. What happened to Lisa wasn't your fault. Then, flashing a confident grin, he added, you don't have to worry anymore. As her teacher, I'll make sure Nanao is protected. Just leave her to me. Unserious' smile froze momentarily. His grip on Kaden Kikotsu tightened ever so slightly. After their brief exchange, Kiraku got back to business. You've heard about what happened at the Tsunayashiro estate, right? If the victims had been ordinary citizens, Shun Sekiraku would have been furious and demanded an investigation. But since it was the Tsunayashiro family, one of the most corrupt noble clans in Seoul society, his only reaction was to pour himself another drink. "Of course I know," Uehara Shiroa replied nonchalantly. "After all, I was the one who did it." Kiraku smirked. "Well, the Central 46 isn't satisfied with the Onmitsukido's handling of the case. They've decided to assign 1st Division to oversee their operations." Then, with a teasing grin, he added, "Old man Yamamoto wants you to take the job. You'll even get to reunite with your girlfriend. Aren't you touched?" "Not really." Seeing Kiraku's gloating expression, Uehara sighed. "Everyone knows there's a small misunderstanding between me and Captain Suifeng, yet he still assigned me to this. The old man definitely did this on purpose. All because I slacked off for a few days and took a couple of bottles of his precious sake. Seriously, how stingy can he be? That was from his personal collection." Kiraku corrected with a grin. "Even I haven't gotten to drink much of it. You're lucky he only gave you this mission as payback." Then, his expression grew more serious. "That aside, be careful when dealing with the 2nd Division. We've got a major operation coming up, and we'll need the Onmitsukido's full cooperation." Shun Sekiraku didn't doubt Uehara Shiroa's abilities. Previously, he had worried that the stealth force might make things difficult for his younger comrade. But now, with Uehara's strength, it wasn't clear who would be the one feeling embarrassed. "The plan to invade Hugomundo, right?" Uehara Shiroa mused, crossing his arms. "It's about time. If we keep stalling, those hollows will end up partying in Seoul society instead." Lately, hollow activity had surged. Not just in the world of the living, but even within Rukongai. If the 13th Division of Imperial Guards didn't take decisive action soon, things would spiral out of control. But Uehara Shiroa wasn't worried. He had already made the necessary preparations. Besides, his special mission was about to reward him soon. And as for the 2nd Division? A mere Suifeng wasn't enough to concern him. If worst came to worst, he could just let old man Yama and Kiraku handle the political mess. He had zero fear of offending nobles. And if the aristocrats really tried to make trouble for him, he'd just go hang out in the human world and live a carefree life. Not a big deal. The two discussed strategic plans for Hugomundo in detail. An operation of this scale required full cooperation from all divisions. And absolute support from the Kido Corps. Speaking of which, Mayuri Kurotsuchi had been busy during the chief and deputy chief's absence. The mad scientist had taken advantage of the situation to poach some of the best Kido users, effectively stealing talent from the noble families. As expected of someone who had once studied at Maggot's Nest, Mayuri's cunning knew no bounds. Uehara Shiroa offered his own insights on the upcoming war. Since he had already read the script, his knowledge was akin to having perfect foresight. Every time he spoke, he cut straight to the heart of the matter, impressing Shun Sekiraku with his precise and insightful analysis. By nightfall, the two had made their way to the Flower District, where another long night of indulgence awaited them. Later that night, Hanamaki Tavern, as the lively atmosphere buzzed around them, Uehara Shiroa subtly channeled his spiritual pressure, clearing his mind instantly. One of the perks of having a strong spiritual pressure. A slight adjustment was all it took to sober up. And if that didn't work? He always had the horse talisman. Meanwhile, Shun Sekiraku remained in his drunken stupor, muttering about how wine doesn't make a man drunk, only a man makes himself drunk. Uehara enjoyed the atmosphere but had no intention of staying inebriated all night. Activating flash steps, he left the tavern and returned to his squad barracks. After conducting a final horse talisman scan, Uehara dismissed his shadow clones, absorbing the accumulated experience and further solidifying his strength. Then, leaving behind another shadow clone, he quietly slipped into the night. His destination? The underground base beneath Sokioka Hill. Upon arrival, Yaruichi Shioin was already waiting for him, her arms crossed, her golden eyes sharp with suspicion. "Otsutsuki Naruto," she called out. "You're the one who killed Tsunayashiro Kumagawa, aren't you?" As the head of the Onmitsukido, she had access to every intelligence network in Seoul society. This assassination was beyond the capabilities of ordinary assassins. Even her own forces wouldn't have been able to bypass the layers of barriers and defensive measures surrounding noble estates. The only ones capable of such an act were Aizen. And this mysterious Otsutsuki Naruto. Uehara Shiroa casually pulled out a chair from his spatial storage, reclining lazily as he replied, "As far as I know, your family and the Tsunayashiro family don't get along. Shouldn't you be celebrating Kumagawa's death instead of interrogating me?" Yoruichi's eyes narrowed. "Why did you target the nobles? Most Soul Reapers wouldn't dare touch the aristocrats. There was no benefit in it. Only trouble." Uehara Shiroa smirked. "Didn't you ask me to protect Yashiro?" And you even gave me a divine weapon to assist me. Feigning sincerity, he added, I simply thought the best defense was a good offense. Kill the monkey, scare the chickens. Now that the Tsunayashiro family has lost one of their own, don't you think they'll hesitate before messing with the Shioin clan again? Yoruichi's expression darkened. That breaks the rules. Uehara Shiroa scoffed. Who made those rules? Did they ask me first? He leaned back with a smirk. The nobles cling to rules because rules are the only thing protecting them. But those rules? They don't apply to me. Chapter 30, Upgrading the Team and Inspecting the Second Division. You really are. Shioin Yoruichi had seen plenty of reckless individuals in her time. After all, as the leader of the Onmitsukido's executive militia, she was responsible for overseeing the most dangerous criminals confined within the maggot's nest. She had encountered all kinds of dangerous people. But the man standing before her wasn't just lawless. He acted with an audacity that bordered on insanity, backed by the sheer power to carry out his whims. Common outlaws. They were nothing. Easily captured, locked away, and left to rot until death took them. But what was one supposed to do with someone like this? A man who disregarded all rules, a madman who did whatever he pleased? Yoruichi had no real answer. She could only frown and ask, then why did you deliberately leave the Onmitsukido emblem at the scene? Because of that, everyone now thinks this has something to do with my Shioin family. Tsunayashiro Kumagawa's death had been inevitable, but its circumstances couldn't have been worse. The Tsunayashiro family had been making moves against the Shioin for days. Then, suddenly, a Tsunayashiro was murdered, and the killer left behind the Onmitsukido's insignia. The Shioin family and the Onmitsukido had always been closely tied together. This wasn't just problematic. It was disastrous. Yoruichi had no intention of letting her family take the blame for a crime they didn't commit. I wanted them to think it was you, Uehara Shiroa answered matter-of-factly. Otherwise, why would I leave the emblem? For fun? His tone was almost amused, as if the whole thing were some elaborate joke. If it had nothing to do with you, it wouldn't have the same effect. Besides, in a way, it does have something to do with you. Yoruichi's expression darkened. Explain. You made the weapon. I used it to kill him, Uehara said casually. He was a man who cared only for killing. Not for consequences, not for cover-ups. He killed when he wanted to. He did whatever he pleased. Whether the noble families fell into chaos or not had nothing to do with him. In fact, he welcomed it. If every single noble perished, he would simply inherit their wealth. Besides, the one who committed the murder wasn't him, it was Otsutsuki Naruto. What did that have to do with Uehara Shiroa? You. Yoruichi felt a surge of frustration so strong that she nearly coughed up blood. Was this related to her? Absolutely not. Did it look related to her? Unfortunately, yes. Otsutsuki Naruto had no personal vendetta against the Tsunayashiro family. Why would he kill them unless it was on behalf of the Shioin? Even though she knew the truth, explaining it to others would be impossible. Just like how she had been forced to flee Soul Society all those years ago. Yoruichi felt a headache coming on. Every time she interacted with this Otsutsuki Naruto, things spiraled further from her original plan, and her thoughts drifted in directions she hadn't intended. But now, there was no turning back. Seeing her troubled expression, Uehara Shiroa offered what could only be described as an attempt at comfort. If I told you that I did it just for fun, and that it had nothing to do with the Shioin family, would that make you feel better? How the hell would that make me feel better? Yoruichi snapped, completely enraged. You bastard, stand still and let me hit you. She swung a fist at him. And actually landed a hit. Yoruichi blinked in surprise. He hadn't used that strange ability of his. Not thinking too deeply about it, she followed up with a series of attacks using her piercing point technique, focusing her spiritual pressure to bypass a Shinigami's natural defenses. Each time her fist made contact, however, his figure flickered, vanishing and reappearing a short distance away. With every hit, he became more difficult to deal with. Gradually, Yoruichi grew more serious. Partly because she needed to vent her frustrations. And partly because this was a valuable opportunity to gather information. For a long while, they exchanged blows. Half a day later, Uehara Shiroa stretched lazily, glancing at Yoruichi, who looked significantly more refreshed than before. With a smirk, he offered, before you leave, why don't you soak in the hot spring? I don't mind sharing. Not a chance. Yoruichi waved him off and vanished in a flash. Uehara Shiroa leaned back into the water, chuckling to himself. Shioin Yoruichi. You really are an excellent tool. He glanced at his status panel, noting that his hand-to-hand combat's proficiency had improved to a vice captain level. This wasn't just a fight. He had used the opportunity to enhance his combat skills. And, incidentally, he had also strengthened his connection with Yoruichi. A perfect outcome. Thinking ahead to tomorrow, he realized he could also train with young Suifeng under the guise of monitoring the Onmitsukido. Uehara Shiroa exhaled deeply, feeling a rare sense of contentment. Life was good. Even this underground base seemed more comfortable than before. And all of it was thanks to Tsunayashiro Kumagawa's unfortunate demise. Arigato, Tsunayashiro Kumagawa. The next morning, as usual, Uehara Shiroa checked his daily task. Daily task, plant a tree. Today is Arbor Day. Please plant a tree. Protecting the environment is everyone's responsibility. Reward, random attribute points ×2 without overthinking it. He planted a loquat tree near the captain's office. Hopefully, during the 1,000-year blood war, the tree would still be standing. After dusting off his hands, a familiar notification sounded in his mind. Ding. Congratulations on completing the daily task, plant a tree. Reward received, Shadow Clone +1, Sun Breathing +1. Uehara Shiroa smiled. The stronger he became, the harder it was to improve. But 2 attribute points a day, no matter how small, was still progress. And progress, no matter how slow, was still power. At the 2nd Division barracks, Uehara Shiroa arrived to find Suifeng, her delicate features locked in an icy expression. To her, the past few days had been hell. First, Yaruichi abandoned her. She had sworn to surpass her former mentor, to make her regret leaving. Yet, within days of taking control of the Onmitsukido, a series of disasters had weakened her authority. It was infuriating. And now, as if fate were mocking her, today's inspector was Uehara Shiroa. Her mood soured instantly. Captain Suifeng, Uehara greeted with an infuriatingly gentle tone. Please accept my condolences. Suifeng's eyes narrowed. What do you mean? No one's died in your family? Why do you look like you're in mourning? He replied casually. Suifeng glared at him, torn between attacking outright or admiring his sheer audacity. Clenching her fists, she gritted out, if I hadn't been busy these past few days, you wouldn't have survived until now. If you dare to meddle with the Onmitsukido again, you won't escape punishment. Uehara simply nodded. You're right. Then, with a smirk, he added, now, why don't you tell me about the Onmitsukido's current state? I'd like to see how long I can keep evading punishment. Suifeng's fingers twitched. A deep breath. A forced exhale. Gritting her teeth, she begrudgingly complied. Chapter 31, the 2nd Division establishes its authority. The fall of the Onmitsukido. The entire Onmitsukido was divided into 5 units, each with distinct responsibilities. The 1st Division, known simply as the Keigun Punishment Force, was the elite combat force. Its members specialized in infiltration, assassination, and intelligence gathering. They occasionally appeared on the front lines of battles against Hollows. Traditionally, the commander of the Onmitsukido was also the commander of the Keigun, similar to how Yamamoto Shigekuni led the 1st Division while also serving as captain commander of the 13th Division of Imperial Guards. However, the power dynamics within the Onmitsukido were anything but simple. Much like a joint stock company, its control was divided among the 13th Division of Imperial Guards and the 4 noble houses, with the Shioing family holding the largest share. But with Suifeng now leading the 2nd Division and the Onmitsukido, the 13th Division of Imperial Guards had essentially absorbed the Shioing family's authority over the secret mobile team, significantly increasing their control. Thus, Uehara Shiroa's role as an inspector remained crucial. The 2nd Division of the Onmitsukido was the Keiratai Patrol Corps, responsible for monitoring and arresting Shinigami, including those within the 13th Division of Imperial Guards. The 3rd Division served as the Kanratai detention unit, guarding prisoners within the Maggot's Nest. Ironically, this was the division previously commanded by Uraraka Isuke, former captain of the 12th Division. During his tenure, he had even released Kurotsuchi Mayuri from the Maggot's Nest, elevating him to deputy director of the Shinigami Research and Development Institute. The 4th Division was a private armed force utilized by the noble families, composed of mercenaries, assassins, and former Onmitsukido operatives who had retired but remained under noble influence. The 5th Division, the Raitai secret remote unit, was responsible for delivering Level 1 prohibition orders and official reports from 2 or more captains, acting with far greater speed and efficiency than the Hell Butterflies. Yet, regardless of these other divisions, the Keigun remained the backbone of the secret mobile team. Their combat prowess and authority far exceeded that of the other squads. After hearing Suifeng's detailed report, Uehara Shiroa nodded and said flatly, then summon the Onmitsukido elite. They've had it easy for far too long. It's time they started paying for it. The Onmitsukido functioned much like the military intelligence division of the modern era. They held classified information, possessed higher jurisdiction than most divisions, and had even dared to surveil him. A seated officer of the 1st Division Had it not been for orders from Central 46 and Yamamoto Genryu's Ishigakuni, there was no way Su Ifeng would have submitted to him so begrudgingly. Though she followed orders to the letter, she had conveniently omitted key details from her report. But Uhara Shiroa wasn't concerned. Eventually, Su Ifeng reluctantly summoned the elite forces of the Onmitsukido. The training grounds half a day later. Uhara Shiroa surveyed the group of Onmitsukido elites sprawled across the ground, struggling to move. With a raised eyebrow, he muttered, "That's it. This is the famous Onmitsukido, feared across Syriide AI as the street-cleansing tigers? The same ones who had the audacity to follow me not too long ago?" His gaze swept over them before landing. Intentionally. On Su Ifeng. Her fists clenched, but she remained silent. A few days ago, she had threatened him with the might of the Onmitsukido. Now, standing at the very heart of their headquarters, she was powerless to refute him. It was a humiliating experience. At that moment, even the pain of Yoruichi's betrayal paled in comparison. Yet, despite everything, she could not attack Uhara Shiroa. Not without directly disobeying the Captain Commander and Central 46. Meanwhile, the Onmitsukido elites, who had initially harbored resentment, now lowered their heads in quiet defeat. There was no point resisting. Not when the power gap was so clear. In the Onmitsukido, strength ruled above all else. And today, they had been utterly crushed. Seeing their reaction, Uhara Shiroa smirked. "At least you all know your place. You still have some potential, unlike your captain." He turned back to Su Ifeng and added, "Captain Su Ifeng, don't just stand there. Your subordinates are injured. Call the 4th Division already." His tone was mockingly concerned. "As a leader, you should show more compassion." Su Ifeng almost snapped. Her fists trembled, and she barely resisted the urge to strike him. She suddenly understood Yoruichi's past frustrations. Unbeknownst to Uhara Shiroa, both women had started keeping private records of his offenses. One day, they would collect their debt. With interest. The 1st Division barracks. Back at the barracks, Uhara Shiroa stood before Yamamoto Genryu's Ishigakuni, delivering his assessment of the Onmitsukido. "I think the Onmitsukido is quite impressive," he said with a straight face. "They're talented, disciplined, and speak well." Su Ifeng, standing to the side, frowned in confusion. Didn't he just wipe the floor with the Onmitsukido? What was he playing at? Yamamoto gave Uhara a pointed look and tapped his cane against the floor. "Get to the point." The old man wasn't one for pointless chatter. Sensing his gaze, Uhara quickly straightened. "In truth, I believe their skills are being wasted," he said. He paused before delivering his real proposal. "The Soul Society needs manpower. I suggest that we form a specialized elite force from the Onmitsukido to serve as the vanguard for our upcoming expedition to Hugomundo." A glint of amusement flickered in his eyes. There were some truly skilled fighters among the Onmitsukido. But there were also minions and noble spies. The type who looked down on him for being a Shinigami from Rukongai. Since he wasn't the type to slaughter them on the spot, why not send them to Hugomundo instead? It was a perfect solution. "Are you a demon?" Su Ifeng suddenly snapped. "Do you think they'll even survive Hugomundo?" After spending so much time dealing with him, she had finally figured him out. She had wondered why he hadn't immediately retaliated against the arrogant noble-born Shinigami. Now, she understood. He had been waiting. Luring them into a trap. This was his revenge. He held no sense of duty to the 13th Division of Imperial Guards. No loyalty, no honor. But as much as she wanted to stop him, she couldn't. And, deep down, she knew. If those noble lackeys were gone, controlling the Onmitsukido would become much easier. "Then it's settled," Yamamoto announced. "You two, along with Kiraku, will draft the list." Su Ifeng fell silent. For the stability of Soul Society, Yamamoto had no need for useless parasites. And with that, the fate of many Onmitsukido members was sealed. Chapter 32, Uhara-sensei. At noon the next day, Uhara Shiroa arrived at the 8th Division's cafeteria. Most of the Shinigami gathered here were ordinary soldiers, sitting in groups of 2s and 3s, chatting happily as they ate. The atmosphere was lively and relaxed. It was a stark contrast to Hugomundo, where hollows had to devour their own kind to evolve constantly. Before reaching the Vasta-O-Lord stage, failure meant degenerating into mindless beasts. Even after becoming a Vasta-O-Lord, their immense spiritual pressure made it impossible for lesser hollows to approach, leaving them in isolation. The Quincy didn't have it much better. With Huck, the king of loan sharks who valued money more than life itself, breathing down their necks, every Quincy was under immense pressure. No wonder their mental state was in shambles during the 1,000-year blood war. Of course, Uhara Shiroa wouldn't normally eat in the division's cafeteria. While the food here was free and unlimited, the taste was average at best. Today, however, He had a special reason for coming. To accompany Ai's Nanao. The truth was, he valued Ai's Nanao greatly. The little red hand of good fortune. And needed to strengthen their bond. As Uehara Shiroa took his seat, he felt the envious and curious gazes of the other Shinigami around him. Ai's Nanao had already prepared a meal for him and sat down beside him. Sit across from me. You're a grown woman now, keep a little distance, Uehara Shiroa said, adopting the demeanor of a Sigma male. It wasn't that he was afraid of Bunkei, Hatake Katsuka Uramatsu Shinshin, or anything. It was just that he wanted to maintain their proper teacher-student relationship. If that relationship was going to change, it certainly wouldn't be in public. The thrill was in secrecy. Ai's Nanao's face flushed red before she quickly realized what he meant. Embarrassed, she got up and moved to sit across from him. Watching this somewhat clumsy side of Ai's Nanao, Uehara Shiroa shook his head. Compared to the usually serious and composed vice captain of the 8th Division, this little Nanao was far less mature. But undeniably cuter. As they ate, Ai's Nanao carefully peeled shrimp for him, her delicate fingers deftly picking out fish bones before placing the fillets on his plate. If Shun Sekiraku saw this, he'd probably be jealous to the point of tears. His dear uncle had never once received such treatment from her. And at this rate, he probably never would. Meanwhile, the other 8th Division Shinigami looked on with undisguised envy. The male officer's eyes turned red with jealousy, practically evolving into Sharingan, while the female Shinigami glared daggers at Ai's Nanao. True suffering is watching someone else enjoy what you can't have. To Uehara Shiroa's surprise, the meal was far more enjoyable than he had expected. Earlier that morning, he had discussed matters regarding the Onmitsu Kido with Shun Sekiraku. Kiraku, ever decisive, had waved his hand and put all the useless deadweight and arrogant freeloaders on the expedition list. Having those people serve as cannon fodder would significantly reduce the 13th Division of Imperial Guards' overall losses. Even Yamamoto Genri Uzai and Shun Sekiraku agreed that Uehara Shiroa's proposal was excellent. Even Su Ifeng, who was known for her stubborn pride, hadn't objected to it. With the list quickly approved, those individuals were now officially part of the Hugo-Mundo Expeditionary Force. Uehara Shiroa could only hope they would uphold their so-called dignity and die gloriously. Ai's Nanao seemed to have caught wind of something. She hesitated before asking, Mr. Uehara, the war is about to begin, isn't it? Uehara Shiroa raised an eyebrow. Why? Are you thinking about joining? Aren't you afraid? He knew that Shun Sekiraku didn't want Ai's Nanao to take unnecessary risks. In Bleach, Kiraku had protected her too well. Largely because he still had PTSD from Lisa's disappearance. As a result, Ai's Nanao had almost no real combat experience. She never overcame her fear of swords, and in the end, she couldn't even wield a blade properly. I'm scared, Ai's Nanao admitted, but then her gaze turned firm. But I still want to participate. Because I am a Shinigami of the 8th Division. But Captain Kiraku. She wanted to prove herself, yet she also didn't want to worry her uncle. If your Kido proficiency reaches the vice captain level, I might consider pleading on your behalf, Uehara Shiroa replied. He felt that Ai's Nanao was worth training. A loyal, capable, and dedicated disciple wasn't easy to find. Moreover, only by strengthening herself could she truly wield the 8-mirror sword to its full potential. Most importantly, Uehara Shiroa was confident in his ability to protect her. In that case, why not push her forward a little? After all, pleading was one thing. Whether it would succeed was another. Really? Thank you, Mr. Uehara. I'll work even harder. Ai's Nanao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Not that she saw it as a condition. Becoming stronger was already her goal. To her, Mr. Uehara was merely helping her in his own unique way. How foolish. After dinner, while there was still time, Uehara Shiroa and Ai's Nanao headed to the training grounds once again. While Ai's Nanao focused on honing her Kido, Uehara Shiroa worked on refining his combat techniques. Just as there were no useless stands. Only useless stand users. Except for Hermit Purple, there were no useless abilities, only those who didn't know how to use them. From time to time, Uehara Shiroa needed to experiment with different ability combinations and their applications in real combat. At his secret training ground, a sparring NPC was always available for refresh. With that, theory and practice could merge, allowing him to rapidly master his abilities. At the moment, he was focused on enhancing his hand-to-hand combats and flash steps techniques. The previous Onmitsu Kido had been useless, collapsing before he could even fight back. So Uehara Shiroa never got the chance to fully test the advanced hand-to-hand combat techniques he had copied from Yoruichi. In addition, spending the past few days teaching Kido to Ai's Nanao had, in turn, strengthened his own proficiency in the art. Now, he had a deeper understanding of the three fundamental Shinigami combat skills, hand-to-hand combats, flash steps, and Kido. The next step was to integrate them into his fighting style and develop his own signature technique. As for sword art, Uchiha glanced at the Breath of the Sun ability on his system panel. A sword technique capable of slaying demons? It would definitely look spectacular when cutting down hollows. Every slash burning like a brilliant flame. Chapter 33, Special Mission completed, Universal Barrier. Over the next few days, Uchiha's schedule remained fixed. During the day, he guided Aiz Nanao in her Kido training while also refining his own unique techniques. At night, he strolled through the flower streets to unwind. Whenever he had free time, he would stop by to see if Shioi Yoruichi had refreshed. If he encountered her, he'd farm some experience points. Yoruichi, at first annoyed, gradually got used to his persistence. Besides that, Uchiha also spent time infusing large amounts of spiritual pressure into the death gloves, integrating the magical weapon Yoruichi had provided. After all, it was only a D-rank item. To make it stronger, a considerable investment of resources and energy was required. However, Uchiha wasn't in a rush. Instead, he treated it as a special form of spiritual pressure training. Having multiple trump cards was always an advantage. And if it didn't work out? No big deal. He had plenty of other means. Time passed in the blink of an eye. More than 10 days later, Uchiha once again stood across from Aiz Nanao, instructing her to unleash her strongest Kido. This type of training had become a daily routine. Each time, Uchiha would point out her shortcomings, helping her improve little by little. As before, Aiz Nanao cast her most proficient spell. Hado number 58, Tornado. Without incantation. This was something Uchiha had specifically instructed her to master. Since Aiz Nanao couldn't rely on her Zanpakuto and lacked fast defensive or close combat techniques, she had to compensate by striking first. This time, as Aiz Nanao released her Kido, Uchiha's gaze softened in approval. Unlike before, the Rishi within the hurricane was more condensed, more destructive, and significantly faster. This was a Kido technique truly valuable for actual combat. At last, Aiz Nanao's spiritual pressure no longer felt light and fleeting. It now carried weight. Of course, to Uchiha, that weight was still insignificant. Facing the incoming hurricane, he calmly extended a single finger. Shatterpoint. This was an advanced hand-to-hand combat technique. One that could not only inject Kido energy into an opponent's body but also dismantle an already formed Kido attack. With just a touch, a terrifying surge of spiritual pressure erupted, instantly collapsing the hurricane into nothingness. Again? Aiz Nanao's shoulders slumped in frustration. Teacher Uchiha, I'm sorry, she muttered, disheartened. She had felt better than ever this time. It was as if, for a moment, she had grasped the spirit that Uchiha always emphasized. But even then, she still felt so weak, so powerless. Doubt began to creep into her mind. Was she even talented enough for Kido? However, Uchiha simply smiled. No, you did well. I could feel your determination and conviction in Kido, he said, his tone genuinely encouraging. You've become stronger, Nanao. Your Kido level has officially reached Vice Captain rank. Aiz Nanao's eyes widened in disbelief. To reach Vice Captain level in Kido in such a short time. It felt like a dream. Uchiha, however, wasn't surprised in the slightest. He had always believed in Aiz Nanao's Kido potential. To achieve this level so quickly? Her talent far surpassed that of most captains. She truly lived up to her lineage as the eldest daughter of the Shindo family. Seeing her trembling with excitement, Uchiha's tone turned calm again. Take a moment to stabilize your spiritual pressure, he advised. Remember this feeling. Engrave it into your mind. Aiz Nanao took a deep breath, forcing herself to settle down. Then, she began practicing again, meticulously following Uchiha's guidance. She wanted to etch this moment into her soul and blood. A system notification appears at that moment, a familiar ding. Echoed in Uchiha's mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing Special Mission 8, Helping the Needy, Supporting the Girl. Reward, S rank ability, Universal Barrier, rank, S proficiency, entry type, Angel Power Effect, a fusion of multiple defensive barriers, providing absolute and multi-layered protection against all forms of attack, including spatial, spiritual, temporal, causal, and conceptual damage. Introduction, the ultimate defense of the Cute King Slime, one of the abilities of the King of Oaths, Uriel. Obtained after completing Special Mission 8, Helping the Needy, Supporting the Girl. Defending against everything is equivalent to defending against nothing. As soon as he saw the ability, Uchiha felt a deep sense of relief. With this, there was really nothing to fear anymore. While the ability had been mocked in the Cute King Slime series for being an absolute defense that sometimes failed, that was only because the enemies in that world were too ridiculously overpowered. Besides, this power had the potential to evolve even further, eventually transforming into absolute severance. However, what Uchiha Shiroa valued most about Universal Barrier was its all-encompassing protection. Defending against Bleach's broken abilities. Bleach was full of scheming old foxes and overpowered abilities with ridiculous mechanics. Even though Uchiha Shiroa had the horse talisman, which could expel abnormal conditions, it wasn't completely reliable. Some abilities were simply too disgusting. For example, Tsukishima's Book of the End could rewrite memories and even alter past events in the timeline. Hwux, the Almighty, could foresee the future and erase people from existence by changing future events. The damage it caused was so absolute that even Inoue or Hime, the god-tier healer, couldn't reverse it. Ekobi's Shirafu Dekumanji erases a name but not the flesh. Could remove a person's power entirely simply by changing their name. All of these were abilities that couldn't be countered through brute force alone. Just thinking about them gave Uchiha Shiroa a headache. But now, with Universal Barrier, things were different. Even if it couldn't fully block the Almighty, it would at least offer some defense against it. More importantly, it would protect him from mind-reading techniques, spiritual tracking, time-based attacks. At his current power level, Uchiha Shiroa wasn't worried. But once his strength became exposed, the Universal Barrier would become his greatest safeguard. His ultimate insurance. And this was just the entry-level version. Once he mastered it, and combined it with his Shunkyo, he would become truly untouchable. Uchiha Shiroa grinned in satisfaction. This Universal Barrier was top-tier among S-rank abilities. Aizen now really did have the potential to become a little red hand of fortune. Chapter 34, Death is Also God. The secret of power. In the First Division's barracks, Uchiha Shiroa sat cross-legged, meticulously testing the capabilities of his newly acquired ability. Universal Barrier. It had to be said that this was a formidable defensive technique, only a step away from reaching senior-level proficiency. No matter the attack, be it Kido, hand-to-hand combats, sword art, or even space-based abilities, none could penetrate the absolute defense of Universal Barrier. At least, not at the current level of a Captain's Strike. However, the ability had one glaring flaw. The duration of its activation was far too short in its entry-level state. Uchiha Shiroa sighed, feeling that his shadow clone jutsu was gradually becoming insufficient. The more abilities he acquired, the more he realized just how much work was required to refine and master them. The answer? More bug-level training plugins like shadow clones. After all, the higher the proficiency of an ability, the greater its power. When a technique reached mastery, not only did its strength increase significantly, but its activation would become instinctive. An indispensable advantage in battle. Upon achieving great mastery, abilities often underwent a qualitative transformation, much like his shadow clone jutsu, which had plateaued in progress after reaching that stage. Still, despite its slow improvement, shadow clone jutsu was a skill Uchiha Shiroa relied on daily. "I'm close," he muttered to himself. Once his shadow clones reached perfect mastery, the speed at which he grew stronger would skyrocket. Without further hesitation, he summoned 2 shadow clones to begin grinding proficiency in Universal Barrier, just as he had spent countless hours refining White Album. For an S-level ability, no amount of effort was excessive. Inside his quarters, Uchiha Shiroa focused entirely on analyzing the various properties of Universal Barrier. Unlike conventional Kido or sword techniques, Universal Barrier belonged to the category of power-type abilities, akin to an innate talent or divine blessing. Such abilities often carried hidden insights that only their wielder could comprehend. Through this unique form of mystical intuition, Uchiha Shiroa gleaned a crucial truth. Universal Barrier wasn't just influenced by proficiency, its strength was also affected by spiritual power and faith. Fortunately, Uchiha Shiroa was no mere mortal. He was a Shinigami. Though Shinigami in Soul Society often resembled melee mages, their essence contained traces of divine power. A fragment of the Soul King's authority. The perfect Soul King was undoubtedly the pinnacle of Shinigami battle power, akin to a god of creation. This divine energy ran through all Shinigami, yet most failed to reach its true potential. The reason? The Zero Division monopolized too much of this power. For example, Hyosabika, a member of the Royal Guard, wielded the power of names, an ability that dictated the very nature of existence. Simply put, the potential of a Shinigami was immense, but very few could tap into it. The only known method to surpass conventional limits was through the Okean. A key to the Soul King's palace, created from an immense concentration of spiritual pressure. Uchiha Shiroa's gaze sharpened. This trip to Hukomundo. I have to make the most of it. Purifying hollows wasn't just a duty of the Shinigami. It was an opportunity. By purging hollow souls and performing Kanso, he could strengthen his connection to the divine power of the Shinigami, thereby increasing the strength of Universal Barrier. The potential for growth was vast. He had countless ideas for developing this ability, but he understood the truth of long-term cultivation. Rushing would only hinder progress. Abilities at the S-rank level are like a Shinigami's Bankai. True mastery can take centuries. Meanwhile, on the training grounds of the 8th Division, Aizna now stood with her arms crossed, her expression cool as she released a powerful Kido blast. The explosion obliterated the high-level training targets, leaving only smoldering remains in its wake. A short distance away, Shun Sekiraku narrowed his eyes, momentarily taken aback by the sheer force of the spell. "Well, that's unexpected," he muttered before breaking into a smile. With this level of strength, Nanao had gained the ability to protect herself in battle. That was a relief. It had always been a concern weighing on his mind. Whether his vice-captain, who had a natural talent for Kido but lacked brute strength, would be safe in combat. But now, she was capable. In his heart, Shun Sekiraku was already contemplating how to thank Uchiha Shiroa. Should he book all the Oiran in the best districts of Rukongai? Or perhaps share his prized collection of vintage sake over a drink? Why not both? Just as he was reveling in his thoughts, Aizna now approached him with a determined look. "Captain," she said, adjusting her glasses. "I have a request." Shun Sekiraku raised an eyebrow, already sensing where this was going. "Let me participate in the Hukomundo operation," she said firmly. "I want to protect the Soul Society." With Mr. Uchiha. There was a moment of silence. Then, "Ahaha. Let's talk about that later." Shun Sekiraku laughed, swiftly dodging her expectant gaze. Before she could press further, he promptly turned on his heel and ran off toward 1st Division's barracks. Today called for celebration. He'd deal with the serious stuff tomorrow. As the Hukomundo expedition loomed closer, Uchiha Shiroa continued his relentless training. Through rigorous testing, he confirmed a critical fact. Only real combat could increase the divine power of a Shinigami. Theoretical knowledge and training dummies weren't enough. If he wanted to strengthen Universal Barrier, he needed to kill hollows, perform Kanso, and complete soul burials. There were no shortcuts. Fortunately, his efforts had not been in vain. After days of constant training, Universal Barrier had already advanced to the proficient level. It now lasted for a full minute. A significant improvement. Of course, it still had its drawbacks. The ability's spiritual pressure consumption was massive. Even with his current captain-level reserves, maintaining Universal Barrier in prolonged combat would drain him too quickly. If I want to use this freely, I need at least high-tier captain-class spiritual power. At present, his power was still insufficient. But he wasn't worried. His daily missions ensured a steady increase in strength. There was no need to rush. Finally, after weeks of preparation, the pre-war logistics for the Hukomundo expedition were completed. Despite only a few hundred elite Shinigami being selected, the scale of the operation was enormous. Shinigami weren't immune to exhaustion. They still needed food, water, and supplies. If logistics failed, even the strongest Shinigamis could starve in an unfamiliar realm. And so, the captains and high-ranking officers of Soul Society were summoned for the final briefing. Standing amidst the crowd, Uchiha Shiroa recognized many familiar faces. Every single person present was a big shot. Even the perpetually sick captain of the 13th Division, Yukitake Joshiro, had shown up for the occasion. At the front, the Commander-General of the 13th Division of Imperial Guards, Yamamoto Genryu Shigakuni, struck the ground with his cane. Boom. A wave of silence swept through the gathering. As Commander-General, I now give the order. Yamamoto's voice thundered. The captains and vice-captains of the 2nd, 8th, and 11th Divisions, along with selected elite Shinigami, will form the Hukomundo Advance Force. The 12th Division and Technology Development Bureau will oversee logistical and technical support. The 4th Division will handle medical treatment. The 5th Division will be responsible for emergency rescue. And lastly, Yamamoto's gaze hardened. Shun Sekiraku, captain of the 8th Division, will serve as commander of the expeditionary force. And as for the deputy commander, Yamamoto paused briefly before announcing. Uchiha Shiroa, 7th seat of the 1st Division. Silence. Shock rippled through the crowd. A mere 7th seat. Tasked with such a crucial role? For a moment, the captains and vice-captains could only stare in disbelief. Chapter 35, The Hukomundo expedition begins. The captains and vice-captains gathered at the meeting were no strangers to the name Uchiha Shiroa. His unorthodox style, striking appearance, and elegant demeanor made him impossible to ignore. Even if one disregarded his abilities, his presence alone was enough to leave an impression. But the real reason his name was known throughout the ranks was simple. Uehara Shiroa was a genius. However, in this room filled with captains and vice-captains, the word genius meant little. Everyone here was a genius. No one doubted that Uehara Shiroa was talented, but just how strong could a seventh seat truly be? He had been a Shinigami for less than 20 years. Barely a blink in the lifespan of Soul Society's elite Shinigamis. Could someone so young truly handle such an important role? Doubt flickered through the eyes of many present, but no one voiced their concerns aloud. After all, questioning Captain Commander Yamamoto's orders on such an occasion was unthinkable. At that moment, Shun Sekiraku waved at Uehara Shiroa. Without hesitation, Uehara stepped forward, appearing at Kiraku's side in an instant. Despite standing before some of the strongest Shinigami in Soul Society, his expression remained completely relaxed. Even leisurely. It was as if their silent skepticism didn't concern him in the slightest. As Uehara Shiroa stood before the gathered Shinigami, several captains reacted differently to his presence. The bloodthirsty smile of Kenpachi Zaraki stretched wider, his battle-hungry aura flaring wildly. His mere presence radiated a murderous intent so dense that lower-ranking officers instinctively backed away, none daring to stand within 100 meters of him. Meanwhile, the cold and calculating captain of the 2nd Division, Su Ifeng, narrowed her eyes. A shadow flickered across her face, as if recalling an unpleasant memory tied to Uehara Shiroa. At the same time, the ever-smiling Aizen Sosuke, captain of the 5th Division, cast a brief but piercing glance at Uehara. His usual warm and gentle eyes flashed with something indescribable. A sharp glint that disappeared just as quickly as it came. Each captain had their own thoughts, but Uehara Shiroa ignored them all. He had nothing to prove. Stepping forward, Shun Sekiraku, now officially the general commander of the Hukomundo Expeditionary Force, raised his voice. He spoke with the weight of tradition, reciting the long-standing pre-war oath, "We now march toward the battlefield. Believe it. Our blades shall never break. Believe it. Our hearts shall never waver. Even if we are apart, our will remains unshaken. Swear upon this. Even if the earth crumbles beneath our feet, we shall return alive." A wave of energy rippled through the assembled forces. Shinigami throughout the ranks clenched their fists, eyes burning with determination. Their anticipation for the coming battle surged. Standing beside them, Yamamoto Genryu's Ishigakuni, the ancient and revered captain commander, slowly opened his eyes just a fraction. The moment his gaze shifted, an invisible pressure filled the air. A weight heavier than a mountain crashed down upon the entire venue. The sheer density of his spiritual pressure was suffocating, carrying with it a heat that seemed to burn through reality itself. Even captains felt their breath hitch. The sheer authority of the oldest Shinigami commanded absolute respect. His voice, though simple and calm, resonated like a hammer striking iron. "Good luck to all. Let's go." Those words alone sent the entire army into motion. Before Shun Sekiraku could even give the order, Kenpachi Zaraki let out a booming, arrogant laugh. "All the prey inside is mine. If anyone dares to take him from me, I'll cut them down." Without another word, he leapt into the gate, his ragged hurry billowing behind him. Following his lead, the Shinigamis of the 11th Division, rowdy, battle-crazed, and grinning with bloodlust, charged forward after their captain, disappearing into the swirling vortex. Kiraku sighed, rubbing the back of his head. "Ah! There's really no stopping that guy." Reluctantly, he followed into the Hukomundo gate. Aizen Nanao, ever the diligent vice-captain, clutched a book tightly to her chest, preparing to step forward. But before she could move, a hand gently pulled her back. Uehara Shiroa. Unlike the others who rushed forward, Uehara stood completely at ease, seemingly in no hurry. Instead, he turned to the frail yet ever-dignified Yukitake Joshiro and struck up a casual conversation. "I didn't expect you to attend this ceremony, Captain Yukitake. How's your health?" Yukitake gave a small smile, though his usual persistent cough soon followed. "Ah, I'm fine. Cough. Cough. I wouldn't miss a day like this. Cough." He barely managed to finish the sentence before the fits continued. Shinigami around them shot confused glances, unsure whether they should be impressed or concerned. Meanwhile, Aizen Nanao was left speechless. Was it really okay to be so laid back when an expedition to Hukomundo was already underway? Seemingly ignoring the tension, Uehara Shiroa casually glanced at Captain Commander Yamamoto, who had returned to his meditative state. "Not much of a talker, huh?" Uehara muttered, receiving zero response. Finally, as the last of the forces disappeared into the gate, Uehara stretched lazily. "All right, rearguard duty successfully completed. Time to go." Aizen Nanao stared at him, then at the other captains who had already left. "Was that even necessary?" she mumbled. Ignoring her skepticism, Uehara strolled toward the Hukomundo gate. As they stepped forward, a towering black vortex swallowed them whole. The world shifted. Inside, the passage was endlessly dark, stretching forward like an infinite tunnel. This was the Dangai, the interdimensional corridor connecting realms. Hugo Soul Society, and the human world all drifted within the vast, chaotic expanse known as the Black Cavity. The Dangai served as the stable bridge between them, an artificial construct that prevented the dimensions from colliding. In contrast, the Hollow's method of travel, the Garganta, was crude, unstable, and inherently chaotic. As they walked, several red hell butterflies fluttered ahead, guiding the way. Eyes Nanao followed quietly, but a strange sensation crept into her heart. Here, in this void-like passage, the very concept of time felt distorted. A strange unease stirred within her. But then, she looked ahead. There, walking confidently and without hesitation, was Uehara Shiroa. Seeing his unshaken composure, a surprising sense of calm washed over her. Her thoughts settled. Focusing once more, she quickened her pace. Suddenly, the darkness shattered. Stepping forward, Uehara Shiroa emerged into an endless desert. The air was cold, the land barren. Above them, an eternal crescent moon hung in the sky, casting a ghostly silver glow over the lifeless dunes. In the distance, the assembled Shinigami forces stood solemnly, their presence alone filling the desolate land with an air of tension. Behind him, eyes Nanao took in the eerie scenery. So, this is Hugo, she murmured. It's so empty. She had read countless descriptions of this realm in textbooks. But seeing it with her own eyes was something else entirely. A small smirk tugged at Uehara Shiroa's lips. Gazing at the moonlit wasteland, his voice carried a chilling excitement. Such a vast canvas. He mused. Tonight, I'll paint with blood and fire. Chapter 36, Special Mission, Searching for the Forest of Minnows. The Shinigami nearby exchanged doubtful glances when they heard Uehara Shiroa's bold declaration. Though his reputation preceded him, many still found it hard to believe. Unlike Kenpachi Zaraki and the Shinigamis of the 11th Division, whose battle-hardened oozed unrestrained bloodlust, Uehara Shiroa's presence was refined. Too refined. He lacked the sheer domineering pressure that Shinigamis like Kenpachi exuded effortlessly. Was he just boasting? The Shinigami of the 11th Division were the first to voice their skepticism. A group of battle-crazed Shinigamis, they had no filter and little patience for anyone they deemed unworthy. That pretty boy? A deputy leader? Ha! One of them scoffed. Captain Zaraki should be the one in charge. Damn right. Another added. Kenpachi Zaraki is the strongest. He should be the chief commander. The only one worthy of leading us is Captain Zaraki. Their voices rang loud and clear, filled with unabashed disdain for Uehara Shiroa. However, just as their jeers continued, a cold voice cut through the chatter like a sharpened blade. Don't blame me for not warning you, said Madarame Kaku, his tone laced with displeasure. If you know what's good for you, keep your mouths shut about Uehara Shiroa. The rowdy Shinigamis turned toward him in confusion. Kaku narrowed his eyes, his expression grim. From now on, stay as far away from him as possible. If you keep spouting that nonsense, I won't be the one pulling your bodies out of the river of blood. His words carried the weight of experience. A lesson learned the hard way. He still remembered his own defeat. If Uehara Shiroa was weak, then what did that make him? A helpless infant? Beside him, Iyasukawa Yumakika folded his arms and added, speaking ill of others behind their backs is not beautiful. And the 11th Division doesn't need ugly-hearted members. His words, spoken with elegant finality, left the group speechless. Meanwhile, Kenpachi Zaraki had already charged ahead, rushing into the desert with reckless enthusiasm. His bloodthirsty laugh echoed in the distance, growing fainter as he ventured further into the unknown. Behind them, rows of temporary military camps stood tall, surrounded by formidable barriers. A symbol of the 13th Division of Imperial Guards' foothold in this foreign land. Temporary headquarters of the expeditionary force inside the main tent, Uehara Shiroa and Aiz Nanao entered. Honestly, Shun Sekiraku sighed, rubbing his chin. You should have stayed in Soul Society, Nanao-chan. His tone was half joking, half serious. Aiz Nanao pursed her lips. She had expected this argument. But before she could respond, Uehara Shiroa smirked, raising an eyebrow. Oh? That's interesting, he said. Because I distinctly remember you being the one laughing the loudest when the old man threw me into the fire. Kiraku chuckled sheepishly but didn't deny it. The sudden appointment of Uehara Shiroa as deputy commander had even caught him off guard. It was an unorthodox move. While the current 13th Division of Imperial Guards was far more structured than its blood-stained past, it was still, at its core, a military force. Power determined status. If Uehara Shiroa failed to prove himself, this title of deputy commander would become a death sentence rather than an honor. He would sink under the weight of expectation, dragged down by the daggers of those who saw him unfit. Even I was surprised by your appointment, Kiraku admitted. Old man Yama must really think highly of you. Who knows? Maybe I'll have to start following your orders someday, Brother Shiroa. Uehara Shiroa's gaze flickered with amusement. If that happens, he said, you'll suffer. Kiraku let out a soft chuckle, but there was an undeniable truth in Uehara's words. Shifting the conversation, Uehara glanced at the spiritual barriers surrounding the camp. The spirit particle density here is much higher than in Soul's society, he observed. Our strength gets a boost, and the barrier's defense is also stronger. But then his expression turned more serious. That said, this is still Hugo-Mundo. He glanced at Kiraku. What's the game plan, General Commander? Originally, Uehara Shiroa had no intention of being this proactive. But if leading meant faster power growth, strengthening his universal barrier, and expanding his divine influence, then he might as well play along. Kiraku, for once, answered seriously. The Stealth Forces Vanguard team has already been deployed. Our next move is to follow the strategic plan. It was the safest and most calculated approach. In enemy territory, reckless tactics only led to disaster. This was something both men agreed on. Uehara Shiroa had zero interest in foolish strategies about overcoming the strong with the weak. Pure, overwhelming force. That was the true path to victory. With that discussion concluded, Uehara stretched. Excuse me. Goodbye. And just like that, his brief moment of enthusiasm for strategy vanished. Before Kiraku could react, Uehara was already walking away. Aiz Nanao, who had been diligently recording their conversation, scrambled to pack up her notes. Captain. I'm leaving too. Mr. Uehara, wait for me. Kiraku's expression darkened. Left alone with nothing but paperwork, he sighed heavily. There's only endless work, no fine wine, and no beautiful women. He stared at the towering stack of documents on his desk. When will this nightmare end? Out in the Hugo-Mundo wasteland, Aiz Nanao hurried after Uehara Shiroa. Wait for me. But before she could reach him, ZZZT. A bolt of white lightning flashed past her, striking the stone pillar beside her with a deafening crack. The pillar shattered instantly, crumbling into a pile of debris. What? Nanao gasped, startled. Mr. Uehara? Did she do something wrong? Had she angered him? She quickly lowered her head. I'm sorry if I... But before she could finish, an ominous, heavy pressure filled the air. From the pile of shattered stone, a white mask emerged, revealing a hidden hollow that had been camouflaged within the pillar. A chaotic, twisted spiritual pressure spread outward, its presence suffocating. Within seconds, the creature dissolved into spiritual particles, completely eradicated by Uehara's Gido. Nanao stood frozen. If Uehara hadn't noticed it, she would have walked right past that hollow. Completely unaware. From now on, Uehara said coolly, be wary of things that don't move. If something feels off, don't hesitate. Destroy it. His tone was calm, but his words carried weight. This wasn't just advice. It was a lesson. Yes, Mr. Uehara. Nanao responded, her eyes filled with renewed determination. As the two traveled deeper into the vast desert, they encountered more traces of Hugo-Mundo's eerie ecology. It wasn't as lifeless as it seemed. Some tiny creatures, barely noticeable, scurried between rock crevices and shifting sands. Even these smallest of life forms bore hollow masks. Proof of their cursed existence. Nanao's eyes widened when she spotted a peculiar structure in the distance. There are trees here? Uehara's gaze sharpened. That's not a tree, he muttered. That's a branch. Just then, a message appeared before his eyes. Special Mission Number 9, Searching for the Forest of Menos. Objective, explore the depths of Hugo-Mundo's mysterious Menos forest and witness the legendary giant Glown. Reward, a random ability or item. Uehara's lips curled into a smirk. Looks like we have a destination. Chapter 37, The Hollows attack, and the 11th Division is caught in a tough battle. Uehara Shiroa had anticipated that he might trigger a special mission upon arriving in Hugo-Mundo. After all, this realm was a crucial part of the world of Bleach. A place filled with powerful hollows and secrets waiting to be uncovered. However, what he hadn't expected was that the mission would be triggered through Aiz Nanao. Glancing at her with a subtle expression, Uehara Shiroa raised an eyebrow. Could this literary girl really be a walking luck magnet? Though the thought was amusing, he quickly dismissed it. Regardless of how it happened, a special mission was always a welcome opportunity. Noticing his gaze, Aiz Nanao tilted her head in confusion. Why did you say this is a branch? She asked, looking at the strange stone-like tree in front of them. Uehara Shiroa, still in a good mood, patiently explained. Hugo-Mundo is actually divided into two layers. The surface and the underground, he began. The surface is the vast desert we're standing in, populated mainly by small hollows. But beneath this sand lies an immense underground forest. A place known as the Forest of Minnows. Ai's Nanao's expression shifted as she processed this information. In this Forest of Minnows, there are countless gillions, as well as massive stone trees that stretch endlessly. Their branches and roots grow upwards, breaking through the surface of the desert to form these structures. She swallowed, a sense of unease creeping over her. Forest of Minnows? Teacher Uehara. Is this the same great hollow I'm thinking of? She had only seen illustrations of Gillion-class minnows in her textbooks at the Shino Academy of Spiritual Arts. Those books stated that only captains or the Royal Special Forces could handle such monsters. If that was true, then weren't they in extreme danger? Uehara Shiroa shook his head, a small smirk forming on his lips. Those books are ancient relics, he scoffed. Outdated. Just like Captain Yamamoto. Nanao's eyes widened in shock at the casual insult toward the captain commander. But before she could speak, Uehara continued. It's better to have no books than to blindly believe in them. You'll understand when you experience it for yourself. She frowned, sensing the underlying message. The Academy's textbooks were designed to instill fear. Likely to prevent students from underestimating hollows and charging into battle recklessly. However, the claim that only captains could fight Gillions was an exaggeration. The truth is, Uehara continued, a vice-captain class Shinigami can take down a Gillion. If you count vice-captains as captains, then the Academy's statement isn't completely wrong. Nanao hesitated, but before she could respond, a third voice joined the conversation. Well, you're about to experience it firsthand. The voice was calm yet sharp. Both Uehara and Nanao turned to see Shun Sekiraku, standing beside them silently. His usual laid-back demeanor was gone, replaced by seriousness. The intelligence team just sent an emergency message, Kiraku said in a low tone. They were attacked by hollows and are requesting support. His eyes darkened slightly. Looks like we aren't welcome here. Uehara Shiroa let out a small chuckle, completely unfazed. In that case, he said, stretching lazily, I guess I'll go greet them properly. Without waiting for further orders, he turned and began walking toward the source of the disturbance. Toward the abnormal spiritual pressure fluctuations in the distance. Nanao, let's go. Nanao followed without hesitation. But as they drew closer, the oppressive spiritual pressure in the air grew heavier. It was chaotic, overwhelming, suffocating. The dense malicious aura surrounding them felt like a predator's hunger. An insatiable craving for flesh and souls. Nanao's breathing grew uneven. Her steps faltered. Her mind filled with terrifying images. The horrors she had read about in books. Hollows devouring Shinigami alive. Shinigami being absorbed into a collective mass of monsters, never to be seen again. Her body felt heavy. Her limbs sluggish. She was paralyzed. Uehara Shiroa's voice snapped her out of it. If you're scared, you can go back, he said, his voice completely unemotional. There was no mockery. No reassurance. No kindness. It was a simple statement of fact. The only way to overcome fear was to face it. For a moment, Nanao hesitated. Then, she clenched her fists and took a deep breath. I will always follow your footsteps, Mr. Uehara. I will not fall behind. Not even a step. Uehara Shiroa nodded slightly. Good, he said. But it's not enough to ignore fear. He glanced at her with sharp eyes. I want you to face it head-on. Before Nanao could process his words, they arrived at the edge of a battlefield. The sight before them was chaos. In the valley beyond the rolling sand dunes, a fierce battle was raging. A squad of 11th Division Shinigami fought desperately against 3 towering monsters. Each of the creatures stood over 100 meters tall, their cloaked bodies draped in shadows. Their clown-like white masks, grotesque and unnatural, marked them as Gillion-class minnows. Hundreds of smaller hollows swarmed around them, further dividing the battlefield into scattered skirmishes. Madarame Kaku and Isukawa Yumikika were at the front lines. Kaku, his Zanpakuto released, fought relentlessly. Though Hazukumaru lacked raw power, Kaku's combat expertise compensated for its shortcomings. Against smaller hollows, he cut them down like weeds. But against the towering Gillions? Even he struggled. His expression tightened. Damn it. He muttered. Captain Zaraki already took out their leader, so what the hell are we wasting time here for? He turned toward his comrades, shouting, stop holding back. We don't have time for this scrap. Fight harder. If any of you slack off, I'll kill you myself. Isukawa Yumikika, while fighting beside him, commented dryly, I understand your frustration, but why are these things so ugly? He scowled at the massive masks. These clowns are ruining my sense of aesthetic balance. Despite his light-hearted words, his gaze remained sharp. He had already noticed something off. Their hero, Iron Skin, is stronger than usual. And their regeneration speed. It's too fast. The battle was dragging out, turning into a war of attrition. In the distance, the noble intelligence team, the ones who had sent the distress signal, were already dead. They had been wiped out entirely. But their sacrifice wasn't in vain. At the very least, they had bought time for the expeditionary force. Chapter 38, The Forest of Minnows. The terrifying red void flash on a sand dune overlooking the battlefield. Uchiha Shiroa gazed indifferently at the 11th Division Shinigami struggling against the three great hollows. Their blades clashed against the towering creatures, barely holding their ground. Without shifting his stance, he turned slightly toward Ai's Nanao. "Go support them," he commanded. "Understood, Mr. Uchiha." Nanao responded without hesitation, immediately rushing toward the battlefield. She descended onto the sands below, clutching her book tightly. Madarame Kaku, the bald-headed Shinigami of the 11th Division, slashed viciously at the hollow's feet with his Zanpakuto, Hazuokumaru, carving deep gashes into its grotesque limbs. He let out a hearty laugh before glancing at Nanao, his eyes filled with amusement. "This is the support from the 8th Division? A woman, without even a sword, just holding a book?" He scoffed, dodging a claw swipe from the hollow. "What are you gonna do? Read it to them? Maybe bore them to death?" The surrounding 11th Division members chuckled at his remark. Once, such words might have shaken Nanao. Standing before these monstrous hollows on a battlefield drenched in chaos would have been enough to paralyze her with fear. But now, she was different. Trained under Uchiha Shiroa's guidance, Nanao ignored the jeers and calmly channeled her spiritual pressure. Without hesitation, she extended her palm forward, incanting with unwavering resolve. Hado number 58, Tornado. A fierce whirlwind erupted from her fingertips, the turbulent winds twisting into a violent storm. She didn't stop at just one. Tenron. Tenron. 3 powerful gusts converged, merging into a massive tornado that roared across the battlefield. The swirling wind lifted sand, debris, and even some lesser hollows, sweeping them into the air. The powerful storm struck the towering Jillian's legs, sending tremors through its massive body. The force wasn't enough to destroy it outright. But it was enough to make it stumble. The Jillian lost its balance and crashed to the ground with an earth-shaking impact. "Nice work." Kaku grinned as he dashed forward, his eyes burning with battle lust. "Hazuokumaru, pierce him." The Shinigami of the 11th Division seized the opportunity, unleashing a barrage of relentless slashes at the hollow's fallen form. Their blades flashed in the dim light, striking with all the force they could muster. Their veins bulged from exertion, their spiritual pressure surging with every strike. A moment later. Crack. The Jillian's mask shattered into pieces, its body dissipating into spiritual pressure. Cheers erupted from the 11th Division. Despite their initial skepticism, their gazes toward Nanao had changed. They still disdained the reliance on Kido over raw swordsmanship, but they couldn't deny the effectiveness of her magic. She had proven herself. "The last one," Nanao muttered, exhaling deeply as she wiped sweat from her brow. Her chest rose and fell rapidly. The battle had drained her significantly. Kido was powerful, but against creatures of this scale, the strain on her spiritual pressure was immense. Battling such enormous foes wasn't just physically exhausting. It was mentally taxing as well. "Not bad for a woman," one of the Shinigami muttered, giving her a nod of approval. "What's your name, kid?" another asked. Nanao offered them a small, polite smile, responding with nothing more than a dip of her head. But before she could catch her breath, a chilling sensation crawled up her spine. She turned sharply. Uchiha Shiroa was gone. Her heart clenched. Had he been disappointed? Had she failed to meet his expectations? Her thoughts were cut short when a sudden boom echoed across the dunes. Her expression froze. A massive shadow loomed over them, stretching across the battlefield like a tidal wave of darkness. "What the?" Isukawa Yumakika followed her gaze, his usual composed expression shifting to one of disbelief. "Wait. How?" Madarame Kaku's narrow eyes widened as well. "No way." All around them, emerging from beneath the shifting sands, Jillian after Jillian began to rise. Dozens of them. Their grotesque, masked faces peered down at the Shinigami, their massive forms blotting out the dim crescent moon above. "There must be at least 50 of them." Kaku hissed. His grip tightened around his Zanpakuto. "Damn it. We barely survived 3 of them, but 50. A ripple of panic spread through the lower-ranked Shinigami. Some trembled, falling to their knees. "It's over. We're dead. We can't win against that many. Captain Zaraki. Please come save us." In the Expeditionary Force's temporary headquarters, Shun Sakuraku's relaxed demeanor vanished. His expression darkened. "A trap," he murmured. He hadn't expected the Hollows to strategize, to bait them into a confrontation, only to ambush them with overwhelming numbers. Without hesitation, he issued an urgent order. Send word to Sui Feng. Get the 2nd Division here now. He clenched his fists. He couldn't leave his post. Not yet. All he could do was pray. Please, Shiroa. Get Nanao out of there. Don't let me down. Back on the battlefield, Nanao struggled to breathe. The sheer pressure exuded by the gathered Hollows suffocated the air itself. She willed herself to stay strong. I won't disappoint you, Mr. Uehara. Umakika sighed, his usual obsession with beauty overshadowed by grim resignation. Dying like this is hardly beautiful, he muttered. Then, with a smirk, he added, but I suppose I don't mind dying alongside you all. Kaku let out a sharp exhale. Damn shame. If only I had fully mastered it. He glanced at Hazuokumaru, frustration flickering in his gaze. Then, he smirked. But we ain't going down easy. Let's fight till the last damn breath. The Shinigami readied themselves for a desperate stand. Then, someone moved. A lone figure stepped forward. He wore a Shinigami's uniform, but his presence eclipsed the battlefield itself. He stood at the front, between the Shinigami and the overwhelming horde of Hollows. A single man. A single sword. Compared to the towering Gillians, his figure seemed minuscule. But his aura, his spiritual pressure, surged skyward like a roaring inferno, piercing the heavens themselves. The air cracked under the weight of it. Even the Hollows hesitated. Some flinched. Yet, an unspoken command rippled through their ranks, compelling them forward. The Gillians raised their heads, their mouths opening wide. A wave of Ceres, burning, destructive energy, charged at the figure all at once. The night itself seemed to shrink away in fear. The crescent moon in the sky vanished behind the ominous glow. And then, the world erupted in blinding, crimson light. Chapter 39, Instant Kill of 50 Minnows. Grand Eyes Nanao was the first to recognize the figure standing against the incoming Sero barrage. Her eyes widened in panic, and she shouted desperately, Teacher Uehara. It's dangerous. Get out of the way. Her voice was filled with urgency, but her words were swallowed by the roaring energy of the approaching blasts. Madarame Kaku snapped his head up, eyes narrowing as he recognized the lone figure standing firm before the oncoming wave of destruction. Uehara. Uehara Shiroa. His breath hitched as a cold shiver ran down his spine. Memories of their past encounter resurfaced, of the bone-chilling sensation that had nearly frozen his very soul. What the hell is that guy thinking? He muttered, his throat suddenly dry. Is he trying to take on 50 Hollows alone? Asukawa Umakika asked, his usually composed voice uncharacteristically shaken. He frowned and shook his head. No. Even with the permanent releases on Pacto, there's no way he can handle so many at once. I get it now. He's sacrificing himself to give us a chance to break through. The logic was sound. The only possible reason for such reckless action was a selfless one. I want to go with him. Nanao cried, tears streaming down her face. She tried to move forward, to reach her teacher, but her body wouldn't cooperate. Her exhaustion weighed down on her like an anchor. The overwhelming spiritual pressure of the Great Hollows made every step feel like wading through a crushing tide. Her limbs trembled, and her breath came out in ragged gasps, but she clenched her fists. I can't let him face this alone. Meanwhile, Kaku stood frozen, his hands trembling slightly as he tightened his grip on Hazuokumaru. His voice wavered with uncharacteristic emotion. All this time, I thought he was some heartless bastard. He blinked rapidly, his vision blurring slightly. Turns out, he's a real man. At that moment, in Kaku's mind, Uehara Shiroa's figure towered over every Shinigami he had ever known. Though still incomparable to Captain Zaraki, Uehara's sheer presence had surpassed everyone else he had ever fought. The moment of admiration, however, was cut short. Because the sky turned blood red. Dozens of Sero beams, charged with immense spiritual energy, fired simultaneously, engulfing Uehara Shiroa in an explosion of blinding crimson light. The sheer force of the impact sent shockwaves rippling across the desert, causing the ground to tremble. Sand and debris blasted into the air, creating a massive dust storm that swallowed the battlefield. The Shinigami shielded their eyes from the onslaught of wind and grit. When the dust settled, all that remained was a smoking crater where Uehara Shiroa had stood. A solemn silence hung in the air. The fool actually did it. Umakika whispered, his usual smirk absent. The gap is open. Run. One of the 11th Division Shinigami yelled. Don't waste his sacrifice. Umakika echoed, his voice grim. Shinigami turned and began sprinting toward the escape route, their faces a mix of fear and sorrow. Thank you, pretty boy. Someone shouted over their shoulder. Well done, Vice Commander. Some, however, had a different reaction. Fueled by reckless rage, A few of the more battle-hungry Shinigami surged forward, rushing straight at the Killian that had just unleashed its Sero. Their blades flashed as they prepared to strike in a desperate counterattack. Madarame Kaku, however, remained rooted in place, his red-rimmed eyes locked on the swirling dust cloud where Uehara Shiroa had been. His heart pounded violently in his chest. A real Shinigami never dies kneeling. They die standing. Even after enduring the impossible, they remain standing. Nanao could barely breathe. She clenched her trembling fists and forced her body to move, her legs burning with exhaustion. I have to reach him. And then, a gust of wind swept through the battlefield. The dust cleared. And standing in the center of the devastation, untouched, was Uehara Shiroa. Nanao stopped dead in her tracks. Her breath caught in her throat. Kaku and Yumikika's eyes widened in unison. A deathly silence spread through the battlefield. Uehara Shiroa stood unscathed, his robes immaculate, his silver hair flowing slightly in the night breeze. A thin, nearly transparent barrier of spiritual energy shimmered around him. Universal barrier. His perfected defense. Not a single grain of sand had touched him. Then, he slowly lifted his Zanpakuto. A nearly transparent, diamond-shaped hilt gleamed in his hands as he gripped it tightly. His voice was calm. Ice Age. The temperature plummeted instantly. A wave of absolute zero burst forth from Uehara, racing across the battlefield like an unseen storm. The 50 towering Killians, each over 100 meters tall, froze in an instant. Crystallized mid-motion, they stood like massive ice sculptures, their bodies trapped in eternal stillness. The light of the moon reflected off the frozen giants, casting an eerie yet mesmerizing glow across the desert. The battlefield, once a place of chaos, had been transformed into a frozen graveyard. For a long moment, no one spoke. No one moved. It was as if time itself had frozen along with the hollows. Uehara Shiroa turned slightly, expecting the others to admire his handiwork. Surely, this display of artistry deserved some recognition? Soul Society needed to appreciate true beauty. But when he turned, he found everyone frozen in place. Not literally, but figuratively. Madarame Kaku, Yumikika, and the remaining 11th Division Shinigami stood stiffly, their expressions blank. Their wide, disbelieving eyes locked onto him as if witnessing something incomprehensible. If someone else had arrived at that moment, they might have mistaken the Shinigami for being frozen solid along with the Killians. A long silence followed. Then, finally, Madarame Kaku broke it. Am I dreaming? He asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Yumikika inhaled sharply, his usually refined tone cracking. No. It's real. The two exchanged glances. And in each other's eyes, they saw the same thing. Unparalleled shock and horror. A single sword. One attack. 50 hollows. Annihilated. Is this even something a Shinigami can do? Their thoughts swirled with disbelief. Even captains couldn't do something like this. Could they? For a moment, Kaku felt a bead of sweat trail down his forehead. He had once challenged this man to a fight. Just thinking about it made him feel like the biggest fool alive. At least he was alive. Fighting Uehara Shiroa might have been the second most glorious moment of his life. The first? Fighting under Captain Zaraki. Of course, neither he nor Yumikika dared to even question whether Captain Zaraki could do something like this. Because they honestly didn't know. The rest of the 11th Division finally snapped out of their stupor. Their reactions were as expected. They roared, pounding their chests in triumph. The vice commander is a monster. Long live Uehara Shiroa. He took down 50 hollows in one hit. Hey, wait. Do you think Captain Zaraki could? If you dare to disrespect Captain Zaraki, I'll make you commit seppuku. Meanwhile, Su Ifeng, who had been rushing toward the battlefield, abruptly stopped in her tracks. Her sharp eyes locked onto the towering ice sculptures in the distance. Even frozen, the Killians exuded a suffocating pressure. The sight was both beautiful and utterly terrifying. But compared to the man who had created them, they were nothing. Su Ifeng's expression darkened. What the hell is this man? She had cursed Uehara Shiroa countless times before. But this time, it carried an entirely different meaning. Chapter 40, Kinpachi, What is the difference between the king and the mound? Amidst the sand dunes, Uehara Shiroa stood unmoving as the massive hollow ice sculptures shattered into countless fragments. The impact sent shimmering blue spiritual pressure cascading through the air like a celestial snowfall, filling the battlefield with an eerie glow. The purified spirits, freed from their monstrous existence, began their journey back to Soul Society. As a Shinigami, his duty was not just to slay but to purify. To cleanse the sins of lost souls. Even hollows deserved that release. His spiritual power surged as he absorbed the residual energy. This should be enough to increase my overall strength. Before, he had withstood the Sero of a low-tier Jillian. But now, Perhaps even the Sero of an Ajusha's. The Mitiramino's grand. Wouldn't be enough to harm him. Just as he was contemplating this, a familiar voice broke through the silence. Mr. Uehara. Eyes now rushed toward him, tears still brimming in her eyes. Her emotions were in turmoil. Not just from shock at his overwhelming power, but from the sheer relief of seeing him alive. Moments ago, she had truly believed she would lose him forever. Uehara Shiroa turned to her, his voice calm as ever. Now, why are you crying? Everything's taken care of, isn't it? His gaze drifted over the assembled Shinigami. His eyes narrowed slightly. Or did someone bully you? The Shinigami of the 11th Division, including Madarame Kaku, instinctively took a step back. As if on cue, the group shifted just enough to leave Asukawa Umakega standing out in the open. You absolute bastards, Umakega thought, his expression blank. He sighed heavily, then forced a smile. Haha. You misunderstand, Mr. Uehara. We were just, appreciating your strength? If looks could kill, he was certain he'd already be ascending to Soul Society as spiritual pressure, much like the hollows before him. Thankfully, Nanao stepped in to defuse the moment. Teacher Uehara. I wasn't being bullied. I was just too worried about you. She wiped her eyes, her voice trembling slightly. Uehara Shiroa gave her a small nod. There was no need to worry. No matter how many come. It's all of the same to me. Just as he said that, a booming, wild voice cut through the desert wind. Pa. Now this is interesting. Very, very interesting. The air itself seemed to tighten. A feral, untamed spiritual pressure crashed over them like a tidal wave, thick with murderous intent. Everyone turned their heads toward the source. A towering, beast-like figure stood bathed in moonlight, resting a jagged blade on his shoulder. His wild golden eyes gleamed with excitement beneath the black eye patch covering his right eye. His hair, spiked like jagged blades, clinked softly with the sound of small bells attached to the ends. As he took a step forward, the pressure intensified. A sensation like cold steel pressing against their throats sent shivers through the gathered Shinigami. Only one man in all of Soul Society exuded such an aura. A man of battle. A man who lived for the thrill of the fight. Boss Zaraki. Captain Zaraki. The Shinigami of the 11th Division erupted in recognition, their voices filled with both reverence and unease. Kenpachi Zaraki, captain of the 11th Division, had arrived. The tension was suffocating. One by one, the 11th Division members hurriedly recounted Uehara Shiroa's unbelievable feat. How he had single-handedly frozen 50 Gillions with a single strike. For the first time since arriving, Kenpachi's wild grin faltered just slightly. His golden eye narrowed. Then, his expression twisted into pure exhilaration. He vanished. And in an instant, reappeared directly in front of Uehara Shiroa. His breath was heavy with excitement, his towering frame looming over the silver-haired Shinigami. You, Zaraki growled, his grin widening. So it was you who took down 50 hollows with one sword strike? A mad glint flickered in his eyes. His fingers tightened around the hilt of his massive blade. Damn. First you get dessert, and now you get a feast? His voice boomed across the battlefield, a mixture of admiration and sheer bloodlust. Man, you're so damn lucky. The air itself trembled. In the next second, an explosion of spiritual pressure erupted from Zaraki's body, painting the entire landscape blood red. The sky darkened. The moon above seemed to bleed, bathed in the overwhelming aura of his fighting spirit. His laughter echoed through the night. Come on. Fight me. Eyes Nanao gasped. A chilling sensation pierced her chest, as if a cold blade had stabbed straight through her heart. Her breath hitched. Her vision blurred. Her knees buckled. The sheer weight of Zaraki's bloodlust was too much. Already weakened from exhaustion, her body gave out. She began to fall. But before she could hit the ground, a strong arm caught her. A gentle warmth enveloped her as Uehara Shiroa held her steady. With a quiet sigh, he lightly patted her head. A soft white light pulsed from his palm. In an instant, her mind cleared. Her breath steadied. The overwhelming fatigue that had consumed her moments ago vanished. Nanao looked up at him, her eyes filled with gratitude. Then, without hesitation, she quickly moved behind him, using him as a shield. Because against Kenpachi Zaraki, there was no way in hell she was stepping forward. Before we begin, allow me to ask you a question. Facing the bloodthirsty and battle-hungry Kenpachi Zaraki, Uehara Shiroa remained calm, his expression betraying neither fear nor excitement. Kenpachi, do you know the difference between a king and a mount? Zaraki's wild grin remained unchanged as his lone, uncovered eye narrowed with amusement. I don't know. Does it matter? He asked indifferently. Are you stalling for time? Or have you run out of energy already? If that's the case, I don't mind waiting. Take a breather. Uehara Shiroa chuckled. Of course, Zaraki wouldn't care. He wasn't the type to think about abstract things like that. He was a pure Shinigami. His only joy in life came from the thrill of combat, the rush of a blade meeting resistance, the sensation of narrowly escaping death. Unfortunately, Uehara had no interest in entertaining a lunatic like him. Fighting someone like Kenpachi Zaraki, who thrived on battle and constantly grew stronger the longer a fight dragged on, was simply pointless. His absurd durability, monstrous spiritual pressure, and his unyielding will to fight made him an annoying opponent. Even if Uehara went all out and managed to kill him in one blow, there would be no true gain from such a victory. And if he won? He would have to bear the consequences. Because, by the traditions of the 11th Division, the one who defeats Kenpachi must take his place as captain. Looking at the wild bunch of rough men behind Zaraki, with their fierce faces, scarred bodies, and bizarre hairstyles, Uehara felt his stomach churn. Like hell I'm taking that position. I see. You really don't understand, Uehara finally said, shaking his head. You're not even qualified to make me draw my sword. Kenpachi's grin widened, his fingers twitching around the hilt of his jagged blade. You sure talk big. There was no mockery in his tone. Only pure disappointment. He truly didn't understand why someone strong would reject the opportunity to fight. What a shame, he sighed. You're strong, yet you don't enjoy battle. What a waste. Then, as if granting a rare favor, he smirked and added, whenever you change your mind, come find me. I'll be waiting. And to make it fair, I'll even let you take the first swing. At that moment, a high-pitched, playful voice suddenly chimed in from behind Kenpachi. Kenshin is really generous. A small figure appeared, clinging to Kenpachi's shoulder. A pink-haired girl with large, mischievous eyes and rosy cheeks. Vice Captain. Madarame Kaku and the other squad members were visibly startled. You were here the whole time? The pink-haired girl giggled and gave a playful wave. Eyes Nanao, who had been observing the exchange in silence, looked at the child in astonishment. A little girl? The vice captain of the 11th Division? She adjusted her glasses, trying to process the absurdity. I was taking a nap on Kenshin's back just now, the little girl explained casually before turning to Uehara and Nanao with a wide grin. Hello, pretty boy. Hello, flat glasses. Uehara blinked. Flat glasses? You. Eyes Nanao's expression twitched, clearly disliking the nickname. The little girl ignored their reactions and cheerfully continued, my name is Kusagishi Yachiru. Don't be fooled by my appearance. I'm the vice captain of the 11th Division. Kusagishi Yachiru. Uehara studied her for a moment before giving a small nod. Yachiru, huh? That's a great name. But he had no intention of lingering here any longer. He turned to the gathered Shinigami and spoke decisively. Well, that's enough excitement for today. Everyone's worked hard. Let's return to our territory and rest. Once we're back in the Soul Society, Captain Yamamoto will distribute the rewards based on merit. Expect a generous payout. The moment money was mentioned, several squad members perked up, their exhaustion suddenly less apparent. Kenpachi, however, looked almost insulted by the idea of rest. His eyes gleamed with battle lust as he watched Uehara leave. You can run for now, but sooner or later, you'll fight me seriously. That's a promise. Uehara, without looking back, simply waved a hand dismissively before vanishing with a flash steps. Nanao gave a polite bow to Kenpachi before following suit. As their figures disappeared, Kenpachi snorted. There are so many prey waiting for me. Who has time to rest? He ran a hand through his wild hair, already thinking about the next battle. Meanwhile, in the sand dunes, beneath the eerie glow of the desert moon, two figures stood cloaked in invisibility, their robes barely shifting in the desert breeze. Aizen Sosuke and Akamaru Jin observed the battlefield from afar, watching the lingering traces of blue spirit energy dissipate into the wind. Jin, for once, had his eyes slightly open, his expression betraying genuine curiosity. Well, he sure has some terrifying power. Before today, Jin had suspected that Uehara Shiroa was hiding something. Now, it was obvious. This wasn't just hiding power. This was hiding an entire iceberg, with only the tip showing. Aizen, ever composed, simply smiled. His deep brown eyes glowed with intrigue as he followed the fading remnants of battle. It doesn't matter, he said smoothly. The stronger the Shinigami become, the faster they'll clear Hukomundo of its current inhabitants. In the end, it will only help us. Jin's sly grin returned, his sharp gaze flickering with amusement. When Aizen-sama finally conquers Hukomundo and perfects the holification experiment, you'll surpass all Shinigami. No one will be able to oppose you. Aizen chuckled softly, his voice carrying an unmistakable sense of certainty. In that case, let's accelerate our plans. His gaze darkened, a glint of ambition flashing in his eyes. It's time to invite our guests from the Lost Noshes to join us. Chapter 41, The Strongest Ice and Snow Types on Pacto. The news of Uchiha slaying 50 hollows in a single strike spread through the Soul Society like wildfire. In the blink of an eye, his name, once only recognized by a few, became a legend. Whether they had heard of him before or not, now everyone knew who Uchiha was. The Siri-eyed AI was abuzz with chatter. Did you hear? That Uchiha is a monster. Killing 50 hollows with a single attack. Isn't that captain-level strength? A captain at only 20 years old? When I was 20, I was still playing in the mud. They say Uchiha's Zanpakuto is a permanent Shikai, just like Captain Zeraki's. Wait. So are all permanent Shikai this terrifying? The ability to freeze 50 hollows instantly. This might be the strongest ice-type Zanpakuto in history. Another monster has joined the 13th Division of Imperial Guards. Meanwhile, Uchiha's growing group of admirers could be heard shouting in unison, "So handsome, Lord Uchiha." Inside the tea room of the 1st Division, the usually composed Okikiba Genshiro took a sip of his tea, only to spit it out in shock. Right onto Chojiro Sasakibe's face. For a moment, Sasakibe didn't react. His mind was still processing the battle report in his hands. This. He blinked, still too stunned to wipe the tea from his face. Both men stared at each other in silence before turning their attention back to the report, their expressions filled with disbelief. A captain-level Shinigami under 30? They had seriously underestimated Uchiha. They had thought of him as merely captain-worthy, but now it was clear. His strength was far beyond just barely reaching captain level. In the Technology Development Division, Mayuri Kurotsuchi wasted no time acquiring battle footage of the incident. Inside his private laboratory, cluttered with bizarre, grotesque equipment, he replayed the footage over and over, staring at the 50 frozen hollows trapped in unyielding ice. After several minutes of intense observation, he slammed his fist against the control panel. Damn it. This makes no sense. His voice echoed in the dimly lit lab. Why can't I collect the residuals and Pacto spiritual pressure? His golden eyes flickered with irritation as he muttered to himself. Permanent Shikai. Just what are these strange Zanpakuto? He tapped his long, sharpened fingernails against the table, deep in thought. Looks like I'll have to go there personally and gather a few samples for research. And perhaps prepare some spare organs for sleeping number 5. A twisted grin spread across his face as he formulated his next move. In the 6th Division barracks, a young Byakuya Kuichiki stood before his grandfather, gripping his Senbon Sakura tightly. "Grandfather," Byakuya said, his voice firm, "I want to go to Hukomundo." His grandfather studied him carefully. "Why?" Byakuya's fingers tightened around his Zanpakuto. Uchiha's achievements had shaken him to his core. He had always believed himself to be a genius, destined for greatness. But now, Uchiha had single-handedly rewritten the definition of genius. His grandfather sighed. "Byakuya, there is no doubt. You are indeed a genius," he said calmly. "If your desire to go is based on duty, then I will not stop you. However," he met Byakuya's gaze. "If it is simply for competition, then there is no point." Byakuya remained silent, his mind filled with conflicting emotions. For the first time, he was unsure of himself. The expedition's temporary headquarters. By the time Uchiha and Izanao returned to the temporary headquarters of the Expeditionary Army, the atmosphere had completely changed. Before, the Shinigami soldiers had been wary of him. Skeptical, even dismissive. Now, their gazes were filled with shock, admiration, and respect. The weight of his strength had silenced any lingering doubts. This was the power of raw, undeniable strength. Yet, despite the shift in attitude, Uchiha remained completely unaffected. He walked at his usual unhurried pace, as if strolling through a festival, utterly relaxed. It was as if killing 50 hollows had been nothing more than a trivial task. That was when a booming, familiar voice greeted him. "Our great hero has returned." Shun Sakuraku sauntered toward them, his wide-brimmed hat tilted slightly. When his gaze landed on Izanao, his smile grew even wider. "Incredible," he mused. "You were gone for just a little while, and yet Nanao-chan has transformed from a rookie into a seasoned Shinigami." He chuckled, clearly proud. Then, with a dramatic flourish, he handed Uchiha a small wine jar. "The conditions here aren't great, but I hope you'll forgive me." Uchiha took the jar, his eyes lighting up. "Good wine." Without hesitation, he took a deep sip, draining it in one go. A warm, potent sensation spread through his body as pure rishi and spiritual energy surged within him. Even the fatigue lingering in his muscles vanished instantly. This wasn't ordinary wine. This was an extremely rare spiritual wine, produced in limited quantities every year. Even among the nobles and captains, Obtaining a jar was considered a luxury. Kiraku turned to Nanao. "Nanao-chan, you fought hard. You should go rest." Nanao hesitated, then glanced at Uehara, who nodded. With a polite bow, she left to recuperate. Once she was gone, Kiraku exhaled dramatically. "Brother Shiroa, you're full of surprises. A 20-year-old captain. I wonder if the old man was this strong when he was young." As the commander, nothing was more reassuring than having an invincible trump card under his command. He felt the pressure on his shoulders lighten significantly. But before he could start rearranging battle strategies, Uehara casually put down the empty wine jar and burped. "Brother Kiraku," he said lazily, "I know you're thinking of adjusting plans. But I regret to inform you. I'll be moving independently from now on." Kiraku blinked. "Why?" Before they had come here, they had agreed to advance and retreat together. Hukomundo was full of dangers, but with the two of them working together, the expedition had minimal risk. Uehara shrugged. "Plans change," he replied. "I plan to charge into the forest of minnows and contain the minnows-class hollows. If we don't, our soldiers will suffer too many losses." Kiraku sighed dramatically, pulling out another jar of wine with a pained expression. "Brother Shiroa, you really don't hold back." Uehara immediately snatched the jar without hesitation. With their strategies aligned, the war's outcome was already set in motion. In the end, it wasn't a question of if the Shinigami would win. It was a question of how big their victory would be. Chapter 42, Forest of Minnows, 7 Flashes. Inside a heavily fortified tent, secured by multiple barriers and seals, Uehara Shiroa stared at the translucent system panel before him. As expected. Standard, White Album, has been upgraded from Proficient to Mastered. A subtle smirk played across his lips. This S-rank ability was now on par with his unpacked Tobenkai. Whether it was Universal Barrier or White Album, they were absolute nightmares for any Jillian-class hollow. Ordinary Shikai level Zanpakuto could never reach this level. In fact, even some Bankai paled in comparison. Of course, his S-rank ability was still nowhere near the overwhelming might of Yamamoto Genri Uzai's Zankinotaki. But it was definitely on par with the early-stage Bankai of Byakuya Kuachiki from the beginning of the story. A dangerous glint flashed in his eyes. With this, his power had taken another step forward. The next morning, Uehara Shiroa woke early. After completing his daily training tasks, he casually greeted the 2 Shinigami guards stationed outside his tent. A soft chime echoed in his mind. Spiritual pressure +1, universal barrier +1. The 2 guards looked stunned, almost flattered. They hadn't expected a figure of his caliber to be so approachable. As he left the tent, he soon spotted Ai's Nanao, who was already wide awake and brimming with energy. Her previous timid demeanor was gone, replaced with the sharp, focused aura of a battle-hardened Shinigami. Seeing her eager expression, Uehara sighed. "Nanao," he called. She immediately straightened, awaiting instruction. "Do you remember the fundamental spiritual power control techniques I taught you?" "Of course." Nanao nodded. "You told me to visualize a perfect circle, fill it with the deepest and densest color, and then focus my mind into the center of the circle." "Good," Uehara said, crossing his arms. "Try it now." Nanao exhaled slowly, confidence in her posture. After everything she had experienced on the battlefield, she had grown much stronger. Failing at something so basic was simply unthinkable. She shut her eyes and entered a meditative state. Then, a few moments later, her expression twitched. Confusion flickered across her face, followed by frustration. Something felt off. She opened her eyes and looked at Uehara in disbelief. "This." Uehara chuckled knowingly. "This technique is the foundation for all Kido and spiritual arts. You should practice it 100 times before moving on." Nanao quickly gathered herself. She realized now. Her rapid growth had made her foundation unstable. She had gained strength too quickly, without fully mastering the basics. If she wanted to truly improve, she had to put in the effort. Bowing respectfully, she answered, "Yes, Mr. Uehara." Satisfied, Uehara nodded and turned away. After leaving Nanao to her training, Uehara retraced his steps back to yesterday's battlefield. If so many Jillian had gathered there so quickly, then there had to be an entrance to the forest of minnows nearby. It didn't take long before he found it. A hidden passage buried beneath thick layers of sand and stone. Without hesitation, he stepped through. The air changed immediately. The narrow stone corridor had stretched deep underground, its walls slick with moisture. Darkness loomed ahead, swallowing the light. As he walked, a chilling malice wrapped around him. An ominous presence. Then came the roars. Distant, guttural, and filled with rage, madness, and hunger. Each growl sent vibrations through the cavern walls. The air was thick with spiritual pressure, pressing against his skin like a tangible force. But Uchiha remained unshaken. With a few swift flash steps, he reached the end of the passage and emerged into a vast, underground world. A boundless expanse of twisted rock formations stretched as far as the eye could see. Giant, towering stone pillars rose from the ground, piercing through the cavern ceiling. Among them, massive trees grew unnaturally tall, their roots twisting into the stone like creeping tendrils. The ground was carpeted in a dense layer of gray-green moss, while mushrooms of various colors sprouted from the shadows. This was the Forest of Minnows, the very nest of Hugomundo's countless hollows. This place was a nightmare for any Shinigami. Even captain-level Shinigamis struggled here. The sheer number of Jillian-class hollows that roamed these lands was overwhelming. As Uchiha expanded his spiritual perception, he sensed massive figures shifting in the distance. The pressure intensified. It felt like standing in the eye of a hurricane. Powerful hollow spiritual pressure surged all around him, like waves crashing against a shore. But Uchiha remained calm. Then, a sudden chime echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations! You have completed Special Mission 9, Finding the Forest of Minnows. Reward, A rank ability, 7 flashes, ability unlocked, 7 flashes, 7 flashes, rank, a proficiency, beginner type, magic jutsu effect, executes 7 simultaneous slashes, instantly shredding everything in the vicinity. Upon mastery, allows a user to channel Kido and barriers through slashes. As Uchiha scanned the description, his eyes gleamed. At first glance, this ability seemed like a basic high-speed attack technique. But the real treasure was its compatibility with Kido. The ability to unleash high-level spells, like Hado through slashes, was extremely rare. For example, if he perfected this technique, he could theoretically cast multiple instances of Hado number 96, Flaming Sword of Cremation, simultaneously. Even Yamamoto Genryuzai, the strongest Shinigami in history, had to sacrifice an arm to unleash that spell. But with 7 flashes, Uchiha could potentially cast it 7 times at once. A grin spread across his face. This was a valuable asset. One step closer to true domination. He closed the system panel and turned his gaze to the darkness beyond. A horde of Jillian-class hollows had begun to gather. Their eerie glowing eyes peered at him from the shadows. A deep, guttural growl rumbled through the cavern. The air grew heavier. With a slow, deliberate motion, Uchiha raised his Zanpakuto. A flickering, invisible flame ignited along its edge. He exhaled. Perfect? The targets for today's sword practice have arrived. Chapter 43, Forest of Minnows. Unparalleled mowing in the depths of the Forest of Minnows, Shiro Uchiha stood amidst a sea of towering Gillians. Their massive forms loomed around him like a dense forest of grotesque giants, each one a walking mountain of spiritual energy. Yet, in Uchiha's eyes, they were nothing more than piles of experience points waiting to be harvested. A Gillian, or Minnows Grand, is formed when 100 or more hollows devour and fuse together. However, most Gillians lack self-awareness, reduced to nothing more than instinct-driven creatures that wander aimlessly through the vast underground domain of Hugomundo. To Uchiha, these mindless great hollows were nothing but sitting ducks. That said, as Minnows Grand, they possess durable Hyro, iron-hard skin, and an incredible regenerative ability. Unless their heads or vital internal structures were utterly destroyed, they simply would not die. Previously, Uchiha had relied on an S-rank ability, consuming a vast amount of spiritual pressure to freeze the entire swarm of Gillians in one move. But this time, he had no intention of wasting that much energy. Instead, his gaze fell upon one of his more specialized abilities, one that was particularly effective against hollows. Sun breathing, level, B rank proficiency, proficient ability, embodying the essence of the sun. This technique is the original breathing style from which all other fundamental breathing methods, water, flame, stone, wind, and thunder, are derived. Sword forms, 12 variations, including Sun Crimson Mirror, Phantom Sun Rainbow, Train, Burning Bone Flame Sun, Yanghua 2, Flying Wheel Kageru, Setting Sun Turn, Brilliant in Light, Halo Dragon, Head Dance, and Flame Dance. These forms can be seamlessly chained together, culminating in the ultimate 13th form. Reincarnation, an endless cycle of strikes. Introduction, the peak of swordsmanship from Demon's Lair, created by Yoriichi Tsujikuni, an existence so terrifying that even Mizunkibutsuji suffered sun-breathing PTSD. Unlocked upon completing Special Mission 6, Legendary 1st Division Commander. I wanted to walk among you as an ordinary man, yet I could not. Let me reveal my true self. I am a genius in the art of the sword. In a world of limited magic, Yoriichi Tsujikuni's mastery of reincarnation allowed him to unleash over 1,000 strikes in a single second, nearly rewriting the fate of his world in one battle. Now, wielded by Uchiha Shiroa. Empowered by immense spiritual pressure. sun breathing, and reincarnation, would evolve into something even greater. With a casual swing of his sky-breaking blade, invisible flames danced across the space before him, their scorching heat warping the very air. The sacred fire within the blade emanated an aura that seemed to suppress all evil. As the horde of Gillians closed in, Uchiha moved. In the blink of an eye, the 12 sword forms of sun breathing erupted in full display. Unlike rigidly structured attacks, Uchiha seamlessly transitioned between forms, embodying the essence of sun breathing with each fluid motion. Blazing arcs of his blade carved through the air, and wherever he struck, flames ignited. Every slash landed precisely on a Gillian, and with each flash of his sword, another massive hollow was set ablaze. The fire that erupted from the wounds did not merely burn. It consumed. The spiritual flames burrowed deep into the bodies of the Gillians, igniting their very souls. Wherever Uchiha passed, the forest of minnows was left in chaos. Massive pillars of fire surged skyward, illuminating the dark expanse with an eerie brilliance. This was the power of the sun breathing, a technique that directly countered the high-speed regeneration of hollows. Then, as he reached the heart of the swarm, Uchiha exhaled deeply and whispered, "Reincarnation." In an instant, the 12 sword forms connected seamlessly, chaining together in an infinite loop. An endless, spiraling onslaught of fiery slashes consumed everything before him. Dozens of Gillians fell in an instant, their bodies split apart and engulfed in sacred flames. As the inferno spread across the battlefield, Uchiha lowered his sword and surveyed his handiwork. The once shadowy expanse of the forest of minnows was now a blazing sea of destruction. A satisfied smile formed on his lips. Despite being only a B-rank ability, sun breathing was proving to be a devastating weapon against the hollows. Not only did it provide a natural counter to their regenerative abilities, but its relentless offensive nature also honed his swordsmanship further. If mastered to its peak, it could serve as a trump card in future battles. In this world, it was rare to rely on a single technique to counter everything. Even the so-called strongest fighters had limitations. Ichigo Kurosaki, when facing Little Aizenquak's subordinate Skin Naklavar, found himself utterly overwhelmed. His abilities rendered ineffective in an instant. Captain Commander Yamamoto, the wielder of the most fearsome flame-based Zanpakuto, Rukongai, held the power to incinerate entire realms upon activating his Bankai. Yet, despite his overwhelming strength, he was constantly targeted and manipulated, unable to unleash his full potential in battle. When the time came, even his ultimate power was made meaningless, leaving him to perish in regret. Even Hyosabikaibe, a being who had lived for countless millennia, was ultimately powerless before Quack's Almighty, an ability that made even the strongest Shinigami seem insignificant. Uchiha Shiroa knew this reality well. No matter how powerful an ability seemed, in this world of gods and monsters, only continuous growth and adaptation could guarantee survival. 1,000 years ago, a lone monk had once used the Soul King's right hand to counter the overwhelming might of the Almighty, blocking the Eye of Omniscience and Omnipotence directly. After a millennium of brutal warfare, Quack finally regained his vision and absorbed the power of the Soul King, believing himself untouchable. Yet, in the end, his overwhelming ability was neutralized by a single silver arrow, and he was reduced to nothing more than a new Soul King, bound in place. This was the nature of power in the world of death. No matter how strong one became, there was always the looming threat of being countered. For that very reason, Uchiha Shiroa had no intention of relying on a single technique. Instead, he was determined to accumulate as many trump cards as possible, ensuring that even the likes of Hyosabikaibe could never erase all traces of his abilities with Ikemenji. As he gazed upon the burning remnants of the forest of minnows, his fighting spirit only grew stronger. The Gillian-infested wasteland, which once made ordinary Shinigami tremble at the mere mention of its name, had now become nothing more than a training ground for him. An endless sea of experience and power to claim. 3 days later, time passed in the blink of an eye. Over the course of 3 relentless days, Uchiha Shiroa's proficiency in Zanpakuto, sun breathing, and universal barrier had improved tremendously. His strength was increasing at a visible rate, sharpening like a blade with each passing moment. Throughout the entire process, he had only relied on the most basic applications of Zanpakuto and sun breathing. And yet, because sun breathing possessed a natural advantage against hollows, his efficiency in exterminating them had reached terrifying levels. Soon, the Technology Development Bureau took notice. At that moment, within the expeditionary headquarters, 3 captains, Suifeng, Kenpachi Zaraki, and Shun Sekiraku, were gathered, discussing their next strategic move. Beside them stood Aiz Nanao, her spiritual pressure noticeably stronger than before. After surviving the previous battles and receiving direct guidance from Uchiha Shiroa, Aiz Nanao had transformed. She no longer carried the aura of a mere vice-captain. There was now a genuine presence of strength in her demeanor. However, the usual harmony of the meeting was quickly disrupted by Kenpachi Zaraki. "Oi, ain't there any stronger prey around?" Zaraki grumbled, his tone filled with frustration. "These weaklings ain't even worth sharpening my sword on anymore." His golden eye gleamed with irritation as he crossed his arms. "More importantly, where the hell is that Shiroa? When's he gonna show up and find me?" At first, Zaraki had been thrilled. Hugo had provided an endless battlefield of enemies to cut down. But after days of fighting, the thrill had worn off. Even the Great Hollow class Uchias, which should have been formidable enemies, could barely withstand a single strike from him. And after witnessing Uchiha Shiroa's power firsthand, his hunger for battle had only grown stronger. Su Ifeng, on the other hand, was not pleased. That guy may have made great contributions in establishing the expeditionary force, she admitted, but as the vice commander, he should not be acting on his own. Her sharp eyes narrowed. His reckless actions only disrupt the operation and slow down our overall progress. Standing nearby, eyes now visibly tensed, wanting to refute Su Ifeng's words but unable to do so due to the difference in their ranks. However, her expression left no room for doubt. She strongly disagreed. Though Nanao had always been someone who valued rules and discipline, she trusted Uchiha Shiroa. If he was acting alone, there had to be a reason for it. Seeing the rising tension, Unserious chuckled, pulling a document from his sleeve. "This just came in from the Technology Development Bureau," he said lazily, a knowing smile hidden beneath the shadow of his bamboo hat. "You might want to take a look." Su Ifeng frowned at his too casual attitude, but took the document regardless. The moment she opened it, her usually cold and impassive expression cracked. Her eyes widened in disbelief. He actually wiped out thousands of Jillian hollows by himself? She reread the report twice, her sharp mind struggling to comprehend what she was seeing. Is this report accurate? It's impossible. Her disbelief was justified. Everyone knew that Uchiha Shiroa was incredibly powerful. Possibly even on the level of a captain. But for one person to annihilate thousands of Jillian hollows in just a few days? That level of destruction was borderline absurd. In Hugo, hollows were stronger than usual. The harsh environment amplified their physical abilities, making them much harder to kill in large numbers. Shinigami, on the other hand, needed time to recover spiritual pressure and physical strength between battles. So for one individual to continuously fight, without rest, and produce results this unbelievable, Su Ifeng herself knew she could not achieve such a feat. Across the room, Kenpachi Zaraki's lone golden eye glowed with excitement. "Hey!" His mouth curled into a feral grin. "I knew he was strong." The bloodthirsty edge in his voice was unmistakable. "Damn it. I should have fight him when I had the chance." Meanwhile, Unserious simply smiled, his usual carefree attitude not shifting in the slightest. "I have to admit, I also find it a little hard to believe," he said, shrugging. "But this is the truth." He folded his arms and leaned back slightly. Brother Shiroa single-handedly exceeded the expedition's original goal. His lazy voice carried an undeniable weight. "If we're being honest, his efficiency alone is greater than all of ours combined." Shunsi turned slightly, smirking at his vice-captain. "And as much as my dear Nanao and I miss him and want him to return." His smile widened slightly, clearly teasing. It's hard to argue against results. Eyes Nanao, who had been listening silently, suddenly blushed. Her sharp glare landed on Kiraku immediately. "Captain." She snapped, clearly embarrassed. She huffed, crossing her arms, but the proud glint in her eyes was unmistakable. Su Ifeng fell into silence. What could she even say? The reality was simple. Uchiha Shiroa had not only completed the mission. He had exceeded expectations. Her previous criticism now felt hollow in comparison. She had accused him of slowing down the expeditionary force, yet in reality, he had been the one moving faster than anyone else. In the end, there was nothing left to argue. Chapter 44, Uchiha Shiroa was unaware of the discussions taking place at the expeditionary headquarters. However, even if he knew, he wouldn't have cared. Right now, aside from completing his daily tasks, he spent all his time hunting hollows, constantly pushing his limits in pursuit of strength. Opportunities to train against suitable opponents were rare, but in the forest of minnows, he had an endless supply of prey. The feeling of rapidly becoming stronger with every moment was almost intoxicating. And so, for the past few days, he had relentlessly pushed forward, carving his way toward the center of the Great Hollow Forest. For any ordinary captain, such prolonged combat would have been impossible. Even if their combat ability allowed them to keep fighting, their spiritual pressure, physical endurance, and mental state would never be able to keep up. But Uchiha Shiroa was different. While he didn't possess a natural monstrous physique like Kenpachi Zaraki, he had something just as absurd. A stand. A stand was the manifestation of one's vitality and mental strength. The stronger one's life force, the stronger the stand. And the reverse was also true. For a stand user, severe bleeding injuries were nothing more than superficial wounds. Every time White Album's proficiency increased, Uharashiroa's vitality and recovery speed improved drastically. This was why Shun Sukiraku had always looked at him with such envy. Because Uharashiroa had an unbreakable endurance. Now, having reached high proficiency in White Album, his physique had grown stronger than ever, closing the gap between himself and monsters like Kenpachi Zaraki. Furthermore, with spatial clones and shadow clones, he could rest at will, allowing him to recover whenever necessary. This ridiculous endurance meant that, even after days of continuous battle, Uharashiroa was still full of energy. And so, once again, he reduced a swarm of Gillions to ash, flames devouring their massive forms. Just as he was about to continue, his keen spiritual sense detected an unfamiliar presence approaching at high speed. Uharashiroa looked up. A lone figure was rapidly closing in from the distance. The man had short, reddish-brown hair, dressed in a Shinigami's shiakusho, but what stood out the most was the hollow mask covering his face. A mask resembling an antelope skull. The strange attire instantly gave away his identity. Azudo Kano. A ruthless Shinigami who had spent hundreds of years in the forest of minnows, dedicating himself to the slaughter of hollows. In the blink of an eye, Azudo landed in front of Uharashiroa. His gaze swept across the burning wasteland, where the remains of countless Gillions lay smoldering in a sea of spiritual fire. His expression visibly shifted in shock. "Did you do all this?" Azudo finally asked, his voice carrying disbelief. "Which division captain are you?" For a man who had spent centuries in the forest of minnows, Azudo had long forgotten the feeling of holding a normal conversation. And yet, as soon as he laid eyes on this scene, the questions slipped out naturally. He couldn't comprehend what he was seeing. In his memory, only one man had ever displayed such destructive power. His old friend, Kenpachi Kuruyashiki. And even then, Kuruyashiki had needed to activate Benkai to achieve such results. For this young Shinigami to accomplish the same feat, Azudo was convinced that he had to be a captain-level fighter. "I'm Uharashiroa, 7th seat of the 1st Division," Uhara replied casually, watching Azudo with interest. "Not a captain?" Azudo blinked in pure disbelief. "The 7th seat of the 1st Division is this strong? Had the 13th Division of Imperial Guards become so strong that a Shinigamis of this caliber can only join into lower-ranking positions? If he returned to Soul Society now, would he only be an ordinary Shinigami?" The thought unsettled him. After a long pause, Azudo removed his hollow mask, revealing his sharp features. "My name is Azudo. I am also a Shinigami." His short, straight eyebrows furrowed as he continued. "A long time ago, my comrades and I chased hollows into Hukamundo, seeking revenge for the lives they had taken in Rukongai." His voice was calm, yet there was deep pain beneath his words. "All of my companions were slaughtered before my eyes. I remained, dedicating my life to exterminating the hollows. This is their nest. Nearly every hollow that invades the human world originates from this place. And so, he had spent centuries here, fighting alone, ensuring that fewer and fewer hollows would ever make it to Soul Society. Have there been fewer hollow attacks on the human world in recent years?" His voice was not proud. There was no boasting in his tone. He simply wanted to know. Had his efforts been worth it? Had he changed anything? Uharashiroa sighed. "I'm sorry, but no. Some people did not want the hollows to disappear. There were those who viewed balance and control as more important than true peace. To those who claimed to put the greater good first, Azudo's efforts were meaningless, perhaps even an inconvenience. That was why Uharashiroa needed to keep growing stronger. So that one day, he could stand before those same people and say, 'I am the one who decides the future.'" Azudo's expression darkened. But as he gazed at the sea of flames around him, his resolve hardened once more. "With a Shinigami like you here," he said with a faint smile, "maybe my failure doesn't matter." Uharashiroa then explained the Hukamundo expedition to him, sharing details of the current conflict between Soul Society and the Hollows. Azudo listened carefully. "So, there is now the 11th Kenpachi. My friend would like to fight this Kenpachi Zaraki." A flicker of nostalgia crossed his face before he looked back at Uhara. "Do you want to come back to my base and recover?" he offered. In his mind, this Shinigami had surely expended immense energy after such an overwhelming battle. His base was safe, and Uhara could rest there. Uharashiroa did not refuse. Half a day later, within a hidden cave, shrouded by a barrier that concealed spiritual pressure and sound, the two Shinigamis sat before a small fire. Azudo carefully roasted mushrooms over the flames, applying a dark green moss to them as seasoning. Finally, he handed Uharashiroa a skewer of food that looked questionable. Uhara studied the blackened mushrooms with faint skepticism before taking a bite. To his surprise, his eyes lit up. Not bad. He picked up his wine cup, took a sip, and then continued eating. Azuto, too, took a long drink, his expression turning nostalgic. It's been a long time since I've shared a drink with another Shinigami, he murmured. Chapter 45, Top-level sparring partner. Inside an empty underground cave, Uehara Shiroa and Azuto sat comfortably, having feasted on food and drink. But now, their sparring match had begun. Uehara Shiroa, well aware of Azuto's combat prowess, had no intention of letting such a valuable sparring partner go to waste. At the same time, Azuto was curious about Uehara Shiroa's strength and eager to test himself against him. Thus, the two engaged in a thrilling battle. The moment their clash began, Azuto drew his blade with a sharp motion, slashing straight for Uehara Shiroa's right arm. Clang! Uehara reacted instantly, raising his sword to block. But the instant their blades met, Azuto vanished. So fast. Uehara Shiroa's heart stirred slightly, but he quickly sensed Azuto's presence shifting behind him. To his right. Without hesitation, he dodged just as Azuto's blade swept toward him. Unlike reckless fighters, Azuto fought with perfect precision. Despite having spent centuries in solitude, his instincts were razor-sharp. He didn't rush in blindly, instead, he maintained careful distance, constantly circling and searching for openings. Yet, throughout the entire exchange, his blade never strayed from Uehara Shiroa's vital points. Neither of them used Banchi, Kido, or special abilities. Only flash steps, hand-to-hand combats, and sword art. For hundreds of years, Azuto had relied solely on these three fundamental skills to slaughter countless Gillians and Ajushas. Through endless battle, he had honed them to the level of perfection. At this moment, Uehara Shiroa realized something important. Azuto was not just fast. If speed alone was his only strength, Uehara wouldn't have had much trouble countering him. After all, thanks to Shioi Nyoruichi, he was more than familiar with speed-type combatants. But Azuto's true strength was not just his speed. It was his experience and combat intuition. Every movement was measured. Every strike was precise. It was as if Azuto could predict his reactions before they even happened. Within just a few rounds, Uehara could feel it. Azuto was reading his movements. This is the power of experience. Uehara Shiroa let out a small sigh in admiration. To have survived in Hukomundo for centuries, endlessly slaying hollows. This man's experience and combat skills are terrifying. But that was exactly why he had chosen not to rely on his system abilities in this battle. He had deliberately held back. Because his goal wasn't just to win. It was to learn. Experience and combat intuition had always been his greatest weakness. And this fight was the perfect chance to fix it. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. Inside the cave, Azuto's cold, sharp expression was now filled with shock. His blade trembled slightly. A sharp edge rested against his neck. His face mirrored the exact same incredulous look he had when he first met Uehara Shiroa. Even now, he couldn't believe it. Just 10 days ago, he had completely dominated Uehara Shiroa. His experience and skill had been an unshakable advantage, allowing him to suppress him effortlessly. But now, no matter how hard he tried, he found himself steadily falling behind. It was as if, in just 10 short days, Uehara Shiroa had eliminated a combat experience gap of hundreds of years. This growth rate was monstrous. Finally, Azuto let out a deep sigh. He lowered his weapon and spoke sincerely. "You've surpassed me in every way," he admitted. "You're a genius." Uehara Shiroa smiled slightly. "Don't say that," he replied. "I've learned a lot from you as well. Without your guidance, I wouldn't have improved so quickly." With those words, he sheathed his sword. Through countless battles, Uehara Shiroa had once again ascended. His foundation had solidified. His combat instincts had sharpened. And his path to invincibility had taken another step forward. Before leaving, Uehara Shiroa gifted Azuto several bottles of fine wine. Then, without hesitation, he turned and departed. At no point had he asked Azuto if he wanted to return to Soul Society. Because he already knew the answer. To Azuto, remaining here was proof that his fallen comrades had once existed. This place was their grave, and he would never leave it. As he watched Uehara's departing figure, Azuto's expression was complex. Then, without another word, he turned back to continue his endless hunt. Though his fight had ultimately changed nothing, he still felt a sense of satisfaction. After all, even if it was only a little, he had helped a Shinigami with limitless potential grow even stronger. And that was enough. Expeditionary Headquarters, Uehara Shiroa's private room. Upon returning to base, Uehara Shiroa immediately completed his daily tasks. Spiritual pressure +1, 7 flashes +1, a warm current flowed through his limbs. He could clearly feel his spiritual pressure had increased once again. The spiritual particle density in Hukomundo was far higher than in Siri-Itai, making growth much faster. And with the system's rewards, his progress was even more absurd. As he sat down, he casually opened his character panel. Character panel, name, Uehara Shiroa, Shiroa, position, 7th seat of the 1st Division spiritual pressure, 3rd-rate spiritual power, captain level, Zanpakuto, Shunkyo, 2nd stage Shike, sword art, captain level hand-to-hand combats, captain level Kido, captain level flash steps, captain level, abilities, shadow clone jutsu, B rank, fully developed, stand, white album, S rank, fully developed, sun breathing, B rank, mastered, universal barrier, S rank, proficient, magic art, 7 flashes, A rank, proficient, items, camouflage glasses, B rank, Kryptonian creation, 5 thunder curse, C rank, cultivation talisman, death gloves, D rank, extraordinary creation, horse talisman, A rank, magical creation. Looking at the updated panel, Uehara Shiroa felt completely satisfied. Now, all of his core combat skills were at captain level. And flawless. With this foundation alone, he could already dominate most enemies. But Uehara Shiroa wasn't satisfied with just that. He didn't want to be like others, who relied on one ultimate technique. He wanted to master everything. To be invincible in all areas. To become like Aizen. A perfect all-rounder with no weaknesses. And so, his future plan remained the same. Complete more special missions. Train more. Become unstoppable. Just as he was deep in thought. Knock, knock. A knock sounded at his door. Chapter 46, Emergency Rescue. As Uehara Shiroa stepped out of the room, he was immediately met with a sight of Unserious' signature lazy smile and Aiz Nanau's slightly uneasy expression. His eyes narrowed. Something was off. What happened? He asked, already sensing that the news wouldn't be good. Unserious maintained his usual relaxed demeanor, but his words carried undeniable weight. There was an issue with one of our intelligence points. Captain Suifeng went to investigate, but just now, the Technology Development Bureau detected a sudden surge in her spiritual pressure. One strong enough to indicate that she activated her Bankai. Kiraku paused for a beat before continuing. She's currently out of contact. Aiz Nanau's expression tensed further, but Kiraku remained calm. I've already requested backup from Captain Zaraki. But to be safe, you should head there too. Despite the casual tone, Uehara Shiroa caught the underlying concern in Kiraku's voice. Hearing that Suifeng had been ambushed, Uehara's thoughts spun. He had suspected something was amiss ever since those Gillians had inexplicably gathered to attack the 11th Division. Now, with Suifeng in trouble, it was clear. Someone was pulling the strings behind the scenes. However, rather than feeling troubled, Uehara saw an opportunity. Lately, the hollows in the Forest of Minnows had stopped providing him with meaningful experience points. He had already surpassed the level of an ordinary captain, so holding back wasn't necessary anymore. With a smirk, he simply said, "Prepare the wine and wait for me to come back." Before Nanao could respond, his figure blurred and disappeared in a shunpo. Left behind, Aiz Nanao clenched her fists, her emotions in turmoil. The unease in her heart slowly transformed into determination, pride, and a tinge of frustration. This time, she didn't insist on fighting alongside him. She already understood. Right now, she wasn't strong enough to step into Uehara Shiroa's world. Unserious adjusted his bamboo hat and spoke lightly, "You're feeling frustrated, aren't you, Nanao? I get it." He turned his gaze toward the horizon and sighed. "But this is war. No one is innocent, and no one gets to stay out of it." That said, a small smile formed on his lips. "I have a feeling Brother Shiroa will return victorious." Far away, in the vast, unending desert, Kenpachi Zaraki sprinted forward at full speed, his massive Zanpakuto clutched tightly in his grip. Wherever he passed, sand exploded into the air like a raging storm, his sheer force sending waves rippling through the golden landscape. As he ran, his single eye gleamed with excitement. "Oi, Yachiru, are you sure this is the right direction?" he asked, his voice booming over the howling winds. "Of course, Ajian." Kusajashi Yachiru, perched comfortably on his back, patted her chest with confidence. "This is definitely the fastest shortcut. We'll reach the battlefield before anyone else." Her eyes sparkled mischievously. "This time, that pretty boy Haragai won't beat us there first." Kenpachi let out a loud, reckless laugh. "Ha ha ha. Good. It's been too long since I've had a decent fight." His spiritual pressure flared wildly, sending invisible shockwaves through the desert. Any hollow foolish enough to cross his path was crushed instantly. Either by the sheer weight of his spiritual pressure or the brute force of his charge. Meanwhile, in a desolate wasteland deep within Hukomundo, Suifeng was covered in wounds, her white captain's hori soaked in blood. Her breath came ragged and uneven as she stared at the towering figure before her. It was a blue-skinned, four-armed humanoid hollow, its eerie, pupilless eyes locked onto her with an unsettling stillness. Surrounding it were three other Uchiha-class hollows, each with grotesque, monstrous forms. They formed a tight perimeter, cutting off all avenues of escape. Su Yifeng gritted her teeth, forcing herself to stay upright. Her spiritual pressure was nearly depleted. Her body felt sluggish, her limbs heavy as if bound by invisible chains. A ripple distorted the air. Before she could react, the four-armed hollow vanished. Sonito. Su Yifeng recognized the technique instantly, but her weakened body refused to keep up. In the blink of an eye, her enemy reappeared behind her, its clawed hand tearing through the fabric of her Shiakusho. A deadly chill ran down her spine. Death was an instant away. Su Yifeng struggled to move, to counter, but an inexplicable force was suppressing her spiritual energy. Her mind screamed in defiance. I am Su Yifeng, captain of the 2nd Division. I will surpass that person. I refuse to die here. The four-armed hollow sneered. Shinigami, your power has already been sealed by my ability, it said, its voice deep and grating. Struggle all you like. It will change nothing. 3 of its arms lifted, black spheres of concentrated energy forming in each palm. It wasn't an ordinary Sero. This was a specialized attack, something far more destructive. Su Yifeng gritted her teeth. Damn it. If she was going down, she would at least take this bastard with her. Just as she was about to activate a forbidden technique, a sudden heatwave surged through the battlefield. Whoosh. A brilliant burst of flame sliced through the air, followed by the flash of a blade. The burning edge of a Zanpakuto tore through the night sky, aiming straight for the four-armed hollow's skull. Alarmed, the creature twisted its body, retreating just in time to avoid being bisected. Su Yifeng's eyes widened. A figure emerged from the firestorm, standing tall and unwavering before her. Her breath hitched. It's him. She stared at Uhara Shiroa's back, her mind reeling. This guy. His strength had grown even more terrifying. But Uhara paid her no mind. His cold, calculating gaze remained locked on the enemy. So, you dodged, he mused. Not bad. Your nerve detection and reflexes are sharp. As expected of a Vasto Lord. His grip on his sword tightened. But evolving to the top of the hollow hierarchy isn't easy. Are you really in such a rush to die? The four-armed hollow remained silent, but its posture shifted slightly, as if reassessing the situation. Uhara continued, his voice calm but laced with menace. To reach this stage, you must have devoured countless others. First, absorbing enough power to become a Jillian. Then, achieving self-awareness and rising to the rank of a Jushas. Finally, surviving the merciless slaughter of your own kind to evolve into a Vasto Lord. He tilted his head slightly. With all that struggle, why throw it away now? In the hollow's empty, black eyes, something flickered. A brief hesitation. Uhara's eyes narrowed. He had a good idea of who was behind this. Aizen. From behind him, Su Yifeng struggled to speak through her exhaustion. Be careful. That thing's ability. It seals spiritual pressure, she warned. Uhara glanced at her out of the corner of his eye. Her spiritual pressure was in complete disarray, and she was barely staying conscious. TCH. How troublesome. Without another word, Su Yifeng staggered backward, focusing on recovering her strength.